Welcome to today's school board workshop. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Thompson will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Ms. Thompson.
Good morning, Chair. I'm super excited to be able to introduce Lakeside Elementary under the direction of Dr. Rodriguez and Assistant Principal Liel. We are in for a special treat, especially afterwards. And so if you could all rise and remain standing for the pledge.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
I see bright minds.
Hey, it's Daz on the beat. Lakeside, any challenge, we gon' beat. Climb a high, watch us fly, we ain't gotta cheat. Striving for excellence, that A we gon' keep. Yeah, we leading the way, showing GRIT. Gumption, resiliency, I'll tell you what it mean. Integrity, tenacity, that's what we achieve. Fifth and Broward County, we the best you ever seen, huh? Lakeside, Lakeside, Lakeside. Landing is on, we on top, can't be stopped. Under Dr. Rodriguez, nah, we won't flop. It's a bird, it's a plane, what's that in the sky? Now it's Lakeside, and we gon' strive till we thrive. Sensational 17, that's our region prize. To the scholars and the teachers, you the reason that we shine. To the PTA and staff, yeah, they keep us on our grind. We are A-rated school, that's why we gon' shine, we gon' style. We excel in success. We the Appleton, we say it with our chest. Lakeside, that's the school that we rep. Lakeside, with a school that's the best. Rock, 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 rock. Lakeside rise up. Rock, 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 rock. We gon' do our stuff. Why you worry about the rest? We on fire, trying to strike a chord. A-rated is our desire. Lakeside, Lakeside, Lakeside. They not like us. 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 They not like us.
Now step that way. Step that way. Now step that way. Step that way. Now step that way. Step that way. Now step, 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 step.
Lakeside, 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 lakeside.
Thank you to Lakeside for doing a great job with the pledge. As we prepare to begin this school board workshop, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, we begin the vital task of sustaining this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with the School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item for discussion is student performance, winter 2024-2025. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, and the public. I'll turn it over to Dr. Fulton and her team at this time.
Thank you. And before we start, I just have to say we need to give it up for Lakeside Elementary School. That was amazing. The challenge is on. Let's see who can top that. So good morning, school board members, Dr. Hepburn, and members of the staff and members of the public. We appreciate this opportunity to engage with you today around the district's core business, which is teaching and learning. Today's presentation will provide a mid-year academic update on student performance as measured by the Florida Assessment of Student Thinking, Progress Monitoring 2, which was administered to students in grades kindergarten through 10th grade, and concluded on January the 24th. But before we dive into the data, I want to take a moment to reflect on our fall workshop, where we took you all on a transformational journey from the boardroom to the classroom, demonstrating how our regional offices in the academic division provide ongoing tiered support for schools. You heard from our amazing teachers, administrators, and our precious commodity, our students. We also highlighted the impressive growth of Blanche Ely High School, Nova Middle School, Endeavor Primary Learning Center, and Oak Ridge Elementary School, where they celebrated their remarkable achievements made possible through strategic alignment and support. We are a proud A district, focused on our commitment to continuous growth and excellence. For us, success is not a destination, but a journey, one fueled by dedication, innovation, and unwavering belief in the potential of all of our students. The results of the FAST-2M data, which you will hear in a moment, reflect the hard work of our educators, the resilience of our students, and the strength of our collective efforts. Our district is committed to high-quality instruction for all, cutting-edge innovation, and support to ensure every student graduates ready for college, career, and life. To assess our impact, my team will now present an analysis of the FAST-PM2 data. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Hollingsworth, our Chief Academic Officer, who's going to kick it off.
Good morning. Could we put the deck up, please? Thank you. Just to summarize, this slide presents us, the ELA proficiency data for students scoring a level 3 or higher for the district, 3 regions, and the STO office based on those results. It includes the data from the PM3 at the end of last year, 2024, PM1 beginning of 2025, and the most recent PM2 administration to demonstrate student achievement. This slide provides a 3-year comparison of ELA PM2 performance for the district, 3 regions, and the STO office. Proficiency rates, level 3, have slightly increased from 2023 to 2025. However, we continue to monitor the data to address areas of needed support through development of instructional strategies, professional development, and targeted interventions. On this slide, we break down the ELA PM2 performance for grades 3 through 10 from 2023 to 2025. The 2025 PM2 state data is included for comparison to assess how our district aligns with statewide trends. While overall PM2 performance has improved, the data reveals areas where additional support is needed. This comparison underscores the importance of redeploying targeted resources to schools based on specific needs. And that's for 5 and 6. Slides 7 and 8 demonstrate the ELA PM2 performance for students and subgroups, with including race, ethnicity, English language learners, and our students with disabilities. 2025 PM2 data shows an overall increase in proficiency, reflecting district-wide efforts to support historically underserved groups. The Office of Academics and regional offices have developed action plans to address subgroup performance gaps. These plans focus on targeted interventions, professional learning, and additional instructional support. Just to show 8.
Good morning, everyone. Fabian Cohn, Executive Director of Academics. I'll take the next couple of slides. Slide 9 is an overall FAST performance of math for the past 3 years, and you'll see that this slide mirrors ELA trends for math across the past administrations. We see a positive movement between PM1 and PM2, indicating the success of target math interventions and professional development and conceptual math strategies. This data also helps confirm where we're making systemic gains and where we need to intensify focus. Slide 10 is a 3-year trend overall for FAST PM2 performance in math by region. You'll note that regional trends in math performance show similar patterns in ELA, which is steady improvement in all 3 regions. The data allows each region to identify schools requiring more targeted math coaching and differentiated support. Slides 11, 12, and 13 show positive math growth, although we do have some gaps that we're focusing on through our crunch time plan. We have regional trends where our students of color, Hispanic, ELA, and SWD students are focused on math instruction, small group, push-in, high-dosage tutoring, and ELO camps to strengthen that area of focus. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Baum.
Good morning. My name is Richard Baum, the Director of Educational Assessment, Analysis, and Research. We can put the presentation back up. We will go to the STAR results. One second. So first, before we go into the STAR results, we do have some information for the science performance. It's a 2-year comparison of 5th grade science. As a reminder, 5th grade science is the tested grade level for the state for school grades. This performance comparison is our local mid-year Part 1 test for grade 5, and we have a Part 2 test that will be administered, that is currently being administered. So now we'll go through the Renaissance STAR assessments. These STAR assessments, while they're not part of the school grade, they do kind of give us a picture into the future of how our students are going to perform, and these are statewide assessments. So we'll show you the performance of the STAR assessments. We'll go through. Basically, we will look by grade level. So kindergarten separately from first grade, first and second grade. Kindergarten does the STAR early literacy, and you can see the performance increases in kindergarten over time for the district and the regions, and the comparison by race, ethnicity, and the comparison by ELL and SWD status. Next, we'll go into the grade 1 performance. And grade 1 performance shows a 2-year comparison because in 2023, we had a mixed administration where half the students were administered the STAR early literacy and the other half were administered STAR reading. And since then, we have continued to administer STAR reading for first graders in the PM2 window for all first graders for PM2 for 24 and 25, so it's a better comparison. And finally, our grade 2 performance for STAR reading. This is the one area where we saw sort of flat performance. In all other areas, we saw increases. So this is one area where we will look to look at the grade 2 performance at our schools. The rest of the slides show the math performance, and we saw increases in math performance for kindergarten, grade 1, and grade 2. I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Cohn.
Thank you, sir. Slides 36 through 41 are graduation, acceleration, and college and career readiness. These slides shift the focus to secondary outcomes, including graduation rates, acceleration, and college and career readiness. I'm going to draw your attention to slide 37, where this data represents our 2025 district grade for 2 of the 12 components. So as we can see, our data shows a positive trend in the right direction here. There is about 8-point increase in college and career readiness acceleration. The remaining slides show how we made those increases and the strategies we used to get to there. And we can see that these are having some positive trends and that they are working. As we move into our emphasis around this particular area, we know that acceleration rates will continue to climb with professional learning, school-based acceleration coaches, and intentional scheduling practices. Our senior action plans combined with counseling check-ins will help to support ongoing progress monitoring, help identify students needing additional support. And then our focus on aligning middle school offerings to high school acceleration pathways will also show some strengthening across our acceleration pipeline. That concludes our presentation.
We'll turn it over to the board for any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. Very detailed, very thorough. I do have some questions. If you go to slide 7. Okay, so on slide 7, I couldn't help but to notice, and it's an ongoing concern, when we look at PM2 trend from 2023 to 2025, in terms of ELA by race and ethnicity, it appears that our black students seem to not be performing at the same level as our white students and Hispanics. When we look at, for example, the PM2 2025 level 3 and above, it shows 36 for black students, 45% for Hispanics, and 61% for whites. Now, I know a lot of the performance issues that we observe among our African American students, some of it has to do with different kind of issues. Some of it could be economic disparity, equity issues, and I believe we tried to address some issues in terms of equity in some of the actions that we take, Dr. Hepburn, including our last discussion on when we talk about making sure all of our students have access to computers and internet access and so on. And these are that's one of many measures that we need to take as a district to make sure that we address the disparity so we can narrow the gaps between our student performance based on race. We also can look at how the kind of programs that we provide and the kind of interventions for these students, we need to look at areas such as discipline, attendance, all these issues that result in students not performing. So I am concerned about the difference in performance with our students. And the question that I have is, what actions are we taking to narrow the gap that seem to exist by race and ethnicity when we look at performance on slide 7 for ELA students?
Thank you, Dr. Holden. That's a good question. So I'll before I turn it over to Dr. Fulton, I do want to point out that the students are making progress year after year. So they're continuing to progress from year after year, which is a good thing. Right. And so I know the team will talk about some detailed strategies and things like that, but we also understand that many of our communities either have certain levels of outside support for students versus what we offer in school, right? So when folks are starting the race, we'll resource, we'll engage with community and parents and things like that. That does make a difference too. And so we're not just focused on what we're doing inside of our buildings, also focus on a holistic approach and ensuring that we engage our families too to talk about the importance of what they can do to supplement instruction at home as well. So I'll turn it over to the team so they can add any more additional details.
So I'll start, and I'll also echo what Dr. Hepburn said. There is some positive, but certainly not enough progress for all of us to say that we are doing a great job for all of our students. Right. But if you see from year to year, they're making progress within their own group, but also the gap is closing narrowly, but not closed enough. And I always talk about when you look at research, are we closing achievement gaps? And I don't like the term closing. I like the term eliminating, because eliminating means they should not be there. All kids should be learning and learning at the same rates. And so part of it is looking at access and opportunity to make sure all of our students have the same access and opportunity to high quality instruction and high quality learning. Right. So to really eradicate and to make sure these opportunities are closed and eliminated is to start from the very beginning. Right. Like early learning, what we provide our students before they even walk in the door ready for a formalized K-12 environment. So if you walk in the door in kindergarten with a high vocabulary, right? Understanding numeracy, pre-basic skills, you're on the track to be successful. So oftentimes we are doing 2 tracks in terms of where our students show up and where we need them to be, and always playing catch up. So where we find our gaps in some of our schools is making sure they have all of the resources and the supports to accelerate the learning in all of our students. We all agree that all students can learn. There isn't a group of students that is more superior than the other group. It's just making sure that all of our students are in front of high quality teachers, and when they are in front of high quality teachers, they are going to learn. So this continues as it is a concern for you. It is a concern for me, it's a concern for our students and also administrators, and we work diligently to make sure that we eliminate these gaps that we see here, because our goal is to educate, to graduate all of our students, whether they're going to college, career, or life. We want to make sure we set them on the path to be successful. And I'll have my team share some more specific things that we are doing to support our teachers and our administrators in that area.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fulton. And you must have been thinking what I'm thinking, because I was about to talk about, our early learning programs, because how you start a race has a lot to do with how you finish it, right? So if you're starting out, for example, we talk about students in, say, for example, the Broward Estates community, with 70% of those students not being kindergarten ready. And then by 3rd grade, we have a lot of those students repeating, not being eligible for promotion. So, the emphasis has to be as well on our early learning approach or early learning programs. I believe that 3rd grade is a good place to predict how successful a student will be. So if they come into kindergarten and thinking about a community that 70% are coming into kindergarten not ready for kindergarten, and by third grade, those students are repeating. And unfortunately, sometimes this impact communities that experience certain concerns, such as economic concerns in terms of availability of resources and so on. So as a school district, I believe we have a responsibility to address those needs the best way we can, so we can reduce disparities among our students. Because I think all of our students can learn, and if provided with the right resources. And as a district, I think we have an obligation to do everything we can to do so. So I'd like to go to slide 9. For slide 9, it shows that overall FAST performance in math for past 3 administration of the FAST testing. I did notice, however, that the South seems to have a reasonable higher performance on the PM3 of 2024. I am assuming the same trend will continue with PM3 of 2025 or even higher. So just a question, is the South doing anything different that they've achieved this level? And it's not meaning to say the others are not doing great, but is there something they're doing that we can emulate that will enable the rest of the regions to be equally successful?
So I'll take this, and what I will say, we are one district, right? And we try not to look at our district in silos, the South, North, Central, and SEO.
Understand.
However, there are pockets of success that we like to make sure we scale up across our district, and there are great things that are happening in all of our schools. When we're looking at the data, when we find some schools that are consistently performing higher, we definitely want to see what is the magic formula that may be happening in that school that is showing consistent trends of positive data moving forward. Right. And so what we do is we definitely do what we call walking learning communities. Right. We take principals at schools and we look at specific best practices that may be happening at those schools and seeing what is it that you can take to scale up what you're doing at your school just to make your progress even better. There are some great things going on in the South. There are some great things going in North, Central, and even in STO. And our goal is to making sure all of the great things are happening, not in pockets, but full scale across our entire district, because it's for all of our students to benefit from best practices. Okay, great. Because, for example, in District 5, you may have schools like Endeavor that I'm impressed with under the former principal. And you look at best practices that they have that you can share with other schools. So not to say the South is any different than the rest of the district, but maybe there's something there that we could look at that would benefit the rest of the district. So we are one district, but I couldn't help but to notice the difference in the performance and wondering what is it that we could adopt district-wide that they're doing. So slide 13. And I'm almost done. So on slide 13 for high, I looked at the Broward strategy where it says high achieving 8th graders in Broward do not take the FAST math grade 8 assessment. And this seems to be the rationale for, I guess, the performance of our 8th grade math. So is Broward the only district where students in 8th grade, high achieving 8th graders do not take the FAST math? Because I guess my concern is when we look at the statewide PM2 achievement level 3 and above, it seems to be significantly higher than than the data that we have for PM2, and the PM2 2023 was higher than our PM2 2025 for 8th grade math. So
what are we doing to ensure that we are trending upwards as opposed to be trending downwards and to get closer to the state average? And I understand the rationale of high achieving 8th graders not doing fast. They're taking other options such as algebra. But I would assume that looking at the statewide average, that other school districts are also having students not, the high achieving students not taking the fast. So how do we, I'm not sure if that's a good rationale to explain why we're not performing to the state average. So what can we do to mirror the state average, or at least to trend upwards for 8th grade?
Dr. Fulton, if I may, and then I'll turn it over to you. So I just want to explain the strategy here. So most of the large school districts in the state, we pretty much implement a similar strategy. In the state of Florida, if a student comes out of 7th grade with a level 3 or above in math, they are a part of our, my math is it numerator? They're part of the numerator for acceleration. So denominator, right? Denominator for acceleration. That's what I thought. I was about to say the D word, but the denominator for acceleration. So in a sense, the state says, hey, if you come out of math, out of 7th grade math with a level 3, you should be in algebra or above.
Okay.
So, and that counts toward our accountability grade for acceleration. Most of the large school districts implement the same practice where we ensure that the majority of our 8th grade students who receive a level 3 in math or above are in algebra in middle school. Some school districts may not practice that, and they put those kids in 8th grade math, and hence why you see a higher state average. But for us, we support acceleration. We make sure that if kids have the potential, meet the potential with the right data, we're going to put them in the right courses. So what happens is you have all of your level 3, 4s, and 5s in algebra in 8th grade, and in 8th grade math, you have your level 1s and 2s. Students who started the race a little bit late, but for whatever reason that may be, resources, early learning issues, whatever the case may be. And so we have two things we're working on. Number one, we're implementing strategies to close that gap for our students who are in 8th grade math so they can continue to progress, because we want them to be successful in algebra when they actually get to high school, because that we know that is a gateway course for a lot of other courses to have those great post-secondary opportunities. Number two, on the back end, we understand that philosophies in the past may have affected students right now who are in 7th and 8th grade. So we're ensuring starting early on in elementary school, and especially in 6th grade math, that we're exposing students to the right standards, the right content, so they can be successful by 7th and 8th grade year. So it's a compression of two things. Deal with the issue right now of our level 1s and 2s in 8th grade math, making sure they progress with the right strategy, supporting our schools, and also starting in elementary school and into middle school, making sure they're getting the right dose of instruction, so we don't have this large amount of 1s and 2s continuing to move up the ladder. We want to make sure they are 3s and above moving up the ladder.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Dr. Hepburn. When we look at the data for those who actually took the fast testing in 8th grade, those who weren't exempt because of algebra and geometry, it tends to be slightly trending downwards, right? So could you reiterate the actions to trend upwards for those who are actually taking?
Yeah, so I'll get them to talk about the details of the specific strategies, but the students who are currently 8th grade math and even last year, there are some deficits that the team is addressing in their current year right now, so we continue to trend up. But as far as state average, that's why you see the state average like twice as large, and that'll be reflected in most of the large urban school districts, because our philosophies is that all of our level 3s and above will be in algebra. The state is holding us accountable for it already anyway, and it's also a gateway course to ensure that our kids are taking advantage of great post-secondary opportunities after high school. Go ahead.
So we have a short-term response to your question and also a long-term response, because this is a problem that we want to make sure we eradicate, meaning our data trends upward moving forward. And Dr. Hepburn is correct in terms of the cohort of students who are taking the FAST test in 8th grade. The majority of the students who are accelerating in math are sitting in geometry or sitting in algebra, and they're taking the EOCs at the end of the year. So the students who are taking this course are typically our level 1 students, and our level 2 students have traditionally struggled in mathematics. So long term is we want to make sure our teachers are equipped to be able to lay the foundation for mathematical skills and concepts for our students in as early as elementary school.
Right.
Because math is a spiral subject, meaning you constantly revisit a lot of things over and over.
Right.
So if you miss something, and as you build on mathematics, it can create a deficit because your foundation isn't strong enough. So, for example, addition, subtraction, dividing, and multiplying, adding fractions, the answer will always be the same. It doesn't change. But our students are sometimes missing the fundamentals, so when they start going to the higher grades, they don't have anything to build on. So what we're doing is to ensure at the elementary level that we're building a strong foundation for our students. And when they go to middle school, even if they're not having success at level 3s or higher, we're still exposing them to rigorous courses like advanced math, so they can be exposed to the pre-algebra skills that they're going to have, because eventually our students have to get into algebra, and we don't want to set them up for failure. So we're trying to build that foundation early on so that when they get into 8th grade, they will have more success than what we're having now for the long term. And I'll have Dr. Cohn kick off on what we're doing right now, because as we receive this PM2 data, we made a lot of realignments to be able to support our teachers, but most importantly our students, so that when PM3 comes, that we would definitely meet the target goals that we set.
Yeah. And so in addition to what Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Fulton shared, we have reshifted some of our support to schools that are our critical schools based on the PM2 results, so that they have quality exemplar teachers in there. And part of the gap is not only just with our students, but our teachers, as you are well aware, that not every teacher is fluent in math. And so we have to really dedicate some time to professional learning to ensure that when they are providing lesson plans around math, that they provide concrete representational abstract conceptual thinking. They have explicit instruction. They're using work samples and rubrics to help drill down those particular deficits. And they're using Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions through the MTSS process to really drill down the isolated areas of deficit. And so this year we focused on math critical content PD, that we are focusing around a lot of our critical schools to get those teachers really up and to understand what that looks like in application. And so we're doing a deeper dive with our teachers to make sure that explicitly they understand the concepts and the standards and the resources, and aligning it to make sure that students, as Dr. Hepburn said, in those earlier grades, plateau to a point where they are not really over the summer losing that summer gap or that implementation gap, but they're really resurging so that the teachers, as they get them in middle school, are having those reciprocal vertical conversations, handing the students off to them and saying, here are where the deficits are. I'm going to actually reteach, spiral, and make sure that you're ready. So we're doing a lot of things this year in terms of pushing in additional support. We're also leveraging high dosage tutoring in many of those schools. We use varsity tutors to push in, because one of the things that you talked about earlier in the ELA piece is we don't always have a captive audience after school. And so what do we do during the day to really capture them? So high dosage tutoring is pushing in math, pushing in ELA, so that you get a high quality second teacher credential to focus on math and literacy, so that we're really moving the gauge.
Okay, so I appreciate that, Dr. Cohn, because, you know, when I look at that data, right, I appreciate the high achieving students, but looking at our students who are not taking algebra or geometry and looking at their performance, and as Dr. Fulton mentioned, math is sequential, right? Acquisition of content has a lot to do with repetition and remedial efforts, right? To ensure that students, and ongoing remedial support as they move from one grade level to the next, that they have that solid foundation to succeed. Because when they get to 8th grade and you're looking at students taking the FAST testing in math, and you look at the performance not being up to par with the state average, or it's trending downwards, you know, it leaves a concern for me, because these kids are going on to high school, and then those kids move on to college, you know, so that I am hoping that that will be an active area of concentration, because math is essential to succeed. Even when you enter college, even if math is not your major, or your major is not math specific, you still have to get through college algebra and all these other preliminary math courses with anything that you're going to do. So I'm hoping for 8th graders who are taking the fast math that we have continue with significant interventive approach to make sure they succeed and can succeed in high school. All right, thank you. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Chair, in your house, when you get like really, really awesome news, what do you do?
Share it with others.
Yeah. Well, we ought to be in every one of our 239 campuses, in every Kiwanis Club and Key Club and Rotary Club and City Commission meeting talking about these results. These results are not good, they're great. They're a confirmation of a strategy that has been going on here for a little while, which I talked to outside of the board as a rising tide lifts all ships. It's a significant investment in data chats and in data-driven decision-making. It's a significant investment in compensation for our frontline teachers and administrators. It's policies and procedures and budgets all around that kind of remind the community that traditional public education contributes more to the well-being and the welfare of Broward County than any other institution in Broward County. And thankfully, we have a metric at the end of all of that investment and that strategizing, which turns out to be either FAST scores, components of school letter grades, and the like. Last year, we were excited because we became an A district and ended the year with no D&F schools. I haven't heard anything, Mr. Superintendent, in your briefing about D&F schools, so I'm going to assume that we also will not have any by the end of this year, which means that our next target, according to the superintendent's strategy, is C schools. We had 43 elementary C schools last year. If, in fact, our strategy is a rising tide lifts all ships, there's a lot of ships rising up and the tide's high. And I'm dying to see where this takes us by the end of the year. So one, there's a huge confirmation of what is going on out there. This is a board. We don't do school things. We don't teach. We don't hire teachers. We don't get involved in the operations of schools. But what's going on in those schools is a result of the policies and the budgets and other decisions made by this board. And so we should be proud of that, but we really need to make sure that we recognize that there's 13,600 teachers out there, 206 principals, roughly 550 assistant principals and school bus drivers and custodial workers and all of that who have lifted this up. As we've mentioned before, there's over 800,000 people in Broward County who are directly contributing to these scores. And to me, this is front of the Sun Sentinel, front of the Florida News. This is a big deal. I cannot wait to see what happens to C schools by the end of this year, but I think that the results are going to be absolutely shocking to the community because of their positive nature. This news is so big, I'd be tempted to ask to recess this meeting. We need to focus on our core mission, and this presentation is our core mission. It's K through 12 education, and this is our report card on how you're doing, from graduation rates to letter grades in schools to PM3 results. It's remarkable. I'm going to carry on, as I often do, with Dr. Holness's comments. He pointed out on slide 7 that black students are not doing as well as white students, and Hispanic students or Latino students are not doing as well as white students. One of the comments made here earlier today is that the scores are closing. I don't see any evidence of that in these scores. I have stared at these scores for a week since they came out. I don't see any evidence that the gap between black and white or Hispanic and white are closing. And in fact, I see a lot of evidence that it's growing. And Dr. Holness, a very effective way that big, large urban districts are working on that issue is to focus on letter grade schools and to disproportionately invest in those schools, because right now, if you look at the 43 C-rated elementary schools we have in Broward County, 83% of the students are black and brown. I think it's time that we challenge the superintendent to come back with a formal plan and say, what are you doing about the C-rated elementary schools? Because if we fix the kids before they get out of 5th grade, middle school and high school is a lot easier, right? We've talked a lot about how quickly do we get people to math and English, but other subjects as well, to grade level, because once you get to grade level, you can learn faster, it's easier, there's no social stigma, there's no risk of being not promoted and the like. Things get better, you know, if we get them early. And I would ask, Chair, for the board to think about asking the superintendent to come back in time to implement next year a plan to lift all ships, including black and brown ships, which means we need a plan for the C-rated schools. It might be a plan that extends the learning day. It might be a plan that asks teachers if they're really committed to a Title I kind of environment in which many of these schools operate in. It might be a time for leadership to be selected specifically for those schools. But to me, Dr. Holness, that's walking the talk. Because right now, I don't think we have any evidence that the talking the talk that we've done here has made any improvements up to this year. Our PM2 results, the gap between black and white and brown and white, are either worse or the same. And so I think it's time that we ask Dr. Hepburn to come back and tell us what are we going to do about C schools next year and how much money does he need in order to do whatever is the most effective thing for those schools. So that's where I hear your comments. I get the data, but I want to walk the talk. I can't just sit here and stare at these numbers any longer and say, gee, that's unfortunate. I also know that a black brain and a brown brain and a white brain are all equally capable. So when we have results like that, I feel like our system is responsible, not theirs. A little bit more reality. We continue as a board to be okay with operating inefficiently. We know that if we close 33 schools, we'll be able to increase educator pay by 10 percentage points and increase our capital account between $400 and $500 million. I'm not going to be quiet about this because I'm here to make this the best district in the country, not to enjoy 4% improvements in PM2 scores, which is wonderful because of where it's going to take us. But we continue as a board to be okay with inefficiency, and this board member is not. We also, Mr. Superintendent, continue in my mind to operate in very traditional models. Other districts in the United States are innovating. They're doing exciting things. They're putting more hours into schools where it makes sense. They're vectoring teachers to transition grades like 6th and 9th grade, the most effective teachers. And they're also vectoring to K through 2 so that by 3rd grade, they're enjoying much better results in terms of grade level achievement by the 3rd grade. I would challenge this board and I'd challenge our staff to think a little bit about the innovations that are going on out there and ask us if we're willing to take the risk to move forward with some of those innovations. I don't know that the board and the superintendent are. But I know that if we don't take some risks, all we're going to be doing is shooting for being really good, and I think we ought to be shooting for being the best that we possibly can. The biggest issue that I see in all of this is kind of this lingering concern that I have, that Broward County Public Schools are 4 times bigger than private schools. Broward County's traditional public schools are 4 times bigger than the number of students in public charter schools. But the perception of traditional public schools lags behind the reality. When you look at these results, when you see the test grades, when you realize that maybe 90% of our schools next year will be A or B schools, a huge percentage of our schools will be A or B by the end of this year. A big challenge that we have is how do we get this message out to people while still working on ways to make it better. That's great. But the real issue, and the reason I asked our chair about how she celebrates, is that this is a huge celebration. The results here are just astronomical. And as we move forward with this rising tide lifts all ship model, it's great to see that the feedback, the honest feedback we get. You can't make up test scores. You just cannot. In fact, if schools don't have 95% of their kids taking the test, what happens to the test scores, Chair?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
If 95% of a student in a school don't take a fast test, what happens to the test scores?
Dr. Hepburn.
They're not validated right away.
Right, but the community needs to know that. This is an honest test. You can't fake this, right? These are teachers, these are parents, these are students working their butts off to make better progress in a system that is getting better and better and better every year. And if they don't get all of their kids virtually to take the test, they don't count, right? And so this is a good, honest feedback test. It includes students of all types. It includes the kid that came here last year that didn't speak English, right? You get a year transition, then you got to sit for the test. I mean, it is ruthless the way the state administers this test. But this is a good test. It's an honest test, and it says that Broward County is doing some great things. And I'm looking forward to thinking about how do you make great even greater, because the big message here today is that the academics of Broward County Schools is strong. It will continue to get stronger. So thank you all for all the hard work.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. I'm not going to ask an exorbitant amount of questions because I assume that my colleagues would have already asked that. So it's just a few slides I'd like to refer to. Page 3. And most of my questions I'm going to ask for a follow-up for later, not today, to give you an opportunity because, like I said, I'm sure my colleagues asked the same question. Why are we decreasing in all these columns since 2024? Unless that's on
Page 3.
slide 3. Yes. Did you?
So let me just explain it, just for clarification. So the gray line or gray bar is PM3 data from last year.
Yes.
The purple bar and the green are PM1 and PM2. Right. So if you go to the next slide, slide 4. So what you are looking at right now that was on slide 3 is 2025, which is represented in the green bar on page 4. So last year's PM2 data is the orange.
Got it.
Right. So we've increased our PM2 data. So
that
which
makes more sense.
Yeah. So the trend for PM3 for this school year should continuously go up and surpass the gray line on the previous page. Yep.
Okay. Well, there's that.
Yep.
See? And I'm assuming it's going to be the same thing for this. On page 8, our subgroups under ELL and SWDs.
Correct. So we're moving up. Again, like Dr. Fulton said, we're not satisfied with the achievement of both of those subgroups and continue to figure out what we need to continue to help them close their proficiency and learning gaps. But yeah, they're trending up also.
Right, very slowly.
Yep.
I noticed that, and I would actually like to get, as a follow-up, some specific strategies on what we will be doing differently that really is going to show a very positive, sustaining increase. I have been asking about our subgroups from day one getting here. It's hard to be a reading teacher in high school with kids with third grade reading levels and trying to get them 6 years into that 1 year. So doing the right thing which is what we're doing, focusing on getting them to that point much earlier. But especially our ELLs and our SWDs. So when you come with that, I really appreciate it. And I also wanted to comment that we are slowly increasing our race, black and brown students. However, it is absolutely not enough, and same thing with them. You know, what particular specific strategies are we going to be utilizing so every student in every classroom with every teacher will be able to make progress in every school. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We noted that follow-up.
Thank you. Landon?
Good morning. I want to, thank you. I want to start off by thanking you all and your teams for the work you all do. I have to give two special shout outs, not that anybody else is not my favorite, but from feedback, I'm in schools almost every day, different schools across the district hearing feedback. I want to first start off by thanking our CTASTE department, led by Ms. Formoso. The feedback that I hear from students all around the district about the CTE offerings is impressive. And I wanted to make sure I recognize that. Also, our ESOL programs with Ms. Saldala, the dedicated intervention that students are receiving in the ESOL program is fascinating to learn about. And I've seen some really impressive stories from students. So wanted to share that. My main point that I wanted to bring up this morning is the concept of course planning and guidance intervention at the high school level. What I've heard, we're on school visit number 29, what I've probably heard at 29 schools is that students feel like they don't know what is available to them. And to me, I feel like it's an easy fix, right? I think that, our schools have such amazing programs, and not even if it's an accelerated opportunity, but maybe it's a program that students don't know about or a class that students don't know about. We're hearing a lot that students aren't aware of what's available to them. And something I think would be very beneficial. And obviously, I'm not an expert in this area at all, so I don't want to, say like I'm sharing an idea with maybe without the experience of knowing how this works. But I think it would be really helpful for students to be able to, in freshman year, take a look at what's available to them over the next 4 years, right? Because I think it would be beneficial for students to kind of map out what their 4 years in high school would look like. I have an older sibling. I was able to work with them to kind of figure out what classes I should take when. But I think showing students freshman year what that matriculation could look like would be very beneficial. But overall, I'm grateful for the work that you all do, the work that our school-based staff do. It's been amazing to hear about the academic opportunities and improvements that students are having at their schools. So I absolutely wanted to recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I guess I will wrap it up with just saying thank you so much for the information. As my board members have said, great information, and we are definitely moving in the right direction. There are things that need to move a little higher, a little faster, but we appreciate all the work that you do, and we look forward to getting this information again when we finish the PM3.
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
I just have a 10-second comment. So I just want to reiterate and for Dr. Hepburn, when I look at slide 19 and slide 28, and I'm not necessarily going to go back there, but it shows our kindergarten performance based on race and ethnicity, and you can see how you start the race determine how you finish the race. So we have to have a great focus on our pre-learning programs, on our kindergarten programs, and I think if we start there over time and over the years, we'll change this. Because when you look at, for example, on slide 19, black students at PM2 is 27%, Hispanic students is 32%, white students 51%. So there's a huge difference even at the kindergarten level. So I think that's where we need to start with a major focus so we can ensure that whatever all of our students need from the beginning when they enter kindergarten, they have it and can succeed. So I think slide 19 and 28 pretty much summarize what we see as the culmination later on in 8th grade and other higher grade levels. Thank you.
And Chair, before you go, I have a question as well.
Okay.
It's okay now. I talked a little bit about a consensus on asking the superintendent to bring back a plan for lifting up the C-rated schools, that we end the school year next year. We need to do that now. There's financial implications and people implications and things like that. If the takeaway from this meeting is that we'll see that in time for implementing next year, that's great. If we need to get consensus, I'd appreciate that as well.
Okay. Dr. Hepburn?
I don't think we need to do consensus. This is the work we do every day, and how we plan for the future, which is the upcoming school year, and looking at the past to see how we can move the needle for instruction. So we have no problem producing something and sending that to the board separately in an email.
Okay.
Yep.
So you'll send that to us as a
Yep.
follow-up in what time frame?
Whatever time frame the team needs. They don't need a lot of time. There's the brain team right here. They can get it done in short order, which we're already getting it done. So,
Chair, could we do it in a month? Because we may need to bring some actions to the board, related resources and other things to implement the ideas.
By the next school board, or the April school board meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, that'll work.
Is that right? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess so that we can reorganize for the next item. Thank you again so much, staff.
I'm sorry.
And just so everybody knows, it is warm in here. The compressors are not working. They're working on it, so it's going to be a little warm. No, I didn't intentionally do it. I'm just letting them clear out. All these are available. Yeah. You're good now? Yeah, just remind me how. I'll grab it in a second. He's good enough, so this whole section's open? Yes. So at least
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Dave is there.
David's right here.
Also between now and with Dave there. Dave stays here. Okay. I'm safe between the two of you. They usually put me next to you.
Everybody's my favorite.
Usually they seat me next to people like that's not what I want to say.
Hello. Do you need water? Anybody else need water? They get a little warm in here. Someone broke the AC. I guess green advisory, you can't have a water bottle, right?
It was grape juice, and it was literally well, her daughter flew, and my son was on late. So I told her, but we were finding it to be my kids.
I'm not gonna. I mean, I can put them. We can put them there. I don't want to move them.
Definitely don't want to leave them out. The parent involvement task force is good for a place. They're going to be next to you, Alan.
I don't think so. Nope. But you can't see the chair, so this isn't really a good.
Thank you, and welcome back to our board workshop. Our next item for discussion is committee reports. Please note for those who are participating in the quarterly joint school board and advisory committee groups discussion, that will be the opportunity to share information that's outside of your committee reports. So you're giving reports right now, and then we'll move to the next meeting, and that's where you can give anything that's beyond your committee reports. Before we get started, I'd just like to make a little announcement. To all committee chairs, liaisons, and members, we are pleased to announce that nominations for the District Advisory and Committee Volunteers category for the 2025 Community Involvement Awards to be held on Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. at the Lauderhill Performing Arts Center are now being accepted until March 21st. The public can nominate any member of any advisory for their work and service performed on the committee through December 2024. Please visit the Get Involved with BPCS webpage for more details to access the nomination forms. So again, nominations are being taken for the District Advisory and Committee Volunteers category until March 21st. So thank you so much. Okay, we'll start with our reports, and we will start with the Audit Committee.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Chair of the Audit Committee. Flu and sinus infection free and head totally clear. So it should be a fun day. So the Audit Committee's last meeting was on February 13th. Since one of the purposes of this new format was to convey motions and have discussion on it, the motion one of the motions we passed was to recommend that the Audit Committee be provided with a technological device that includes the necessary software security and ability to update agenda information automatically to reduce the financial and personnel costs associated with transporting and transmitting paper. The motion passed unanimously. This is a discussion that has been going round and round for the past couple of years. And it would also help me as the chair because I have been using my own personal device to transmit what we're looking at on screen. So that was that motion. We also transmitted, as usual, internal funds, property and inventory, and the annual comprehensive financial report, the ACFR, which at your last meeting, I believe, was FF2. We were unaware at our meeting that the ACFR would show up on the agenda a few days later, so our concerns were not transmitted with the ACFR. However, you have since received the Audit Committee report that mentions the concerns, and in terms of the minority, the three of us that voted against transmitting it because of all of the concerns the committee had, which had to do with how the interest for the settlement payment was being conveyed in the financials. Basically, we've had prior meetings where the chief financial officer stated that this was to avoid falling below 3%. We also had concerns about the new format of the interim financial statements, which have turned into budget reports. The fund balance policy requires you to show the percentage, and there's a state statute that's tied to that policy. We also invited the superintendent and the chief financial officer to our future meeting so that we can discuss our concerns related to the fund balance and the budget reports. So since you guys already heard this the first time, and actually what I did not go over last time was the Audit Committee had also passed some motions that were brought to you, looks like February 19th. There were responses from staff. Some of this we'd gotten responses, so the motion is no longer an open item. But we also transmitted the cap and gown audit. And some of the concerns from the Audit Committee was that they just simply cut a check for the 16 grand. You can cut a check without that being a sign that you're admitting to anything. It's just a gesture of good faith so that everybody can move on. We're looking for follow-up on the 80K. And, but basically, after the conversation, it seems like the next place for that audit to go and our unanswered questions, and especially the confusion over and the lack of response regarding the 16K and the 80K for the audit, is to simply give it to the Broward County OIG. And that was it as far as audit goes.
Okay, thank you. Next is Broward County Association of Student Councils and Student Advisor to the Board.
Good morning. Landon Spellberg, Student Advisor to the School Board. The reason I was a little late this morning is because I was able to stop by our Broward Student Leaders Day conference that has over 200 students attending today, with great presentations by Jostens Renaissance Education, who's providing a really innovative program for our student leaders across the district in a fully paid for and transportation provided event. So want to give a shout out to Ms. Enya Santiago from Athletics and Student Activities and the entire Athletics and Student Activities team for putting this together today. On the student government side this week, on Thursday, we will have our annual Mascot Mania competition, where all the different mascots from across the different high schools will come together to compete against one another. So that is a really fun event that's going on this week. In an update on our school visits, we have reached 29 schools and are on track to complete all 36 Speak Up, Speak Out sessions by the end of March. We've received some amazing feedback from students, and I continue to work with staff on various initiatives that we are working on based off of the feedback we receive. Primarily, we're receiving feedback regarding the area of guidance and school counseling, safety and security, and mental health. I want to say thank you to all of our staff and leaders in those areas who've been extremely collaborative in trying to make improvements. Next week, on Thursday, the Broward County Association of Student Councils will meet to have a discussion on the new district website and hearing from students what they think should be included on the district's website. So we're really looking forward to that discussion, as well as having elections for student advisor for next school year. As always, students are able to reach out to Alana or I at student.advisor@browardschools.com. And as always, we're here to be your voice and the vehicle of your voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is District Advisory Council.
Natalie Lynch Walsh again. I don't have a placard, but last I checked, I'm still the chair of DAC. So DAC met on the 12th, and our next meeting is next week. We have also invited the superintendent and staff to the next DAC meeting because we have been discussing basically creating a framework that's student-centered and also is aimed at increasing student enrollment. And the parents are concerned about transparency in terms of what's happening in the classroom. So we have discussed pacing guides with staff, syllabi, and having standards for those, as well as Canvas courses, having standards there, and lesson plans, and all of these things being public-facing. That was our last discussion, which is why we need, as much as we had a great discussion with the staff that was in the room, without having someone that can make a decision, that's as far as that can go, unless we then take it straight to the school board. We did not pass any motions at our last meeting, but let me check on motions that were passed before that. We've seen responses to some of our motions, and we'll be following up. District Advisory Council passed a motion regarding we recommend the school board implement the U.S. Department of Education's Planning Together a playbook for student personal device policies for the 25-26 school year as it relates to student cell phone use policy. What we got as a response was the document reference was provided to the group of FAU researchers who will be conducting the study on cell phone policies in schools. What that doesn't tell us is whether the district intends to use any of the wisdom in that document in moving forward, because just for anyone that wasn't there last summer, the cell phone ban happened all of a sudden at a board meeting and did not follow any of the guidelines in this playbook. The playbook was not put out by volunteers. The playbook was put out by the U.S. Department of Education and I believe their technology department. So I don't know how much more expert you can get in terms of guidance, but that was the response we got. So we're looking for a better response because this policy gets looked at every year. And what the guidance was saying in terms is the exact opposite of what happened in implementing the cell phone ban. So we're looking for a better response to that. DAC coming up next week. I see there's an item on the school board agenda directing the superintendent to standardize grading or something like that, which leads us to the student progression plan. And by the way, we can thank Linda for finding those ever elusive standards of service. They were apparently attached to the student progression policy and were removed 20 years ago. But the student progression plan addresses grading, and I haven't read all 130 pages of it, but it looks like I will before the next DAC meeting, and we'll have to see what's in there, because what we don't need to be doing is reinventing the wheel every time. And once we get into just in terms of membership on DAC, I don't believe that board appointees were always there, but we have ESOL as a seat. So we have, and if you eliminate ESOL, which that's a whole other discussion, but then how would we fill that seat? Because I'm glad to see the areas were recognized as being separate things, because the areas feed into DAC, and DAC has seats on other committees, one of which is facilities. So there's a lot of questions that this Doge-like movement brings up that it looks like we'll be discussing next. But one of which is, how do we get seats filled on DAC if you eliminate those committees? And then where do the seats for committees you didn't eliminate go? And how do we get there? And that's all I have for DAC right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Diversity Committee.
Good morning. I forgot that you guys had passed the 1020, so I was like sort of kind of prepared, but not. Common themes, and I apologize, I'm not doing too well this morning. Common themes observed are facility issues, standards of service issues, safety and security issues, as I mentioned last month. Several schools visited are experiencing major facility issues, and I know that you guys are working on that, and I believe the superintendent has a, you guys are doing a, what's that, assessment.
Facilities condition assessment.
Yes, thank you. Facilities assessment. Thank you so much. The last site visit, and I was reprimanded last month not to mention the school, so I'll make sure I won't do that. What we're noticing now is you guys have like a serious rat infestation issue, and that's across the board. So if someone from it doesn't work when you just send someone and say we're going to do like a what's that terminate what is it
Extermination?
Yes, extermination or whatever. That y'all need to kind of like bomb the place because it's really awful. And so I don't know if the extermination is however that's set up. Maybe someone can look into that. But there's a real issue with mice, rats, and whatever. The other issue we notice is that some of the principals are, with this reciprocal agreement you have with cities, there seems to be a disconnect between the principal, the district, and the city. And so while some schools have like it on lock and they know exactly what they need to do, other schools are like kind of confused and they don't know who to speak to. They're trying to make recommendations and requests, but they're not sure where that is. So if we can streamline that better, where principals have the autonomy to kind of reach out to the city or however that process is, maybe have like a training with the principals on how that works, because I think it's really great that the cities are involved with their schools and putting money into the schools, and I think that helps with the district and alleviate some of the financial pressures. And so if we can have the principals a little bit more versed in how that works, I think that would be a great partnership for the district. I know you guys are working on it, so I just want to emphasize on that. The other thing, too, is there seems to be some disconnect with project managers, I guess the Smart Bond program versus, there's another term, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I apologize. This report is trash, and I apologize. I'm just not doing well. Yeah, not DEFP, something else. I don't know what it is. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry. And the shoot, I'm sorry. This is a horrible week for me, and I apologize. You know what? I'll write something up and send it to you guys. I'm just not having a good day today. I apologize.
Yes, thank you so much for coming today. Next up will be Human Relations Committee.
She's fine. I got it. Sorry, having technical difficulties here. Hi, Nancy Fry, Chair for Human Relations Committee. At our last meeting, we had a great presentation from Kathy Keith, updating us on assessor management as well as the Bully Busters program. We also got word that we are up to 30 staff members at the time of the meeting that have been trained on Think Before You Post, and that is going to be rolled out to all middle and high schools to work on what our students are posting online and on social media to try and remedy some of those issues. We've also started with our Human Relations Committee, Human Relations Council conversations where we are reaching out to the schools and talking directly with the HRCs there on the ground to get more information about what's going on, and we're getting some fantastic feedback. We've so far heard from JP Taravella, sorry, trying to go through my notes here, Coral Springs Middle and West Broward High. So phenomenal students, and we're compiling all the feedback from them so that we can know what other issues we need to bring to the forefront and what we need to be advocating for. And this feedback will also be helping with creating some new curriculum for the leadership development program for all of our staff members that are looking for promotions. We also have some feedback directly from our HRC students as to what HRC means to them. They've been telling us some of that as well in light of our workshop later that is happening. But I just want to remind everyone the purpose of the Human Relations Committee is that we are the committee that is charged with getting student feedback, and that we were created after Columbine for the purpose of making sure that all students' voices are heard, not just those that have the ability to join student council, that those that have the popularity or the funds or the grades to be able to participate in those realms, but to have participation from the entire student body. And so I just want to read some comments that our HRC students have made about what HRC means to them. So first one, this organization has made me think deeply about my relationships with others and has allowed me to spread this mindset further. I believe that Human Relations Council has made a big impact on our community, and it would be devastating to see it go. HRC showed me the individual responsibility and impact that we have in our school with our actions or the absent from it, being part of the solution, and see that hate manifests not only in bullying or fights, but there's a background that I must stop before it ends in bigger issues. HRC gave me a voice and makes my school a better place with the combined efforts of my friends within the committee. Just knowing there is an organization advocating this issue is important to all students, knowing that they have a voice and a way to be part of the solution inside and outside the events. In every school that wants to promote awareness of students' well-being, HRC must be there. The HRC has had a huge impact on my school experience. It was the first space in school where I was able to share my ideas and contribute to my school community. The HRC is important in every school because it creates a space for kids who still haven't found their voice room to shine. I feel that HRC is incredibly impactful in terms of making the school our home and teaching others the importance of respecting one another and making everyone feel safe in our school. HRC has had an extremely strong impact in my school experience. Important events that allow students to learn new things, as in how to help themselves and others regarding mental health, communication, and integrity. HRC is something that should be in every school because it allows administrators and teachers the ability to hear their students freely without judgment. This council gives students a way to change things they feel need to be turned into something better. And I'm just highlighting these comments because I know that it is a priority of this district to welcome and focus on our student feedback. And this is not to diminish anything that the student advisor is doing, and those listening sessions are just as important. We need to make sure that we are accumulating as much student feedback as possible, and we should not be eliminating any methods by which our students can give feedback, because we have heard some important things from these students over the years, including urgent facilities issues with administration that have needed to be remedied, and we have seen a lot of positive outcomes based on the student feedback. And with that, I will give the rest of my time back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Exceptional Student Education Advisory Council.
Good morning. Jackie Luscombe, Chair of ESE Advisory. I reported at the school board meeting a couple of weeks ago, it feels, with our report. And on the basis that I'm sure probably none of you could name any of the things that I brought up there, I'll do it all again because we have so many important issues going on in our community. And I would like to also remind board members and the superintendent, it is so important to understand that the advisory operates not just as a tool for making formal recommendations and people putting their hands in the air and making a vote, but for us to be channeling you this feedback that we bring at these meetings. So I want to tell you a little about some of our committee's work as well. Our ACE Autism Committee has been supporting the autism community. They hold their meetings in the mornings in order to give people who can't make the evenings an opportunity to come along and provide that feedback, learn things, anything about how to draw up IEPs, to understanding behavior management, and discussing their various concerns with district staff. I'd like to say actually district staff do come along to each and every one of our meetings to provide that collaborative mechanism too. Our Down Syndrome Committee partners with the Gold Coast Down Syndrome Organization to provide meetings for the parent community in both capacities. at the end of last month. Their meeting was about developing IEPs and related services and providing updates from district staff on the end of school year ESY program coming up. Our Meaningful Inclusion Committee held a virtual meeting for a parent education session by 2 neurodiverse college students talking about how they advocate for their unique needs in school and the community to be successful. And at ESE Advisory, as I've recapped before as well, we had a lovely guest speaker talking about the importance of every child being seen for their abilities, not their disabilities. There was a lot else as well. We had issues with progress reports not going out. I said at this board meeting back on whenever it was, a couple of weeks ago, 19th, I think, was the last regular school board meeting. I mentioned then I still have not had any formal provision of the various memos that went around providing you folks, the board members, with information about why us folks, the parents, didn't get our kids' IEPs, IEP progress reports on Focus in the Focus Parent Portal. And I do think it would be courteous that if the memo that you folks received was prompted by the fact that I let you know about it and asked questions, I think it would be very courteous for me to be included as a representative of our stakeholders in the responses and answers to the questions that raised. I had a lovely meeting with the superintendent a couple of weeks ago. I'm sorry he's had to leave in the middle of a committee reports. We're not the seventh inning stretch, and I do hope that we have the attention of everybody when we speak. It's such an important 5 minutes. My meeting with the superintendent, we spoke about cameras in classrooms, the need for you folks to please move forward with the cameras in classrooms policy, get that done. I don't see it coming up on a school board agenda, but you could have that in place by the end of the year and ready for ESY for the students with disabilities whose parents want a camera in an ESE classroom. There is no need in our parents' opinions to be waiting for the state to bring in a program which it may or may not do and is just talking about and hasn't really might not actually go anywhere with their legislation. You could beat that to the draw, get this program put in, and be providing parents who are looking at putting their kids into Broward schools this summer that extra safety layer that no other district offers. It would be so important. My work also includes a lot of offline work, not just at meetings. Meetings are the tip of the iceberg. And just to give you an idea of what some of those parent issues have been, we've had parents of kids without services, parents of kids who are being suspended without any paperwork or process, parents looking at private and charter schools, and believe me, I do my bit to speak up for BCPS, parents having problems with charter schools as well as BCPS, parents lost in the system, parents wanting to know how to make a state or OCR complaint, parents looking to hire lawyers, parents having bullying, assault issues not dealt with, a parent adjudicated a bully for bringing a discrimination complaint on behalf of their student, and so much more. So I do hope you understand that the work we do, and I look forward to discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is the Facilities Task Force.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Burke-Mulhorn, Facilities Task Force Chair. Our meeting was February 6th. We did have quorum. Again, we're located in our new location in Mirror Lakes Media Center. Our next meeting, our upcoming meeting, will be Thursday, March 6th. You're invited. New business. We did have a guest, one of our frequent guests and the only guest that we seem to can get to our meeting. Thank you, Dr. Wanza, providing an update for our redefining process. She gave us some key points of dealing with the cost savings, the grade extension, and the community input. One of the facilities condition assessment was brought up for Broward Estates. We request for raw data from the facilities condition assessment, discussion on the importance of transparency and that public records. It was mentioned that an assessment of Broward Estates was completed on January 8th. There was some confusion and frustration about the availability and transparency of the assessment data. The members requested the raw data from the facilities condition assessment, emphasizing that this is public records. Talked about costs. It was mentioned that the cost saving for Broward Estates was a little over $1 million, and the cost saving is primarily due to elimination of support allocations for the traditional elementary school at the Broward Estates. We asked for an itemized breakdown of these cost savings because, you know, you can say it's $1 million, but we wanted to see where the costs or the savings were. Dr. Wanza talked about the community partners, and we would like to see a detailed list of these partners because we did have guests there from the Broward Estate community. She mentioned that the early learning programs would start in the newest classrooms and not the older 1950 buildings. And she talked about having an upcoming meeting with the community, which I think they had Monday, not think they had it on Monday. And we were asking for what's the goals as far as the services that will be needed at the early learning center. Also, during our meeting, we had a motion to recommend that the facilities chief and the relevant staff members attend monthly facility task force meetings. Our liaison is effective. However, what he doesn't know, he doesn't know. And it's very hard for us to keep communication going back and forth with the liaison, asking questions and getting answers very late. You have a whole month to get answers, but we seem to still not be receiving the answers. It's a lack of, members express frustration. The facilities chiefs and regular staffs were not consistently attending. Our questions, our issues that have been raised were not being answered. It's important to have a direct communication. That's why we've asked that they come to the meetings. Members wanted to ensure the staff responsible for facilities were directly involved in the discussion and decision-making. And we needed that transparency and consistency. So we're asking again that that they show up because we have issues such as the HVAC filters, the lightning protection system. We talked about different items concerning the aging, the work order aging and open work orders, and the increase of work orders compared to decreasing of work orders. We have HVAC filters piling up in hallways, concerns about fire hazard, waste of taxpayer funds. We need clarification on all of these things that don't seem to be being expressed through our liaison, or he's not getting answers. We don't know. We're not blaming him, but somehow we're not getting answers to our questions. So consistently, we have the same agenda every week, every month, and we're not getting much done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Thank you. Mary Fertig, Parent Community Involvement Task Force. The Parent Community Involvement Task Force has been very busy these past few weeks. Last week, we partnered with Dr. Canning and several other staff members on a parent university program, Welcome to Kindergarten. And we thank Ms. Hickson, Dr. Hepburn for participating in our program, and we look forward to seeing all the kindergarten children come. Wednesday of last week, we were in this room hosting the Community Partners Forum. And again, I want to thank you, Debbie, for participating in the program, and Dr. Hepburn. And we are very appreciative to the staff who were our initial speakers. And just for those of you who don't know, when we hold these, we have about 10 to 15 minutes of speaking up front. So these were some of our speakers. We had Dr. Stewart and Nyasha Mighty Hines and Eric Chisholm come speak about strategic partnerships and the Superintendent Screening Committee. And then we go and we are at group discussions with tables set all over the room, and we talk with nonprofits. Those conversations are facilitated by members of our task force. We found over time that having volunteers talk to people in the community really elicits great responses, and it's a very upbeat experience for those people. We love it. So so we had 9 questions, and I think most groups got to 2. We started at 11:30, we ended at 1:30, and it was a great discussion. So who comes? Nonprofits come, municipalities come, other people in our community who help to augment the services that you provide for students. We are summarizing the information that we received from the participants, and we will be submitting that to you in a future report. So the task force met last evening. That would be March 3rd, and we were kind of talking about our nonprofit forum, and it's great, Dr. Holness, because your representative, Jessica, left the forum and went back to her school. Ken King had come from Children's Services Council and told us about their magazine and all that tells about all the services that families have, and Jessica brought that to us last night and said, these were sitting in an office of a school I went to, but they weren't in the hands of the families. So what can we do? And that took us back to where we started. We actually looked up our recommendations, where one of our recommendations was to have an online resource for families to be able to go to find the nonprofits that have been approved by the Superintendent Screening Committee and are available to families. So our first motion is that we're recommending the school board make the Community Services Council resource guide available on every school's website, and ask all SAC and SAF chairs to share the resource with their membership at least once a year. And there's just a feeling that, yes, you might walk in and grab a magazine, but you also might go online on your school website or somewhere else to find these services. I had thought that was done. It could have fallen by the wayside. Okay, and then we discussed a conversation that we will have later. I'll share this now and then have more to say about it later. We have a motion coming forward with a recommendation for the workshop agenda item. Motion was made to recommend the Parent Community Involvement Task Force recommends the district do a comprehensive review of parent and community involvement in our district, completed by a group that includes community stakeholders, with the purpose of researching and understanding community and parent involvement in Broward County Public Schools, reviewing what is working, identifying what changes would be made to lead to greater involvement. We ask this process be done before the board considers a policy to restructure the advisory committee model. This applies to current and future policy proposals, and the motion passed unanimously. And finally, stay tuned. We have our next Parent University on March 12th with Dr. Wilson. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see the sign, but I don't want to skip anyone. So Small Business Advisory Committee. Okay. Technology Advisory Committee.
Okay. Good morning, board members, Superintendent. Linda Ferrara, Technology Advisory Committee. I just want to mention that your Green Committee is not listed on the agenda, so if you just want to add that. Oh, you got it. Okay, so put it on there. We met on February 10th, and we reviewed the membership policy for TAC, and that led to the discussion of succession planning, which I guess we'll get into later. We did have a review of Final Site, hopefully to launch by June. This keeps getting pushed back, and hopefully by that time we'll have something. We've been waiting 2 years for this. discussed features that would be made available and the training. Ms. Collins and Ms. Wilson provided the overview of final site. In reference to computer and internet access, it raised a flag for me. By not maintaining the strategic plan for technology from 2014, internet access seems to have dropped from focus by the district. We used to have a technology strategic plan every 5 years, and now it's 10 years we haven't seen a new one. And reviewing that one, a lot of things seem to have dropped off. So maybe it's time to reconvene a committee to review our strategic plan. Most of, I would say 90% of the counties do have one, and we do not. We also discussed possible options. We know that what was there during COVID is no longer available for those companies that came forward with internet access for students. Funding dried up, their business model changed, and they're no longer available. But what we did find is there are smart spots available. That's similar to what the libraries use, but they do come at a cost, but are available or are eligible for E-rate funding. But they also have restrictive usage, which is outlined on their web pages. We did discuss job descriptions, as we brought it up a couple of years ago, stating that there was no entry-level position for our IT students. So what we did was we reviewed the jobs descriptions looking at the barriers from hiring BCPS students. IT is looking at it too. Using certifications instead of 4-year job experience would be a start. The other option for beginners is an AA or 2 years experience. So that's not helping the students that were already coming out of our system. The final question is, back in June 24, we developed a internet safety plan. Rule 6A.10957, Florida Administrative Code, required an internet safety policy by September 1st, 2003. So we probably will get an update as to where that stands right now, because we're running 2 years behind. It seems like a lot of the other counties already have theirs established. And that is my report.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, I don't see the sign, but Bond Oversight Committee. Just don't want to make sure someone's not sitting in the audience. Okay. Next is ESOL Leadership Council.
There you go. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Hembrook, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adriana Escobar, and I honored to serve as the chair of the steering committee for the ESOL Leadership Council for the 2024-2025 school year. Today, I stand before you to reaffirm the vital role of the ESOL Leadership Council and the necessity of its continued presence as an advisory body to the school board of Broward County Public Schools. We are here today to express our surprise and the concern regarding the unilateral decision to restructure the district advisory committees. While we would like to understand the reasoning behind this decision, which has yet to be properly explained, it is evident that the process has been conducted without proper research, consultation, or engagement with those directly impacted. In particular, we must address the misrepresentation of the ESOL Parent Leadership Council. The Parent Leadership Council is not optional. It is required under the Meta Consent Decree, a legal agreement that protects the educational rights of English language learner, ELL, a student in Florida. This decree mandates that the district formally promote parental involvement throughout the PLC at both the school and district level. Ensure the parents of ELL students have a structured way to engage with their children's education. Furthermore, the Parent Leadership Council is an integral part of the ELL district plan, which every Florida school district must submit to the state every 3 years. This plan must be signed by the superintendent, the director of the ESOL department, and the chairperson of the ESOL Leadership Council, a responsibility I personally fulfilled just last week. The suggestion that no other district has an ESOL Leadership Council is simply false. A basic review of the district website confirmed that the Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Orange, Broward, Leon, Pasco, Osceola, Hernando, and Lee counties, among others, all have active parent leadership councils serving ESOL families. While not all of them report directly to their school board, Broward ESOL Leadership Council has done so for years, providing a critical and valuable connection between ESOL parent and district leadership. For years, this council has given ESOL parents a direct voice to share how grateful they are for the service their children receive, how supported they feel in navigating the school system, what expectation they have for their children's future. Eliminating the ESOL Leadership Council advisor role will send a troubling message to Broward County, 37,000 plus ESOL students and their families, and message that their voices no longer matter. We strongly urge the board to reconsider this decision and recognize the independent role the ESOL Leadership Council plays in advocacy for immigrant and multilingual families across our district. For specific regulation and guidelines on Parent Leadership Council, you may refer to the Florida Department of Education documentation on the MERA consent decree. I'm also happy to provide this information via email upon request. Here, our formal report seen, our last report, we have continued to fulfill this mission. In January, we hosted an ESOL general meeting with over 150 parents in attendance. We provide essential information about district and state assessment, including FACS testing, SAT, ACT, and CLT, equipping families with test-taking strategies and resources to support their children's academic success. Parents left feeling empowered and informed, understanding the direct impact of this assessment of their children's futures. The International Welcome Center has expanded its collaboration with the ESEE department and the Family Counseling department, bringing essential workshops and resources for our ESOL family. Additional ESOL parent engagement night and ESOL family game, creating welcome space. As a parent volunteer, we actively support the International Welcome Center and its staff holding bi-monthly in-person steering meeting and working alongside educators to ensure ESOL family receive consistent advocate information and support. Looking ahead for the next general meeting and March 13, 2025. So,
Thank you very much. Next is Gifted Advisory Council.
Good morning, Carla Figueroa, Chair of Gifted Advisory. January, we had an online informational meeting where Mr. Baum gave a similar presentation as was discussed earlier regarding the student assessments and progress monitoring. It was a very great informative session, again, similar to what was shown today, so I don't want to go through it since our concerns were similar to what was noted with the 7th, 8th grade math, the students taking the EOCs for algebra, geometry versus the regular math courses. But we also had a presentation to help students with testing anxiety, how to help them with test preparation, mindfulness practices, different methods. It was very helpful and resourceful for parents to help kids, when that time comes, how to better prepare and lessen that anxiety for students. Our February meeting, we had a presentation from School Climate regarding the discipline-based matrix. There's been some grave concern regarding bullying in schools and how it's handled. So we went over and reviewed the student code of conduct, the infractions, consequences, interventions, and opportunity, obviously, for Q&A where the department was able to answer the questions for the parents. So it was very, again, engaging and informative. Our meeting this month is next week, and we're excited to have Dr. Hepburn to discuss gifted education in our schools and pretty much also have a Q&A with parents. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Multilingual Advisory Committee.
Hello, my name is Danielle Hoffman, and I'm the chair of the Multilingual Advisory Committee, also known as the MAC.
The MAC has had a successful quarter and has compiled some data to help us better prioritize our advocacy. We surveyed parents that filled a choice application to any school that offers the dual language program to inquire if dual language was a reason for selecting that school. And 41% of the responses verified that they were applying to the school in hopes of being admitted into the dual language program. This aligns with the information administration has shared on how dual language helps fill their open seats and increases enrollment at their schools. In some schools, the administration has said that dual language program fills up to 80% of their vacant seats and is growing. We also uncovered that there's no real feeder pattern for this program. For example, at Eagle Ridge Elementary, last year's 5th grade graduating dual language class had students going to 9 different middle schools. These type of scenarios are causing parents to pull out of Broward County Public Schools and go to charter and private, since there's no real certainty on where the child can continue a program like dual language in middle school. While meeting with middle school administrators that have the program, dual language classes are much smaller than their other classes they offer. Some administrations said it would be great if they could open choice seats for the dual language program classes to fill them. As a committee, we thought it would make sense to designate a feeder pattern for dual language program schools. For example, if you're in dual language at Westchester and pass the proficiency test, you would feed into the Coral Springs or West Glades Middle School. This will allow parents and students to know where they will go to middle school next and not explore private and charter options. For this program to have the most success in middle school, it works best with a block scheduling. We strongly suggest to only implement this program in middle schools that have block scheduling. We also identified that there's no real high school dual language program, as most students pass the AP Spanish test in 8th or 9th grade. We believe that it would be beneficial to offer business and Spanish course in 9th grade and encourage internships for credits. We encourage the district to partner with businesses and embassies in South America, Spain, Latin Caribbean countries that have corporate presences here in South Florida to create a work local abroad program where they can pull candidates from this program. This will help students take all those years of dual language learning and apply it in real life work experiences. In elementary schools, we're still struggling with retaining teachers and having a budget to justify two teachers in lower level and upper level elementary classes. This has caused students serious interruption in their advancement of acquiring the language and impacts their academic performance. We've discovered that departmentalization is a good option for elementary schools. The hesitation of departmentalization has always been that the FAST ELA scores would be tied to a teacher that was not teaching ELA. When we visited Sea Castle Elementary, we uncovered that there is a way for the IMT to code the student in focus. Since so many of the seats in this program are filled with choice applicants, we feel that you should look at while redefining Broward as an opportunity to create K through 12 full immersion schools in each region. We know that parents are willing to drive far for programs like this. We also feel the data we've collected can help you strategically place the program where it will be in high demand and there's a need for it. We compared PM1 and PM2 test scores of dual language schools that the MAC has visited, and the dual language students score higher than the non-dual language students. Dual language students on average scored 9% higher in elementary and 3% higher in middle school. The committee has been sharing our visit summaries to our MAC meetings, and we have started to compile the data to see where we can start to look at consistencies and trends. We followed up with the district to see if they have successfully launched the Latinos in Action to help tutor students struggling in the program. We look forward to hearing an update on when that will be implemented. We surveyed dual language teachers and uncovered there are a few resources that are not being utilized, and the district can focus on training and retraining. We also got feedback that teachers find value in the program, feel valued by their students and parents, but they do not feel valued by the district and feel they should get compensated for the additional workload. We need to be paying dual language teachers more money for the additional workload and certifications they need. In every company, we pay employees based on experience, degrees, certifications, workload, merit, and performance. BCPS needs to start doing the same, or it will continue to lose teachers to entry-level work that is compensating them higher. We received praise from Lakeside parents that we're happy this program will start in Walter C. Young and Silver Lakes. We want to thank Ms. Al-Hadef, as she's the only school board member that has attended one of our meetings, which we do offer in person and online because we always hit quorum. We also want to thank Ms. Pham and Ms. Thompson for acknowledging the email that we received that shared a lot of this information in more detail. We welcome everyone to join our next MAC meeting at Westchester Elementary on March 19th at 9 a.m.
Thank you so much. And we will finish our advisory reports with the Green Advisory Committee.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My name is Alec Bogdanoff. I am the chair of the Green Advisory Committee. We were reformed just over a year and a half ago Just a little about me. I'm a product of Broward County Public Schools, Harbordale Elementary, Virginia Schumann Young, Sunrise Middle, Fort Lauderdale High. I got a master's and a bachelor's and master's from Florida State Meteorology, and went on to get a PhD in oceanography from MIT and the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. I tell you that because I don't think we celebrate the successes of this district enough, and we have a lot of employers that are employing people that are products of this school district that are doing amazing things for our community. I started a business here. I employ over 10 people here, and I made the business decision not to work with the district, but rather to work as in an advisory capacity on the Green Advisory Committee. The big thing our committee did in the past year was fact-finding, figuring out what's going on in the district, and what I can tell you is there's absolutely no consistency, and that was what we learned. And so we sent an official correspondence to John Sullivan last night. Our main recommendation is the creation of a Chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer for the district. That's for a couple reasons. First, our committee estimated that just by implementing smart energy-saving measures across the district, we could save the district over $10 million a year in electric bills. In water savings, we could save $10 to $20 million a year in water reduction by doing smart things in our district. And that's what this is about right now for us, is figuring out how we can make a difference from an environment standpoint, but also save the district money. This position would more than pay for itself. In addition, we cannot deny the fact that sea levels are rising. We are seeing more frequent flooding, and that is going to impact the operations, maintenance, and long-term vision for this district. And we need someone, if we're thinking about what the district looks like in the future, we cannot ignore the fact that this community is going to look significantly different in 20 years. And we need to start planning for that and incorporating that in our long-term planning. Lastly, we also wanted to figure out how to encourage the savings at a school level, and one of the things we'd love the district to start looking at is the concept of a sustainability and resilience dividend. So rather than the district just saying, hey, we're going to, great, you're saving money, we're just going to take that back as the district, but actually using those dollars, at least a portion of those, back to the schools for recycling education, for environmental programs, for compensating teachers for the additional work they're doing across the board. So that proposal was given to John Sullivan. We will be submitting it to the superintendent and the board more broadly. I would also point out that the business community as a whole is making a strong effort to train. If you look at all of the degree programs, we have degree programs in resilience, masters in environmental education. A lot of these jobs you don't need to go to college to do. Right? A GIS technician does not need a college degree, and these are really important jobs that we have a strong need for here. And so this position could also incorporate our liaise with the business community with things like the Climate and Risk Tech Hub that Miami is starting that could allow us to create jobs, real jobs for students coming out of this school district. So I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I know our committee has not presented to this board before, but we look forward to having more discussions on this in the future.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to board discussion. Any board members have anything they want to discuss? I know I do, so I guess I'll start it. Thank you so much for coming and for embracing the change. The whole point was to be able to sit collaboratively, hear your reports and recommendations, and be able to have some conversation. So I appreciate that. I have a couple of questions, I guess, for the superintendent. For DAC, one of the things I heard them asking about was pacing guides. Doesn't the district already have pacing guides for, I'm going to guess, just about every?
That is correct. We have pacing guides definitely for all core content courses and probably for most electives too. So
is that something that's available to the public? It sounded as if they didn't have access to that.
Yes, it's just a matter of compiling that information and getting it to the public in a way that they can read it, because I think a lot of that is housed in a way that it's hard for the team to access it and send it out. But we'll work on that and figure out what's the best strategy to get it out. Yep.
So I would ask, Dr. Lynch Walsh, that's what DAC was asking, in specific, the pacing guides, that you wanted it accessible to the public. Is that correct?
Way past pacing guides. Like I said, at our next meeting, we'll be discussing an entire infrastructure and vision for pulling together things that are based on standards, so we have consistency since we keep losing students. It started with pacing guides. It then morphed into syllabi, Canvas courses, and lesson plans.
Okay.
So that's all part of the structure that we're looking at. We did a lot of research on syllabi, but it started with we can't even see pacing guides because they're not public facing.
Okay, so I get there's a bigger picture, just trying to find where we can get some wins. So if we have it already and we can make it accessible, I think that would be great. My next question also was, someone made a suggestion or made a comment about student progression plan. So to Dr. Hepburn or staff, are we looking at that?
Yes, we're already looking at that. That's one of our concerns too, especially for our high school students. As we go out and about and talk to kids, and the worst thing you can hear from a kid is, "Hey, what are you doing after high school?" "Oh, I don't know." So we're looking at that to create better academic plans that they can start with their freshman year and also at the middle school level too. So they can have a plan throughout their whole 4 years in high school and also start in elementary school. So that's something that we're already working on and diving into.
Okay, thank you. Great. Also, Diversity Committee made a comment about some critter issues. So could you find out offline what schools that is? and
Yeah,
make
we
sure?
will.
Okay.
I think the issue with the critters is that we are demoing portables. And I think some of these old portables, we have some critters that are nesting in there. So we may need to come up with a better strategy of addressing the concern in the portables prior to demo, because I think they're just scurrying once we tear down the portables and finding somewhere else to nest, which is near campus.
Great, thank you. And they also brought up some concerns about reciprocal usage. That seems like an easy enough win. I'm not sure where the communication breakdown is, but if we could just.
If Ms. Pierre Grant, if you can be specific about reciprocal use.
Yes. So we went to one middle school where the principal was like in deep with the city, got monies for the school, and she negotiated most of the agreements. When we go to another school, a high school, the principal talks about all these things that she would like to have through the with the city, but she's unaware of how the reciprocal agreement goes, who is supposed to negotiate that. One school, the principal's negotiating, and another school, they're told not to, or they don't know who to reach out to. So if there can be some consistency, I think that would help the district. If you're getting monies from your cities and they're helping, I just think that there's some of them know and some of them don't know. So there just needs to be a consistency with that, because I think the reciprocal agreement is a district level thing.
Yeah, I think you're talking about interlocal agreements, but
Yes.
I know, and Chair, you would know this too, in our mayor roundtables, we've discovered that there is inconsistency in how they support their schools within their city. So we'll kind of compress that on both ends with our schools, understanding what things they could ask for based on what the cities are telling us in our mayor's roundtable
And
about
then,
how they can support
and
their
I would
schools.
add a caveat to that is also explain to the principals that even though the city may have portions of the school, PPO still covers that. I think that there's like a disconnect with that too. And so as long as everybody's on the same page, I think this is a great partnership. It's just there's some inconsistency of who does what. And I think the principals just need that extra help to kind of help them be able to be more vocal with their cities.
Yep, absolutely. We can help them close that gap.
Yes, thank you so much. Just a couple of more things. So cameras in the classroom, Dr. Hepburn, that is a policy that is coming back to us. Is that correct?
Yes, that is a policy that's coming back.
Great, thank you. Internet safety plan, do we have that?
I'll let our awesome CIO kind of chime in on that, because I know he's itching back there to kind of talk about some of the security measures that he's implementing.
Good morning, Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. Well, firstly, we take internet security overall and safety for our students very seriously. Up on our website, for example, off school sites as well as our primary website, we do have internet safety procedures and recommendations against things like cyberbullying. Obviously, the internal information security programs and procedures that we have in place are kind of OPSEC, so we can't talk about that piece operationally. But ensuring that our students have the necessary information around internet safety is really important. It's also a part of our 5306 acceptable use technology policy and our emerging 8500 variant. Ironically, we're also working on expanding that at the moment. So it's very important that students understand, and parents and staff, that we take that very seriously, because the reality is it's not just an individual issue, is that it can also be a risk for our facilities and our staff as well. So we do take that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I?
Yes.
Okay. That was never the question. We know the district takes its internet safety and security very responsibly. What the issue was is Florida Administrative Code directed with specific guidelines as to an internet policy, an internet safety policy. And that the TAC committee put together last year. So we're wondering where that was to comply with the state, because we're now 2 years behind something we're supposed to have.
Okay, thanks.
That was my issue.
Got you. Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, we'll just provide a follow-up on that. So we'll reach out and then provide a follow-up, see where we are with that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I want to say to the MAC, thank you so much for the suggestions that you had. I think we've had a discussion over and over through redefining that the feeder pattern is really important, especially in dual language, because we know a lot of people are looking at that. So I do believe it's something we're going to be looking at Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that's absolutely something we're going to be looking at, not just for gifted and dual language. We have broken feeder patterns all over the place. There's not a lot of continuity from elementary to middle school to high school, so that's something that we're looking at overall to improve the feeder pattern, the articulation, make sure kids have defined programs within, it may not be specific within the community, but at least within the region, and it helps us as a district alleviate pains we have for transportations. I'm pretty sure it'll alleviate the same pains for parents who go to a school in one side of the district and the only feeder program is on the other side of the district. So we're working on that overall as we speak.
Thank you. And other question I heard them say is they were asking about Latinos in Action providing tutoring. So can you give us any follow-up on if that's moving forward?
Yep, I have to provide a follow-up on that one. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I also would like to say very happy to see the Green Advisory here. We did recently pass a resolution promising that we were going to move towards zero neutral, I forget what the whole resolution
carbon
was,
neutral.
but yes, that we were going to move towards being more sustainable. So I appreciate all of your suggestions and look forward to talking to the superintendent about that. In general, and just in general, listening to everyone, what I gathered from this is that there are some committees that have concerns about not getting answers to questions in order to be able to move their agenda forward. So I would like to ask the superintendent how it is we can resolve this. I know that we have liaisons, so some people were mentioning they didn't feel their liaisons had the information that was needed to be able to answer the questions. So moving forward is how can we resolve this to make sure that our committees are being as successful as possible?
Yep, absolutely. So we can work with the liaisons and find out what the specific ask is and make sure the pertinent staff that can address those needs are present. If some things can be done with a follow-up in writing, we'll exercise that too. With the amount of committees that we have and the number of staff, sometimes it's hard to get to meetings. You can be in a meeting every day. So we'll try and work as efficient as possible to either get somebody there, the pertinent staff that can answer the questions or give the insight, or to follow up in writing. But we'll Mr. Sullivan's team, we can work with him and the liaisons to find out what the gaps are. We can continue to communicate with the advisory chairs and find out what the gaps are and see if we can plug all these holes that I'm hearing. I'm hearing concerns about lack of information, lack of follow through, pertinent staff not being at the meetings. And so I hear the concerns, understand them, so we'll work together to see if we can alleviate all that and be a little bit more efficient and effective in that process.
Okay, and you'll get back to
Yes.
us on how that's,
Yeah.
and I did,
And leverage technology too to help us out with that. We have tons of technology at our disposal, so certainly can help us become more efficient in that aspect too.
awesome, and I did have a conversation with, I'm not sure if it was here or prior, some of the concern also is that the information, the answers to the questions get back to them in time, that they can have their agendas ready. So if we could be sure as we move forward that, I think it's a week, it's supposed to be that they get the information. If we could make sure that we're providing that, I think it would help them as well. So, yes, Ms. Mohorn.
As the Facilities Task Force Chair, I'm asking that if, I know that we have a lot of meetings, or you have a lot of meetings, but seeing the superintendent at one of our meetings would be helpful, because what we cover, it affects the entire county. And what we cover is very important. And it's the cost is the most expensive of all the advisories. So it's important that you make us important.
Absolutely, I don't disagree with you. And as you can see, I'm making my rounds. I'm getting around. So, yes.
Thank you. Any other board members have discussion, questions? Dr. Zeman.
Chair, thank you so much. I'm fascinated with all of the input. I appreciate all the effort that goes into that. I'd like to ask more from the Green Committee Chair, though, about where these ideas have gone. We have a relatively robust program for LED lights that are going into dozens of our schools. It is realizing a tremendous financial and environmental ROI. But if there are other opportunities for us, I'd like to know what those are. And then to the superintendent, we must have some kind of process to hear these ideas throughout the year. And as we build our budgets, think about an investment pot that, because these things aren't free, if you're going to reduce costs long-term by $10 or $20 million a year, which is a tremendous amount of money, it's going to cost you some money up front. But it is a wise organization that always tries to find some of those investment opportunities, even to sign them up as monies become available during the year, because some of these things are like LED lights. You can do 12 schools a year or you can do 50 schools a year. The capacity in the industry is there. It's really about how fast can you get to the better lighting, which is great for all kinds of reasons, but then also the financial savings. So could you tell us just a little bit more about these two ideas, and then to the superintendent, if there's a way to figure out an on-ramp for these ideas so they get fully vetted by, it's more than just the chief financial officer, it's the chief financial officer and various departments that need to look at this and see what the options might be for board funding.
So we have an incredibly collaborative committee. We actually have representatives from facilities, from environmental services, from education. One of the amazing parts about our committee is it's not just our advisory board. We actually listen and have a great rapport with a lot of the staff, and a lot of the ideas are from them. And the reason why our first recommendation was this Chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer is because so many things in the district are siloed in one department, and they're not able to implement things purely from not having that figurehead at a higher level who can do things cross-departmentally or work with districts. A perfect example is the number of, you all have to have water contracts with every single municipality, and you have sometimes trash contracts with every single municipality. And those are different departments. Nobody's looking holistically and saying, where are those ways that we can kind of lean in as a district and do this? Not to mention that all of these things then have to go to procurement, and procurement's a separate department that sometimes won't listen, and not in a bad way, but just, hey, they're balancing a lot of things, right? And this might not be the top of their priority when they're worried about how do you procure things in the best possible way. And so the idea is that a lot of places are doing this. Governor Ron DeSantis put in a chief resilience officer at a state level whose job it is to look across all agencies. Broward County has a chief resilience officer in Dr. Jennifer Jurado. This isn't a unique position, and the idea is you need someone who can build collaboration across silos. Whether we like it or not, bureaucracy creates silos, and this is a position that can kind of cut that red tape and help bring these things. You talked about an on-ramp. One of the reasons why is because every time we kind of, oh, well, we tried this, but it just never got up the food chain high enough. And so we heard that over and over and over again, that your staff already have these ideas. They're just a lot of roadblocks to get them implemented.
And just one more question, in the light of spreading good news, where again did you go to high school, sir?
Fort Lauderdale High.
Was that Fort Lauderdale High School? Is that a traditional public school in Broward County?
It is.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
So if I can comment on this initiative, so it is up the food chain, and the board and my staff know we're wholeheartedly trying to find areas of efficiencies, ultimately to save costs, which ultimately can help us pay our faculty and staff better, right? That's one of our main priorities. We've actually been discussing this issue with a specific company to help us with many of the things that you've talked about, to come into our schools, evaluate, and there's no upfront cost to the district. They kind of make their money on the actual savings. And we've done our research, and they work with some other large school districts. And we're talking to those other large school districts to see how this has gone for them, what was the cost savings, et cetera, et cetera. So that's definitely on the horizon of us taking advantage of that, because we see the need in inefficiencies across the board, old practices, old equipment, all of those things that continue to help, have us with a wide eco footprint where we can be way more efficient moving forward.
And if I might add, just, you know, we've talked a lot about sustainability, the importance of resilience, flooding, and sea level rise. In this county, we have a future conditions groundwater map that you are required to use for large developments. Schools will fall under that, right? These regulation are going to change the way this district has to build in the future, and how you modify sites, and how you store water, and how you move children safely, right? So the challenge is that this is all multifaceted, and you really have to think about it holistically. This is why you're seeing almost every large bureaucracy create a position like this, every local government create a position like this, because they need that person thinking holistically and how it's going to impact every portion of your operations.
Thank you so much. We're actually going to recess for just a few minutes, and we'll move into our quarterly meeting. So we're going to give everybody a break to be able to go to the restroom and stuff, and then we're going to go. There we go. Welcome back to the school board workshop. We are now going to transition into the quarterly joint school board and advisory committee groups discussion. For today's discussion, we will open the item with presenting advisory representatives with the opportunity to provide brief 5-minute verbal remarks for the board's consideration, followed by public comments and then board member remarks and discussion. We have 16 people signed up to speak, so we will limit that to 2 minutes to each person. I look forward to hearing your insights and ideas on how we can improve our district for our students. So we're going to start with the North Area representative.
Is it on? Yes. Okay. I didn't know that I was going first, but okay. Good morning, Chair, board members, and school staff or district staff. My name is Cynthia Dominique. I'm the chair of North Area Advisory. We are an amazing group of committed parents who are real. We have real kids who go to real schools in Broward County, and we're really, really passionate in ensuring that our district is successful and that we have a thriving public school system for generations to come. If you're not familiar, the North Area represents about 75 schools and about 85,000 of the district students. We have a parent representative from each school that attends our meeting monthly. So we have a lot of direct connection with the community and hearing what parents have to say and ensuring that we provide a platform for them to be able to express their concerns and bring that up the chain as need be. Our concerns don't change. One of our major concerns is always ensuring that in everything that Broward Schools done, it is done with fidelity. It is done in ensuring that students have equality or equity in the education that they're getting, and making sure that the district does right by students. Some of the things that we've discussed in our meetings throughout this year are academics have been a strong focus of our discussions. We've had the conversation of ensuring that parents are well informed about what their students are learning. What we've heard from a lot of parents is that I don't know how to support my child because I don't know what they're doing in the classroom. Some schools have created mechanisms in which they help to share that information with parents by creating newsletters that go out monthly that tell them what standards are being taught in the classroom so that they can support their learners in that way. One of the things that middle school and high school parents have asked for is a course overview. Some teachers do it, some don't, but having some sort of clear expectation so that they can support their learners in those high stakes classrooms. I don't know what's going on with this mic. You know, another big concern of ours is suicides. We had 2 suicides this year in the North region, and for us, 1 is too many. We cannot afford to lose our babies. And so we have to implement interventions in Broward schools during their school day that help them to be resilient, because children are not just resilient. I think that's a big misconception, is that we have to teach them how to be resilient. We have to teach them how to manage some of the social influences that they're going to experience in life. And also, in an era of extremely high stakes testing, a lot of our kids are suffering from anxiety and all sorts of other mental health challenges that I don't think that we're properly equipping them for. So we will be having that drug and alcohol awareness tonight. We had marketing and customer service at our most recent meeting, and we provided a lot of feedback. We think that we have so many gems here in the district, but the problem is the community doesn't know about them. Our parents don't know about them. We've asked for mailers to go out because unless you drive by the elementary school in your neighborhood, you don't know that it's there. But if you got a mailer saying, hey, guess what? This school is right down the street and we want to see you, personally inviting those families to the schools, we might perhaps get a better response. Let's see. I'm going to go back to academics for a little bit. I know that we're an A district, but we are not satisfied with being 62%. when still almost half of our kids don't know how to read. They don't have math numeracy. And so we really want to ensure that the district is providing or implementing their strategic plan in a way that not just honors the top performing students, but also targets and implements interventions for those lower performing students, not just in the school transformation office, but in schools across the district. Last year, we passed a motion we didn't pass a motion. Dr. Phillips was at our meeting, and we made a recommendation to implement a new attendance code to track student attendance or tardiness based on school transportation. And we've requested that information, and we still haven't got it back, but we'd really like to know what the data is, because we know that that has an impact on students receiving services, like push-in or speech or whatever it might be. So we'd really love to know what the data is.
Okay. Thank you so much. Next, I'm going to let the central area go.
Good. Oh, no, that's not going to work. Closer. All right. Is that okay? All right. Good morning to the board, Dr. Hepburn, staff, and my fellow dedicated volunteer colleagues. I am Brooke Bordy, the elementary representative for the Central Area Advisory. I'm filling in for Dee Defoe today. Central is set up the same way as North Area, so I won't repeat that, but I will double down on what Cynthia just said, which is Broward County might be an A district, but not every school is an A, and not every kid is getting an A education. And with half of our kids not reading at grade level, that remains the top priority. So everything else I say comes after that. We want our kids up to grade level. We want them beyond that. Since our last quarterly joint meeting, we've had several district staff present at our meetings. In December, Dr. Lozano came, and we hope to have him back soon to continue the conversation about metal detector implementation, perimeter security measures, weather system alerts, and school-wide intercom systems have also continued to be of concern. In January, Ms. Kimberly Young came to speak to us as the mental health coordinator. She came to discuss how the state-mandated resiliency education and how it's taught in Broward schools. While the feedback was generally positive and helpful, it should be noted that many of the parents had no idea about the resiliency education that their kids are receiving at school. So generally, the request was better communication from the schools and from the district. I thought the materials were really nice, and they can be used at home, the videos. There's also consistent feedback to make the instruction for the older students, the secondary students, a little more appealing. It was a little goofy, to be honest. In February, we hosted Farrah Wilson and Charlene Collins. They came to explain how the district website is being overhauled and how individual schools will have improved websites as part of the Choose the Best, Choose BCPS campaign. The meeting was largely collaborative with a good energy. Sometimes the meetings can be a little adversarial, and that wasn't the case here. The attendees really felt that they were working kind of on a sore spot. When parents go to use the Broward County website, it's clunky, the search function doesn't work, a lot of dead links. So the attendees were really relieved to see that this had been identified as a problem area, that there's an action plan in place, and that it's already being improved. And the target date is actually May-June 25. So we hope to see that new website soon, as well as improved school websites, so that we can compete with those charter schools and private schools. So while we feel these presentations were bringing awareness and substantive feedback to the district and its many departments and campaigns, there's still a concern that advisory consensus and even formal recommendations are not reaching the decision-making ears in this room. It's the same complaint that you've heard around this table. We talk, we feel like we work hard on something, that we're getting consensus, that it's a useful recommendation, and then it just ends there. So that continues to be a major concern. We really, truly seek a better process for bringing results of the meetings to the board and the district staff. On that note, I think it's important to point out that Policy 1070 will be spoken about today. I know we'll get to the details later, but I wish I could have come today with some sort of notes from Central Area. I couldn't do that because the presentation from the superintendent's office was shared 1 to 2 days after district and the area meetings concluded. So we didn't get to discuss that. So it's not helpful to have a workshop today on something that we couldn't talk about at our meetings. And even so, it's been revised twice, including last night. So even people here right now, we were up late last night reviewing those changes. I have 1 minute left. I will say that this proposal would eliminate and consolidate advisories from 19 down to 6. It would restrict leadership terms, and it would hamper succession planning in these advisories. It was made without input or even notice to the advisories, who consist of the district's most dedicated parents and volunteers who are on the front lines of all of these district decisions and policies. Additionally, the proposal contains numerous factual inaccuracies and demonstrates the author's lack of understanding of how our advisories operate. While we will reach this matter later, Central Area suggests that the district focus on its mandate of student achievement, wellness, and safety rather than dismantling stakeholder input systems. Lastly, I'll speak to Broward Estates later, but there are major concerns about the mischaracterization of feedback from the community, the disregard of the boundary committee's vote to not close the school, disruption of the feeder pattern, and other consequences to the education of individual students from that school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Diversity Committee.
I'm sorry, what portion are we on?
So now we're on the quarterly report. So you've already given your reports. Now is where you have anything additional that you'd like to bring up to discuss with us.
Thank you. My apologies. So I know that we got 1070 coming after, and I don't know. I'm just gonna say this and leave it here. It comes off really adversarial. That there was not a conversation. We had this meeting coming up. We have a quarterly meeting with all chairs. I think the best approach would have been, hey, this is what we're thinking about. The committees, we have a lot. We're thinking about maybe consolidating some, getting rid of some. What are your thoughts, and do you want to have input in it? The fact that we're having this quarterly meeting and then the next item is basically to dismantle committees, I feel it's antagonistic almost. It feels that way. And so while my presentation was trashed earlier, and I apologize for that, and I'm not in the mental capacity to be as articulate and forthcoming like I normally am. I don't know if I am, but I guess I am. I just feel like the direction. I understand the thought process behind what the superintendent is trying to do. I get it. I just think that, if we're emphasizing collaboration a lot, and that's something that is essential to the district, it would have been nicer had you had this conversation with us prior to, we figure out how we can make things work, and then, you guys bring this into a workshop. But the fact that we're doing this now, and then you have it after, is really, for me, I don't know, it's just like disingenuous to me. The next thing I wanted to point out is that while I know some committees are not mandated and some are, whoever did the presentation, no disrespect, but that was just like, the facts was wrong. 1 minute was okay, 1 minute was not. 1 minute there was a committee on, and they put it out, and whoever else was talking behind the scenes to get somebody else on the committee or back. I just think that was just, it should have been a conversation. A lot of us are intentional in these committees. We're doing this for free. We know what the commitment levels are. We agreed to the commitment levels. So we're intentionally being here. And the fact that no one had a conversation with us to just even say, hey, this is what we're thinking, to me is just like disrespectful almost. And let's be clear. I know that this is because there's certain chairs that y'all don't like that are causing issues. In my personal opinion, if you have a problem with one specific chair or two specific chairs, y'all isolate those people. Because we can't be collateral damage. We're out here, I'm minding my own black business, doing what I'm supposed to be doing, following my lane. I'm as collaborative as I need to be. Sometimes I come off a little bit too assertive. That's because I care about kids. Kids should be the reason why we're here. I'm okay, like if you were asked, most of the chairs, most of us are in consensus that some of us, we have too many committees and we're willing to talk about that. But that wasn't even a conversation for us. And so, am I a little bit frustrated about it? Yeah, I ain't mad, but I'm frustrated because I know how much work I put into it. I put like countless hours because I want to, because kids are my priority for me and the staff. But to do what to have this presentation and all that other stuff or whatever, and I was one of the ones that kind of mentioned, if you guys can't get, if you have an issue with the committees, get rid of the ones you want, whatever. But have a conversation though. And so that's my input for that. I just think that we're all adults. It doesn't need to be this antagonistic type relationship. It doesn't have to be that way. We all can have conversations. Some of us may not be well receptive as others, but the point is we care about kids. And so I wish this would have been a conversation. I wish that it doesn't have to come to this, and I hope the board members understand what goes into being a committee member, a committee chair, and being dedicated. Because the people you see up here are the same people that come every single time, and those are the ones that are committed. We are committed. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Multilingual Advisory Committee.
Hello, thank you. I did cover most of what I wanted to cover in our quarterly updates. We will be having 2 additional meetings. I know you guys saw us at 60%. The other 2 meetings haven't been happening. We have 5 meetings a year, and the next one will be March and April. So our participation is where it should be based on our meetings. I did want to educate those that don't know. I know some of these school board members are newer. The MAC is a grassroots effort by parents. The reason we are a committee today was because a bunch of schools got together, and in our effort to try to find a place where we could voice concerns for the program that our children are in and why some of us are in private, not in private school and in public school, there wasn't really a place for us to go. It wasn't that the ESOL committee or North Area Diversity weren't welcoming to us. It was more of they have packed agendas of other items that they have to discuss. And when you go into those meetings, for those of you that haven't, these chairs take the time to put together a pretty elaborate agenda, and they have a hard time covering all of it. And there was really no opportunity for us as an invested group to have a forum for us to discuss our needs and to really help move this this program forward. I think that from the inception, when we put our petition, we shared that we are concerned that teachers are not getting paid well and we're losing them left and right. I think that we feel that in our program and we feel that outside of our program, and we do feel that that is a priority and should be a priority for the district for all teachers. And we also do believe that there is an opportunity for us to work collaboratively with the district to make this program better. As a new chair, I can tell you that I didn't get much guidance of anything. I was told to watch the Sunshine video, which me and all of my committee did, and that was it. We weren't told who is in charge of minutes, to take minutes, how to run a meeting. All of that stuff we figured out ourselves. We built our own website, and my committee is comprised of professionals. I have, lawyers, PhDs, executives that are giving their time to the district at no cost. And I think time is the most expensive commodity. You can't get that back. And with their expertise are offering up, good recommendations. We're very happy that you guys passed the motion to add the badge to the website. That seems logical since people are looking for the program. You should highlight that you have the program. But you guys still don't do that for the areas that have like ASD or other certain programs where families are looking for schools to have that. You guys did not move forward with the motion for us to collect the data of the choice applicants if dual language was an option. You should. We ourselves emailed applicants that applied to our schools, and of the response, 41% said that they are applying to the school in hopes to getting in the program. That information, the programs that you guys offers, should be an option on the choice application. How are you guys going to know where you should put your money and effort? And better if you're not letting, the public tell you why they're actually choosing to go to these schools. Us as a committee do believe that advisories are necessary. I think that everyone that volunteers their time is doing so because they care about public education, they care about children, but they also have a vested interest in a specific program or are passionate about something in particular that they're wanting to be a part of. In terms of guidance on what is required from us, it would be nice if the district would put something together in terms of like what a chair responsibility is versus the liaison, because my liaisons are kind of new, and although have been wonderful, we've had great support from our liaisons. They go to every meeting and support us. There still isn't really clear roles and responsibilities, and there's no documentation that I've been able to find online or that's been handed to us. So I think if you have expectations of what we should be doing, those expectations should be shared, because you can't deliver on things that you don't know.
Thank you so much. Next is Gifted Advisory.
Good morning. I just have 3 quick points. Again, I just kind of want to reiterate Excel program for elementary learners. That was a recommendation that we passed earlier this year. And I just want to ensure that that is something that is provided to the students next year that have already mastered PM1 and received a 5, because again, they have mastered the grade level content. So I just kind of want to bring that back up because it's still a continuous conversation at Gifted Advisory. Secondly, something that came up with some parents was iReady, which is something that's district-wide this year in middle and elementary school. There was some concerns with some parents stating that a lot of the students have already finished the lessons that were provided, and they no longer have a pathway or additional lessons to continue, so they kind of just sit in the class bored or with a handout or just something that's just not necessarily their learning. It's just like an additional worksheet. While other students that had their pathway, the other ones were kind of just sitting around. So I think that was a subject that we're looking into and seeing how we can rectify that. Lastly, regarding the committees, I think it would be extremely beneficial, and it's, I think, been a topic of conversation for the last 3 to 4 years, district websites. There wouldn't be any issue with receiving records or maintaining records if we had district websites where we can upload those minutes, attendance, agendas, bylaws. It will be all there, so that way there's any question, it's already available. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Human Relations Committee.
Sorry, all the mics seem to want to follow each other. Could I get a point of clarification? Is this the time that we're supposed to be discussing our issues with the Policy 1070 workshop that's coming up?
You can use this time if you'd like to, but it's a quarterly meeting, so things that weren't covered in your report, if that's how you want to use your time, that's completely up to you.
I just want to clarify for the other chairs, though, is there other time that they will be able to participate in that discussion?
So we have the last 30 minutes will be two
that will still be for
questions
that.
that you can ask, and then, of course, when we get to 1070, you'll have public speaking time.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll do some of my comments now for 1070. I wanted to first highlight the fact that I think a lot of us, most of the parties involved, have kind of lost sight of what advisories are meant to be. And we are meant to be the guidance for the school board, and we are meant to provide advice and information on more detailed levels of the district than the school board members are able to access on their own. We should not expect school board members to be subject matter experts, and that is why the advisories exist. And that is a very important function. That is also meant to be a collaborative function, not an adversarial one from either direction. And I think whether we're looking at getting rid of advisories or how advisories are addressing staff and school board members, whichever the case may be, we need to remember our purpose. Our purpose is not to direct staff onto doing anything other than requesting the information that we need. We're not supposed to be doing anything other than providing the information that the school board needs. And likewise, I think the school board needs to recognize that we are a service for you and you should be utilizing us, not looking at us as an adversary, because you should not be, as I said, subject matter experts. There's a lot of things going on that you are not fully aware of, nor should you be fully aware of, because each of you is one human being and there are only 9 of you total for a school district with hundreds of thousands of people. And I just would like to stress that we circle back, and I don't know if that includes a reformation or what needs to happen, but we need to have a pattern interrupt of how things have been progressing, because as I know this phrase has been used before, we're focusing on adult problems and not student problems. And I'm not attributing this to any one particular party. I think that there has been a buildup of relationship issues over the years, and I really want to see all of us succeed, and not to be like kumbaya kind of moment, but we need to figure out something. And I think just coming at the advisories and saying we're going to cancel a bunch of you is not an appropriate way to do it, nor is any other behavior that might be coming from the volunteer side that it might be less than appropriate. And I would just like to conclude my remarks on this by letting the board know, and you've heard it from a few other people already, that some of the data in the presentation is inaccurate, so please remember that when you are making your decisions. I know that a number of the attendance details for the chairs is inaccurate, so I did not have the time personally to go and check my own, but I know it's not correct, and I know there are some others as well, and even the percentages were not calculated correctly. And to also remember that we are off during the summer, so we should not even be calculating the percentages on a 12-month year. It should be a 10-month year. So just please keep all that in mind when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. ESE Advisory Council.
Thank you. I think you asked the question, how can we collectively be more effective? So I had some suggestions. You've heard them all before. I bring them not just from me. This isn't just me speaking when I speak. I speak on behalf of stakeholders. You have 40,000 students with IEPs and 504s in Broward County. And it's a parent community that is not easily able to get along to meetings or know how to engage. And actually, coming up on my to-do list, I do actually have plans for a webinar to show them how they don't have to come to a meeting, but how they can be a good keyboard warrior from the comfort of their own home, and how they can find agenda papers, because God knows they're difficult enough for us to find. I didn't even know there was a second revision to the next item. So if I wasn't up at 2 a.m. last night looking for it, it seems that one's passed me by. But I think empowering the parents to be able to give input like we do on their behalf would be good. I think I would like it just recognize that when we sit here and then we hear comments about we're the same old faces, or you need to get out and meet real parents. We are real parents, and we're the same old faces because people put us here by election to do so. You asked as well about improvements. One of the things we discussed at our last ESE advisory meeting was customer service. It's very clear that there is a kind of layer of customer service that just isn't clearly defined in Broward schools. So you can take an issue to your teacher or to your principal. I always encourage people, go to your principal, have a meeting. But beyond that, they don't know where to go. People aren't aware of the structure of regional superintendents. And beyond the regional superintendents, when things really hit the fan, there's not a clear process for where to go beyond that. So now I have parents who are mired in an abusive process of being adjudicated a bully by some mystery, unseen, hidden, non-disclosed procedure by Broward Schools that some meeting was had and a parent was declared a bully just because they had filed a discrimination complaint on behalf of a student with disability. I'm appealing to all of you. I will speak to each and every one of you to talk about what that case is about. I fear that sometimes we sit at these microphones and we kind of put things out there, and then some of you very kindly go away and make follow-up questions, and you're told something, and that something that you're told doesn't come back to us so that we can say, actually, yeah, no, let me give you some more perspective that's going to put things back on the rails for you to understand what the process is. I think there's so much to say about the next board item, so I'll try and save some of it for there, but it came out of the blue. I'd actually even met the superintendent about 4 hours previously. This had not been mentioned that ESE Advisory or any other was going to be on the chopping block. When I contacted him with some surprise later that evening after finding it out, well, he can say what then happened, but anyway, we're then back on the survivors list. But I am very concerned about both the lack of detail on the proposal to realign or abolish, or whatever we want to call it, advisories. I have brought here not obscured membership and attendance records. On the proposal, it states that because of the structure of ESE Advisory and Gifted, and I think one other, that our membership is obscured. You're all welcome to come and look right through these years of records. I think an apology is due to our recording secretary or corresponding secretary. She has flitted between the two. Bart Tadero, who keeps meticulous records. Every single person who comes into the room signs in. We show exactly at each meeting who the voting members are who are present. It is absolutely offensive in the extreme to say that we obscure our membership, and also for there to be veiled references to us not understanding our issues. I can assure you my comprehension of issues and the comprehension of some of my board members and members sitting behind me who have kindly come along as well is actually spot on. We are the parents encountering these issues, and we bring them to you every day. I think something else that is admitted that it would have been really good for you to have been brought by your staff on the proposal is the fact that we actually have revised our policy and bylaws in order to find better ways and easier ways of reaching quorum in the room. But we can't reach quorum to pass our bylaws. But as your staff have our draft policy matrix, and I'm dismayed that that was not presented as part of the proposal. In terms of improvements, customer service, focus, please listen to what I've brought you about focus. I'm not lying, it's been catastrophic for ESE. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Facilities Task Force.
I would like to go over some of the stuff I wasn't able to go over in my earlier discussion. Work order and aging and open orders. So we got a chance to review the aging analysis of 2023 and 24. Noted that a 47.2% increase in work orders over a year old and a 29.6% increase in total work orders. Emphasized the need for accurate data and removal of duplicates, because we understand that there may be many duplicates. We discussed the impact of resource limitations on addressing work orders. We highlighted the importance of giving the principals access to the work orders, but not just only the principals, assistant principals, whoever's going to take care of the work order. We raised questions about the correlation between open work orders and school enrollment or attendance. Got a chance to speak to one of the coordinators of helping out with Maximo, and they said that they had a problem with customer service. So if they send out an order to a plumber and they found out that the job was not a plumber's job, they close the report. They don't send it back. So then that means that the maintenance person has to call again and put in another report. And there should be a streamlining where if the plumber says that they can't do it, then they can forward it to the next person or forward it back to customer service. Our action items, we wanted to make sure that we have another meeting with Manny for response regarding the work order agent analysis. Request an updated agent report on a recurring basis. Request a breakdown of agent report by work order type. Confirm the status of giving the principals access to work order systems and provide an ETA on that. Analyze the correlation between open work orders and school enrollment or attendance. Continue the effort to clean up the work order data and Maximo. We need to make sure that they have everything they need to be efficient with Maximo. Lighting protection systems. We discussed the concerns about the functionality of the lightning protection system at various schools, issues with permits, non-working horns, installation problems. We understand that it's been going on since 2017. We emphasize the importance of maintaining these systems for safety. The action items we wanted them to provide us with the service contract details for lightning protection systems. Ensure the systems are operational by the end. It was supposed to be of February. Explore the possibility of using the city-operated systems for cost savings. But the only thing about that is if there's not working, if the city's machine is not working, then the responsibility is back on BCPS. Again, we talked about the HVAC. I understand you change out the systems. You still have the filters, making sure that those filters are out of the schools, put away, and not causing, havoc or hazardous to what's going on at the schools. A little bit about what we're getting ready to talk about. It is very disheartening to hear that a lot of you would like to get rid of the facilities task force or collaborate with another group or, add it to another group. I think it's too big. I think there's way too much that we have to accomplish in the facilities task force. And I think because of whatever reason, not liking a person or thinking you're silencing a person or people, that's the way you deal with things. And I think that we should definitely take a long, hard look at that and understand that the facilities task force is very important to our community. They email us, they call us, they are steadily working to help us help them. So, and help us help you as board members. So please reconsider that.
Thank you very much. Next is the Technology Advisory Committee.
Mine's real simple. We have no technology going on in the district because nothing comes before tech. End of report. We have nothing.
Okay, so this isn't really a report, it's a discussion.
Well, it's a discussion. Okay, so our purpose is not adhered to. So nobody comes to us when they're renewing contracts for technology. They're not coming forward to us for RFPs to at least review them so that we can provide our input. There are people with expertise in those on our committee. The other problem we have is board member appointments not coming up or nobody appointing somebody. So that affects our quorum that we have. The committee is a majority of staff. So when I first joined the committee, the purpose of the committee was to get rid of the silos that are in each of the departments, to understand, how everybody works, how we can all work together and everything. That's just not happening. There's no representation. We're looking to change our policy to include whoever is needed at the committee so that we don't rely on one single person every single time. But we can't get it passed if we don't have quorum. So that proves to be a little bit difficult. Trying to get answers sometimes is also difficult, along with, just basic information. I mean, And as far as the records that somebody mentioned before, to come at 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon on a 3-day weekend, I wasn't working on it. But I did spend 6 hours compiling the information and resending it that liaisons should have had. And the information for liaisons and facilitators to collect that information was put into policy not only at the request of the committee members that sat on policy 1.7 at that time, but also by general counsel's office, because in essence, the district is responsible for the information. So we wanted to ensure that that was, relayed directly to our liaisons. The problem we encountered is there is no transition. There is no process for transition of information. So when our liaison changes or retires or leaves the district or moves to another department, that information is not taken and then relayed to the next person. So the next person comes in and says, well, I was never told that. I didn't realize I had to keep the information. So there has to be more of a structure placed together with not only chairs, but liaisons together, so that everybody understands the functions that occur within each committee. So there is a smooth transition, and we're not spending 6 hours recreating something we already handed to the liaisons. And the other issue was, the attendance of the school board members, because 10 committees are comprised of school board members. There's a total of 108 seats that school board members fill. So my question, which is not reflective in this report, is what is the attendance rate of the school board members that are affecting the quorum of each committee? Because I know as far as TAC goes, I think we're missing 5 people out of 9. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you mean school board appointees.
Yeah,
though,
appointees,
not-
yeah.
So, and it would be important for school board members to look and see if they haven't appointed someone to make sure that you've done all of that, because it does affect their quorum. So thank you. Green Advisory Committee.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm not going to be able to stay for the whole discussion later because I have to go back to work. But I wanted to echo what the chair just said. Please look at your appointments to all of our committees, especially Green Advisory, and make those appointments if they're vacant. It says in the standard bylaws that the chair is supposed to work with the board to make recommendations. So if you do not have recommendations, please reach out to us. We have people whom we know in this community that would likely serve in those capacities. I want to echo something that's been said. This is my first time talking with you all. When we started as a committee, we had a new department that was new to liaising. They have been fantastic. The Applied Learning Department has leaned in so much more than I could ever ask. But we were never trained. But for this amazing person to my left, I would have received no training, no input on how to do anything. And it is really important, if you want your advisory groups to be successful, to help support them better. And that gets to, I understand the spirit of what you all are trying to do in consolidation. It is a lot of work on the district. It is a lot of staff time. But I disagree with how this has been provided to us as advisory board members. We didn't have time to discuss this as an advisory board member because it was put out after our previous meeting. Also, I'd just point out that those numbers that you all listed in the PowerPoint, I as a chair was never reached out to and asked for our bylaws, which are available, all of our minutes which are available, our attendance records. I'd be happy to share them. But I would really make a recommendation. Let's be thoughtful about this. I don't think any of us are going to sit here and disagree and say it couldn't be done better. But you all have the power to create an advisory board or a task force. Let us as advisory board members come back to you with a proposal. Put a group together. Each of you can appoint a person. We could come back to you in 30 days, 60 days with a consolidation plan or multiple options of a consolidation plan, because there might be ways to consolidate these advisory boards. But as you saw, we're going to completely eliminate the Green Advisory Board. Well, you all just made a resolution to become net zero. I'm going to tell you, becoming net zero right now is impossible. There's not a government agency that can do it because it doesn't exist. It's a great aspiration, but that means you need subject matter experts advising you and taking you to the next level. And that only happens in committees of subject matter experts. It doesn't mean that Green Advisory can't fall under another committee or another council. Maybe we could come up with a different structure to help alleviate some of these challenges. But I would just, this is me speaking as a chair who has been through this. We have amazing people who care a lot. They want to give back. It is just a frustration of, like you've heard over and over, sometimes learning the process. I'll be honest, it took me 6 to 8 months to figure out how to even get a motion to you all. Our bylaws took 7 months after we passed them to get passed by the board. So technically we were operating without bylaws. Why bylaws have to go to the board for ratification if they're standard? That's a great question. We could look at some processes and some policies that you all have put on us that can help alleviate a lot of these challenges. And I know I would be more than willing, and I'm sure a lot of the people at this table would as well. So I thank you all so much for your time today, and really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Next is Audit Committee.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Chair of the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee has been increasingly frustrated this year. We made recommendations to not water down the chief, I think it was the Director of Financial Accounting and Reporting. We provided rationale and the job description removed. The CPA requirement's been removed from things. There are probably more degreed accountants on your audit committee than there are in any department in this district. There are CPAs on the audit committee. There are CPAs that used to work for the district on that committee. And one specifically that used to be the director of financial reporting and at another time the director of budget. And yet I heard a comment that the accountants on the audit committee don't understand governmental accounting. I'll freely admit that when I was getting my accounting degree, that we didn't usually take governmental accounting seriously. We would do consolidations because we all wanted to work in private industry. Nobody was aspiring to public. And I kind of regret not taking governmental accounting, but I've had to get up to speed. We talked about the laptops, and the reason for this new format was to address committee motions, and that was one of the few things that wasn't talked about, because now we don't know what to do next as far as reporting back to the committee on whether they'll be getting those devices that we unanimously passed a motion about. One of the former board members had said to me that the reason that my arguments were so compelling is that they were based on facts. And that can make you not so popular around here because I don't lead with emotion. It was my emotions that got me here because I was a real parent with real children and I wanted to see what this district was proposing to do to my children. And I'm the eldest child and with an overdeveloped sense of responsibility for others, I think. But the fund balance policy is a fact. It is a board policy, and it is not being followed. One of the provisions in here, it says the superintendent shall provide the school board with interim financial statements that include the current projected percentage of the general fund ending balance not classified as restricted, committed, or non-spendable as it relates to the total general fund revenues as required by Rule 6A-1.008, Florida Administrative Code. There's another provision, and I don't know how you can tell this because your interim financial statements do not look the way they used to look just a few months ago. If at any time the portion of the general fund's ending balance not classified as restricted, committed, or non-spendable is projected to fall below 3% of the general fund revenues during the current fiscal year, and notice I said the word projected. The state is also on board with this whole projected idea because that's in state law too. This fund balance policy is based on state law. No, I do not, as a chair, work from my emotions. I don't come and cry on you. I come and quote you state law policy, and because there's a state law that says you're supposed to be following those. The audit committee, accountants by nature tend to be less emotional, is expecting this to be followed. And it's very frustrating to ask questions, ask people to come to meetings, which they are required to do by policy, and we're all looking at an empty room because nobody wants to be held accountable. So I'm reiterating this, and Madam Chair, I'm going to be, I guess, requesting a meeting to make sure that you are clear, because to someone's point, the idea behind these advisories is that you can't possibly be expected to be subject matter experts in all of these areas. That's why you have something like an audit committee. I would like to think I was put on there because I have an accounting background when I was first put on there years ago by Mrs. Rupert. Not because she liked me, although we do like each other, I think, but because I was qualified to sit on there. And I only just became chair. This is my second year as chair. So please, it is disrespectful to all of the professionals on the audit committee to have their input dismissed and marginalized by people that don't even know what they're talking about sometimes. I gave you some handouts, grand jury investigations from the past, 1997, 2002, 2011, 2021. And I'll be back at that later.
Thank you. DAC?
Okay. Continuing on. And just because we're adding context today, and some of you might want to write this down. Personality type, INTJ, which is not the cheerleader personality type, so I can't be expected to adhere to that. I'm introverted, intuitive, thinking, and judgmental. Usually guys are this personality type, not a guy. I would think an institution of learning that is so accepting of people that don't conform to stereotype would certainly understand that every now and again you get a unicorn, and some women don't care if you like them or not. However, I am protective of others. So at the top of my list here, ESOL, the ESOL Leadership Council, has a seat on DAC. If you get rid of it, the question becomes, what do we do with that seat? Facts. The Meta Consent Decree is a fact. It was a lawsuit. And it says, among other things, parental involvement and participation in LEP students' educational programming and academic achievement shall be promoted, among other ways, by establishing parent leadership councils at each school or at the district level composed in the majority of parents of LEP students. How the heck do you do that when it becomes one bullet in an academic committee? Did anybody research this? They took bullets and cobbled together commentary from policies, but totally skipped over all of the shalls and the Meta Consent Decree language. How does that happen? How does that come to the board? And yes, I get to be annoyed about this because these are some of our most fragile students that you're just going optional to. It's not optional. It's the law. You know where I found the Meta Consent Decree? A quick Google, and it popped up on the Florida Department of Education's website. It was the first search term. You also have a board policy that mentions the Meta Consent Decree more than once. How does that get missed when you come and recommend and say they're optional? They're not optional. You cannot make them a bullet in some combined, fakaked up committee. Sorry, but you can't. DAC has facilities reps on it. I did some handouts here. One of them fact checks and myth busts the assertion that, FTF will still be FTF. It'll just do it as this combined community and infrastructure committee. Wrong. In red, and notice I put X's just because for the visual learners in here, look at what they are removing from even the one bullet they've reduced FTF to. And make recommendations to the school board of Broward County, and recommend priorities to the school board. The Facilities Task Force shall provide input to the district's Educational Specifications Committee. What are those? That's the thing that governs how big rooms are and stuff like that. The Facilities Task Force shall advise the school board on specific observations. How disingenuous by cutting off any contact with the board and removing the actual purpose. Because what's left? I don't know. You just sit around and talk about stuff, I guess. And lastly, and this is more general, almost a year ago, I had a meeting with Dr. Wanza, and I think at the time Dr. Wanza and Dr. Phillips were actually sincere in what they were going to do next, except that first Dr. Phillips left, and then we had the great transition where we got rid of the chief of staff position and transitioned advisories to the ironically named position communications chief and legislative affairs, which is also ironic when you consider the Medicare decree not being read. These were the following things. We talked about Microsoft Planner, creating templates and automating minutes, motions, and reports. And we also noted templates were not developed with input from the end user. Agenda backup, getting that in time. Onboarding process. There's no internal controls over public records for advisories. There's no procedure manual that flows from 1070. Staff to work on a uniform set of tools, email addresses, outward-facing websites, library of documents. None of that has happened, and it's a year later. So if you're going to, you do not victim blame, which to me is what this is about. And yes, it's very Doge-like, and not in the way, Mrs. Pham, that you're thinking it's a good thing. It's in the wrong hands. It's a very dangerous thing. So it's disingenuous. It's been disrespectful. And it's been weighed, it's been measured, and found wanting by everybody. There's inaccuracies galore. And don't even get me started on the Long-Range Facilities Master Plan Steering Committee, because that's a whole other mess.
Thank you so much. And our last committee is the Parent Community Involvement Task Force. Sorry, I forgot on that side, but go ahead. Yeah, then you'll be last.
The button. Thank you. That really makes a difference. Appreciate that. Okay. Well, I think we've all had a reaction to the PowerPoint that was put out on December 19th. December. What am I saying? Should have been put out on December 19th.
February?
To us, when we had those meetings in the fall. Didn't we have meetings in the fall talking about the reports and all the things as advisory chairs that we were doing? So I'm just going to welcome this opportunity to share with you what our task force does. I'm not sure anybody knows. I mean, I know you know we do parent universities because you might occasionally watch one. But I would just like to go back to why we were formed. We were formed when the district realized they needed a comprehensive review of community involvement because we want the community involved in our schools because we are public schools. And we want our community to come to our schools, so we want our parents to feel welcomed and involved. And research shows that students are more successful with parent and community involvement. So we did a comprehensive review at that time, and we came out with all kinds of recommendations. I'm just going to tell you a few because they seem so common sense that you probably think they've always been part of what happens. This is a really simple one. How do you want the district to communicate with you? At the time, they might be doing a robocall for everybody, but some parents might prefer to have a text. Some parents might prefer to have an email. Some parents might prefer to have a phone call from the teacher, whatever. All of that was then incorporated and to give parents options. It just seems so simple. You wonder why it wasn't always there. But where did we get that from? We got that from the community. And how did we get it? We got it by asking the community and listening to the community. I, as all you all know, believe that public education, successful public education is critical to a successful democracy, and that I have been a lifelong advocate for it. I taught in public schools. I sent my children to public schools. My grandson's in a public school. I can't thank Jackie Luscombe enough for what she does because I realize every day the importance of what she does when I work with my grandson. So I know how important public schools are to our families and our community. What are some other things we did? We developed ways to listen to people. One of those was called the Secondary Forum. And with that, we invited every high school to send parents to talk about a variety of topics. We have discussion groups. We like discussion groups. So we had discussion groups on SAC, on SAF, on all of the different things, on booster clubs, ESOL, ESE. And out of that, we come forward with, first of all, The first time we did it was the first time in this county that School Advisory Council had ever had the opportunity to be in the same room and collaborate. So we continue to do that, and that is why we continue to exist. You probably don't even know that we're doing these things. We have a secondary forum. We bring people together. We let them work with each other, and we build community. And building community is incredibly important. So as I listened to the reports today, I was so impressed with what everybody was doing, and everybody was doing something different. And if it takes 10 advisories to do that, great. If it takes 20 advisories to do that, great. If it takes 100 advisories, hey, listen, wouldn't it be great if you had that many people involved in your public education, sending their kids to your schools? So what's another thing we did that we're really proud of? Our Empowering Parent Conference. I know Monica Nelson is here. She was just so instrumental in helping us to achieve a conference in 4 languages. A conference in 4 languages. Why did we come up with that idea? Because for a year we worked with a innovation zone in Deerfield, listening to parents about what worked and what didn't work for them. And one of the things that we learned from those parents was they wished that all of them could be at the same table regardless of language. And we held a conference, and it was fabulous. And we have nonprofit fairs where we showcase the nonprofits. And we have, and most of those, we have arrangements for a food bank to come in and be there for the community. So we're not necessarily duplicating what someone else does, but our whole goal is outreach and listening to people and bringing them in and helping them to be involved and increasing that parent and community involvement. When I saw this, I was absolutely shocked. I want to go to human relations and what Nancy does. Oh, let's just fold that into diversity. There is a reason there's a human relations committee. In the early years with the diversity committee, everybody would want to get on every topic, and there wasn't time. I know there still is not time. But out of that spun out human relations. There is a reason for this, and when you come back, we will have a proposal for how you should proceed. Thanks, Debbie.
Thank you so much.
I want to thank Debbie for actually having served on our committee, too. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will finish up with ESOL leadership. Sorry about that.
Okay, don't worry. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Lynch-Wells. You hear me? Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Lynch-Wells. My limited English proficiency do not help me to say the thing the way you did it. For that, I want to give you thanks in name of all our EL parents. I don't have anything else to add, just to recommend you to do the right thing, get your facts, do research, come with all of you to do this in the right way. And remember, ESOL is not optional, it's a mandate, it's a mandate by the Mera Consent Decree. Thank you. Gracias, merci, molto obrigado. Thank you for your support and all for our student ESOL. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to start with Mrs. Pham for board comments, since she was interested before.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank everyone for coming today. I really appreciated you taking the time to be here. What you've said is very enlightening. I hear you, and I want you to know that I support you. You, from what I'm hearing, you feel undervalued and unappreciated. And I know you're volunteers. You don't get paid for this. And it takes a lot of time and energy and commitment. I mean, some of you have been chairs for years. Narnik, you have. Jackie, you have. Kim, welcome. You just stepped up as a chair, but you've been on committees for a while. So I'm glad that we have some of these people that have this experience and are leading. So I just wanted to make sure that you know that. And some of the things that I made notes on. The ESOL committee is necessary. We definitely need it. And we, in my opinion, you should be separate and on your own if you want to partner with other people to get assistance on things. But I think what you do is so important that you need to keep pushing through, especially in South Florida. We have such a diverse community, for sure. I was really glad that you brought forth the feeder patterns in reference to the dual learning schools. I think that's really relevant, and how that got overlooked, I don't know. But that definitely should be a priority, and it is, dual schools does attract a lot of people. When I went to your meeting over in Weston, we had a woman that was coming down, bringing her children from Boca. Remember, she when she found out about it, she commutes with her kids every day, and I just think that's fabulous, that kind of commitment. So I would definitely make that a priority, and I will bring that up at the next board meeting and ask that the superintendent direct staff to look into feeder patterns so that can happen. In addition, the ESC cameras are super important. I think we shouldn't hesitate to institute this program. I know we've known about it, and I'm hoping that we get it up for the 2025 to 2026 year. But I just want to know, the parents have clearly indicated that they want cameras, and they're committed, or they signed up to enroll their students to be in ESC classrooms with cameras. So the question is, what is the delay? Is it a financial delay because before we were a pilot program? Because if it is a financial delay, why have we not reached out to the state of Florida and tried to partner with them where we can get these cameras, or we can engage in some kind of payment plan where we repay them just as long as we have these cameras set up for the 2025-2026 year. And I think we could work something out somehow. If there's something other than finances, then what is the delay to get this implemented if it's not financial?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
Sure. So there's a variety of reasons why the policy was delayed in rulemaking. At this point, the school year, we're close to the end of the school year, and we're waiting to see what happens in Tallahassee. However, the superintendent is committed to ensure that the board is presented with the option to vote on this policy in time for the upcoming school year.
Point of clarification. What do you mean we're waiting to see what happens in Tallahassee? Is this a financial?
It is a financial burden, but we already incurred the cost, but we are asking Tallahassee to fund it. So we were the only district that had a pilot program for the cameras in the classroom. So Tallahassee is looking to expand that to all 67 districts. So we didn't think it made a lot of sense to change it right at this point. A policy that the board may have to reconsider since Tallahassee started their session, their 60-day session today. And considering where we're at the point of the school year anyway, so you're not looking at a lot of time with the cameras being in place by the time the board votes on it. So we thought it was prudent to ensure that the policy the board was presented was going to be the policy that would have to be into effect this upcoming school year. But again, the superintendent is committed. The board will have an opportunity to vote on it to make sure that the cameras, well, we have the cameras, that the policy is in place for this upcoming school year.
If I could just jump in, I believe when we did it under rulemaking, that the consensus of the board was bring the policy to us regardless, because there may not be a bill. So to the superintendent,
If I could just correct that, the will of the board at that point was to give the superintendent the flexibility to decide when to bring it back based on the movement in Tallahassee.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'd like to ask the superintendent, has anyone explored the option with Tallahassee that if we go forward and buy this equipment in the event that they do approve it, where it is 67 countywide, that we would be reimbursed for the equipment, so we don't have our hands tied, and we can get this in place for the fall of 2026.
Dr. Hepburn.
25, I'm sorry.
Ms. Sullivan.
Yes, so if I may, it's not, so while again, there is a financial burden on the district to get those cameras, my understanding is we already have the equipment, so it's not so much of the equipment. And what we would see is to scale out, but what we would seek assistance from Tallahassee is to maintain that footage is a cost to us that we incur annually. But again, it was more about ensuring that the legislation that might inform the policy was up to date, so we wouldn't have to come back to the board with a different proposal since we're so close to the session being over, because right now, today's day one of 60 days. So you're not looking at a long, if we don't bring it in April, we're definitely bringing it in May. April might make sense depending on how fast they pass the legislation that is moving in Tallahassee. And again, regardless, it will be in place before this upcoming school year.
Well, I hope you do choose a path where we can go now to Tallahassee, and like I suggested before, even if it's for storage, for the equipment, whatever.
We are.
To allow us to proceed, where hands aren't tied, and they would reimburse us. I don't think that's a negotiation that would be too difficult if they're going to pay for it outright. So I hope we approach that so we can be ahead of the curve with everyone else and get this set up right away for our ESE students. Thank you. Let's see. Right. To this gentleman over here for the grant advisory, thank you so much for your input and advising us that you did not receive any assistance in coordinating your committee. And I think someone else said they had the same experience too. That's our fault. And I want to apologize that we dropped the ball on that, apparently, because we should absolutely be supporting you. At the next hearing, the next school board meeting, I'm going to make a motion for the superintendent to instruct the staff to put together and assemble a manual, how to structure and organize a committee, how to conduct a meeting, how to conduct voting and quorum requirements, and to include training links, specific reference materials, and ask for possibly 3 mentors for each chair in which the committee member, chair, and their committee members can observe and consult. So I will be doing that, and thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Mrs. Pham, since everyone kind of said the same thing, rather than doing that, can we maybe do a consensus today to ask the superintendent to get that manual together?
Absolutely. I'd love a consensus today.
Okay. Is there anyone that's not in agreement that there should be a manual for committees, since we've heard it from a number of people, that would be a procedural manual that goes along for committee members? Is there anyone any school board members that disagree with that? We're just taking a consensus. Dr. Zeman.
The only caveat I'd ask, Chair, is would it make sense for that manual to come out after the policy's done? Because it would obviously have a big...
Right.
Is that all right?
Yes, once we
Thank you.
shake everything out.
Committee members would like to comment on the motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be sure that we're clear and we know what we're asking for, because the issue that a lot of committees have had, DAC included, where our poor liaison couldn't even get a meeting started for 20 minutes, is the lack of procedures and training manuals currently that flow from policy 1070. And so we have been living that, and even the new ones are living what we live all day, every day, and it's only because we've been doing this that we even have a clue, ooh, we need to call this person, can you call that person? So the thing is that a lot of what is being touted as lack of quorum, lack of this, lack of that, it stems from a lack of a procedure manual, which you have policy and then you have procedures that tell everybody how to go about implementing the policy. We don't have that. Now we don't have that. And yes, what are we in, March? So at this point, I guess we'll all just limp to the end. But on behalf of the liaisons who are staff people at levels that can't usually speak up, because none of my issues are with the liaisons for DAC or for audit, and I'm sitting next to my liaison for audit. They all go above and beyond, but they have also been frustrated because they don't have, the liaison training did not, it would seem, address record retention, because the idea that you can't find bylaws when they're sitting on a website is, again, lack of a procedure manual. So maybe even before the procedure manual, and this was one of the reasons that I did this handout with what we discussed a year ago, and I'm going to form a question because I believe we get to ask the superintendent a couple of questions.
Eventually. We're getting there, yes.
Yeah. So let me go craft my question and front load it as much as possible.
And I would ask the superintendent, is it possible in the process of making this manual that's a collaborative thing? I mean, I think the committees would know what they need like what their procedure is that staff might not know. So I think making a procedural manual would be a collaborative effort with the committees so that there may be pieces we're missing, right, that they need. So I would ask that as you move forward in doing that, that you work with the committee chairs to get that done.
Yep, noted.
Jackie.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, that was actually what I was just going to say, because we have seen a dangerous level of non-understanding of advisories, how policy applies to us, why policy is as it is. If that manual is just going to be another staff production, it's not going to work. I actually even had to file or call in and say I would like to file an ADA complaint just to get microphones at my last ESE advisory meeting, because I was told they would not be provided. And I've just been provided a recording of our last meeting by staff that's missing the last hour of the footage, and I've not been told why. These are really important because they are limiting our ability to function. So it's important for staff to know what their duties are, and it's really difficult for us to say to them what their jobs are. We don't employ them, you do. Thank you.
Right, and I think it's important just to work together to make sure it's a working procedural manual. Mary?
Thanks. I don't know if this is with all advisories. I kind of think it is. We're referencing meetings we had in the fall where we were discussing the forms for the reports and the forms for this and the forms for that. But I've actually lost support. We have a wonderful liaison in Dr. Lori Canning, who actually has a major job to do. But the person that we had as our liaison, we lost. And with that, I find, and I don't know how many chairs are finding this, that I'm doing a lot more of the coordination work to make things happen. And I would just tell you, this is becoming more and more and more. And one other thing, Debbie, as long as I have this, I'm going to just say this. When you did how many meetings and we have, or how many reports we're doing to the board, what I didn't see added in there was how we're attending quarterly meetings, how we're attending meetings with the superintendents, and how we're doing other things, which all kind of adds up to a lot of communication. And I applaud you for having these quarterly meetings. I just think we need to reflect that we are participating. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dominique?
So I think that in addition to the procedure manual, and I believe that we sort of have one for the district and area advisory councils, it's extensive. But the problem is that even in reading that, most people don't understand it. And they need training on the practical application of how to run a meeting, how to be an advisory chair. If the goal is to have people who are educated, in addition to being passionate, to run effective meetings and be able to come here and sit and have a productive dialogue, then there needs to be live training. And I know North Area Advisory, we've hosted trainings in the past for our staff chairs. We had one earlier this year that was offered in person and online. Last year, we had an in-person training for all of our staff chair in the beginning of the years, and then we followed up with 4 subsequent trainings that broke down Robert's rules, that broke down motions, that broke down how we engage parents and the community. We also had budget training for our staff chair so that they could be well equipped and be able to advocate effectively at their school levels in addition to at the district level, because I think that we are more powerful because we can't do it all. Right? And we can't be everywhere, but we have staff chairs in every single school that should be attending their SAC and SAF meetings. So it's great that we have all these people here, but how many of them are actually going to their SAC and SAF meetings? And are we encouraging that? But they have to be trained and equipped to be able to do that work in person, and hopefully with some funding.
Thank you for that suggestion. I was just thinking, because Jackie had mentioned that she's doing a webinar. So I know you said in person, but maybe collaboratively, people who are questions you would have, maybe it would make sense to do a webinar that besides in-person training, you could have for new chairs as they come on. So I think that maybe we could do that in addition to the procedure manual. Yes, ma'am.
So as a new chair, yes, it would have been really nice to have like a welcome kit. I had to build my own website. I'm storing my own things, and I don't think it's fair to ask parent volunteers to have those type of skill sets because I don't know if everyone has those type of skill sets. But even just like basics, like what meetings we need to be at, what should be prepared for those meetings. When you are looking for updates, what are the core things that the school board and the superintendent are looking for updates? In the world we live in, we're all just kind of like winging it. And I think structure would definitely help and keep us to be a more efficient, an efficient group. I also just want to call out everyone in the yellow behind me has come to support keeping advisories together, especially multilingual advisory. And I know that some of them have to go to work and have been way past lunch because we said 12:30 and we're way past that. And some of them have to do pickups, and I know that they wanted to talk, so I just wanted to acknowledge them and make sure that you guys saw them and know that they're here in support to keeping our advisories as is, especially multilingual advisory. And then I was just kind of hoping as well, when you guys are saying that you want communication from us, when I email school board members, of 9, 3 responded. Of the 3 that responded was because I sent up a follow-up response as well. So when you guys are saying that you want us to submit these summaries and submit this information, I don't know if anyone's reading it. So you guys need to also figure out a process for us to send stuff where it's us. I understand. I worked in corporate America. I had a large team. You get inundated with emails, I'm presuming, and it's sometimes hard to figure out and decipher which ones are speaking for a governing body, right? If Cynthia's sending an email, she's not just sending an email. It's like, hi, I'm Cynthia the parent. She's sending an email for a whole bunch of parents, right? Multilingual, gifted, and everyone here. So there should be some way where you guys flag and prioritize our emails where you guys are actually getting them and receiving them. So I think that that's another process that needs to be considered in this, like roles and responsibilities on how that should be submitted to ensure that you guys are getting the information.
Thank you. And we'll finish up with Linda.
DAC has a manual. We did one about 20 years ago. We started one, and we have maintained it. We do need to brush it off, but every time somebody mentions 1070, we put it on hold because we don't know what the changes are going to be. The policy hasn't been stable in 2 years. Actually, it hasn't been stable in 10 years. We've tried to get that passed. We've tried to move on, but whatever. Always a problem. But we do have manuals on motions, we have on Robert rules, we have on a number of things. So we do provide, we were supposed to have a website by December. So items like that, are on our websites, but the problem with our websites is the security certificate has expired, so nobody can really get access to it unless they're willing to take that chance and hit advanced and move into them. So that's been part of the problem. But these are things that we want to see on our websites so that everybody has access to them because the information is there. So.
Great, thank you for that. And maybe you could share that. It's a good place to start if they already have a procedure manual, so we don't start from the end. Before we move to public comment, the superintendent would like to have a few words.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So just want to acknowledge the great feedback we've been receiving from the committee chairs. It's been valuable. It's been a gift to identify certain areas for improvement, and especially in light of misperceptions or perceptions, whatever the case may be, about how our advisories and committees provide value to the school board and to the school district. But with that said, I want to take a different approach based off of what I've been hearing today. And especially from, Alec, you're going to have to help me pronounce your last name, man. I'm sorry. Bogdanoff? Bogdanoff. So especially from... I'm close. I've been practicing for the past 10 minutes trying to be honest with you. Like, is it Bogdanoff? There, yeah. Bogdanoff. Thick tongue. And also short conversation with Ms. Furtick too. This concept around the task force. I'm definitely enlightened to implement something like that where we kind of put this in the realm of working with our committees in the task force and myself with some of my people to come to a better resolution of how we move forward as a district together. As you know, right now we're in the concept around innovation and moving our district forward for the betterment of everybody, every student in our district, as well as faculty and staff and the communities that it impact. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sullivan so he can get a little bit more detailed, and then we'll move forward.
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent. So like the superintendent said, we're going to have a task force. We're going to prepare the item and upload it hopefully by tomorrow for board consideration this upcoming school board meeting. The membership of the task force would be each board member gets one appointee on that task force. The superintendent will get two. They will have 90 days to come up with a report to give to the board and then for board action after those 90 days, which should align to org chart and the new school year. So we're going to present that item for board vote so the board can approve that new task force. It'll have an end date and a very clear mission. So with that being said, unless there's objection from the school board, we will be removing the next workshop item. There will be no need for it anymore.
Mrs. Rupert?
I'm sorry, I just got whiplash. I thought we were actually having a conversation with the people in this room, and that we were listening. And I understand that you just said task force, but then you said the next thing that kind of made me swallow pretty badly, which was it's going to be ready for the next meeting. I think that's a bit. And let's actually clarification.
Sure. So for the only thing that's presenting to the board next meeting is the formation of the task force.
Okay.
The task force is going to look into all our advisories and all our committees to see if we're structured appropriately and make recommendations based. I'm sorry if I missed that part.
Yeah.
They're going to look into. So we're going to start again. The superintendent's walking away from his recommendation as it stands today, and that task force is going to come up with a recommendation if they feel the need to have a recommendation, and based on that, they would present to the board, and the board will act. I guess I missed a very key function. So the task force is to review our current structures to make sure we're aligned to best practices across the district. But the only thing the board would be voting on next week is the formation of the task force.
Okay, and then that'll explain the parameters and also how long it will take to get that. I missed what you said. It was 60 days or something?
We're hoping for 90 days. That way we can the board can react before this upcoming school year.
Okay, I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm still uneasy about this.
Well,
so I'm just trying to share, with which way we're going on this, and I know we were very patiently listening to everybody and taking notes, and I think that's the right idea, is to have a task force to look at it, absolutely, and then you clarified the second part, so that made me feel a little bit better. But I still have a feeling like this is maybe a little bit too rushed.
So get your hand up.
So that's just me. I'll hear what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman, this is just board discussion right now.
But
I think that might be useful, Chair, to have some board discussion. We have heard not just what you said today, but the emails that came in, putting together a task force, which is by definition a short-term group that go out and do one specific task. That's exactly, I think, the appropriate name. I hope it doesn't confuse people. I look forward to nominating somebody on that group, Mr. Superintendent. And just in terms of gathering school board input, I don't know if it wouldn't be useful for us. We all came here today to give some ideas that we had. We spent a lot of time doing it. We have listened a lot. We've heard a lot. We've read a lot. And that's wonderful. Just in terms of a path forward, it may be useful to gather some school board input before that task force is put together. But in the event that the item has been pulled, if I understand correctly, this item is going to be pulled, Mr. Superintendent. That's just your discretion. I understand that.
Yes, that's correct.
But it might be valuable to you and to the task force members to hear maybe highlights of what we think about the path forward, about things that are working well and things that can work even better. maybe some of the principles that school board members would like to share. I think also, Chair, it obviates a need for 2 questions from advisory groups. I think if the school board gave our principles of the path forward to the superintendent, and then we nominate somebody to that task force, we'll get it back. And again, just in terms of timing, whatever number you want to pick, but we've got to get something in place. So whatever timing it needs to, so that it can come back to the board either in a workshop and then a discussion, a school board meeting to vote, so it's in place for next year, I think is really important. We've spent a lot of time and energy. It'd be nice to finish this item and create the kind of structure that works great for Broward County Schools. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Thompson.
So I think we're kind of missing the point, and one of the reasons I wanted to have this conversation at a workshop is so I could hear from my colleagues about how they envision advisory boards. And I understand that the superintendent proposed something. I always viewed that as a start off for our conversation, and we've gotten feedback. I've worked on comments. I think if it just goes back to the staff, again, like our input isn't there. We don't get to have discussion with our colleagues, since this is the only way we can have these discussions. And I would be if there is a way that we can, like Dr. Zeman said, give our comments that we would have done to the policy prior to polling it, that's fine. But otherwise, I feel like we just wasted the whole morning, when now the advisory chairs don't even know where we stand. Because what happens if during this whole presentation there wasn't even consensus to restructure, consolidate, whatever word you want to use? So to just skip our input is incredibly frustrating.
If I could just, before we're going to get to public comment, we just haven't gotten that far yet. The item, anyway, I just want to address one thing. I don't agree that the morning time was wasted. I mean, we had committee reports and we had our quarterly report, and we got a lot of really good information, and appreciate so much the time that we've had today to hear the concerns and stuff. I understand the frustration about the item, but remember, the policy didn't pull the policy item. He pulled the item for him to present to us. So I understand that frustration, but I just want to be clear that I don't think any of us feel that we wasted the morning. So
I do. I know.
Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. So I want some clarification. Is there anything preventing us from giving our comments on policy 1070 right now?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Batista.
Given we're still going to do 10, that's not the item. Oh, he's pulling it off.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. So were you still planning on discussing? I guess we need to know that answer, because I think we were still planning on discussing 1070.
So can I just, this is my understanding of what's happening, and I asked that question because I thought it was pretty straightforward. Apparently it's not. The policy 1070 was routinely brought up today in this discussion. The superintendent heard the feedback. He's reacting to the feedback in real time, proposing something else. It was my understanding that there would be board discussion on this quarterly joint school board and advisory groups discussion, which included much of it comments on policy 1070. It was also my understanding that the advisories would have an opportunity to ask the superintendent some questions. So I'm not understanding what the issue is with pulling the next item, which is proposing something that is now irrelevant, because the superintendent is trying to operate in a solutions-based way by taking in the feedback, which we've been getting for 2 weeks now, I think, and proposing a solution that I've heard from multiple people in this room that would be amenable to them. So I'm not sure what the issue is here.
Dr. Hepburn.
So just to clarify the confusion, the item number 4 is being pulled. We're still in item number 3. So in that regard, the board and the advisory chairs can still discuss.
And just to clarify, we have not taken public comment on this item either, correct?
Right.
Not on item number 4.
On item number 3.
Correct.
Right. So there is still an opportunity for the public to comment. There is still an opportunity for board members to comment. There is still an opportunity for advisories to ask questions, correct?
I'm correct unless Ms. Batista says otherwise.
The only thing I would say is, if I may, I don't believe if we're going down with the superintendent's amendment recommendation, there's really no need for the 2 questions for the chairs, because their questions would be about an item that is being withdrawn. So it's a moot point.
Ms. Bowman.
Us at controlling the narrative. There's a bridge in Brooklyn if you can't see it.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, I had not spoken earlier because I was waiting to speak on the main item, so I wasn't being repetitive. So I really appreciate everybody's input, everybody coming here today, all of the time and energy that you all spend. Obviously, the passion that you bring to this is very evident. And having been a volunteer on many occasions myself, I really do appreciate that. I know it's a thankless job. Many times it's very frustrating when you don't feel heard. And so I hope that you feel today that this was somewhat productive, and know that we're listening. I am reading the emails. I might not be responding, but I'm reading all the emails. I'm definitely taking that into consideration and all the input that has been given, the time that you're putting into doing that. So thank you very much. In terms of pulling this item, I don't know if we're talking on that. Are we? Okay. I think we're reaching, by doing that, we're maybe reaching what is the foregone conclusion based on everybody's input, that we need to have the community's input and much more of a discussion with all of our stakeholders in order to come up with a better picture of what we need to do moving forward. I absolutely think that we need that collaboration, and so I support that. And yes, we can make some improvements. I'm listening to what you guys are saying. So I think that will be first and forefront in our minds as we're going forward, to make sure we're having the support. And, maybe there's some places that we can merge groups or do things, but we need to know really what's happening at a basic level so that we can make those decisions in an informed manner. So I support polling and then coming back with community input so that we have a better basis for making decisions moving forward.
Thank you, Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also believe that we need to get community input. I think we need to have a conversation with these committees and their chairs and committee members, and they should be given the opportunity to speak and to engage in question and answers before we come to any kind of vote or decision. And I just feel like what they've said all morning, that you've been left out, you've been left behind. And I want to make sure that you're contribute to this process because you're part of this process. And for someone to come in and oversee your process, I think that's, it can be a little invasive. So I want to make sure that you're part of the procedures and everyone understands the boundaries and limitations, so you don't feel inhibited where you can't conduct business like you normally would. So thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate, again, all of you coming today. I thought we had a very good discussion. Appreciate a lot of the suggestions on moving forward, and also some of the concerns and barriers that you've had. So hopefully we will be able to remove some of them. It seemed to me, as I was hearing a lot of you speaking, you wanted this item to be pulled. So it sounds like that's going to be happening now. And I like the idea of the task force, where it is allowing you to have people come together and and give recommendations. I've said this to a lot of people, and I kind of echo what Ms. Thompson said, was the only way we can discuss this as a board is in this setting. It's ugly, it's frustrating, but the only way the superintendent can share what his thoughts are with us collectively is in a workshop. So that's what we were doing here today. We didn't ask for this item, so I just want to be very clear. We did not ask. The board did not say, superintendent, we want to see you shrink the committee. So I think it's important you guys understand that. Nothing wrong with him bringing us the recommendation. It has been something that has been said, as some of you said, by committee members themselves and the superintendent in conversations. But this is the only way that we could discuss whether we agree, we disagree. So I just wanted to be clear that this wasn't something that the board asked to come, but it was important to come this way so that we could give our feedback. There are some of those committees that were just recently formed, as was mentioned, and I was disappointed not to see them on the list, especially the Green Committee, since I pushed for that one, and we just did a resolution, but also the Multilingual Advisory Committee, which I think could fall under the academic. So I think combining them is not necessarily a bad idea, but would love to see the input from the different committees and community so that when he brings the item back to us, there has been that input. But you have to remember that we can't talk about it in any other way except for this. So it is ugly and frustrating and a lot of extra time, but it's important. And so we need to hear what his thoughts are, his thoughts are behind it, just as you do. But we have to do that first before, like, what if all of us said, no, we hate this idea and we're just going to move forward? Then all of the time for you to give feedback wouldn't have really mattered. I don't want to say mattered, but it wouldn't have been necessary because we already agreed. So I know that the process seems unfortunate and frustrating, but that's how government works. I'll use it. You have a big company and a CEO decides that they want to reduce the company. They call in the board, have a discussion, and then they bring in the worker bees on how that's going to happen. So I look at it that way. So I feel bad that you felt disregarded and frustrated and felt as if we didn't value you. But I want to be clear, the way I looked at how this came was it's just how government works. And so we are very interested in what you have to say, and we are going to go to public comments in just a minute. But I just wanted to be clear because I heard a lot of you saying how frustrated you were that we asked for this. And I just wanted to be clear, it was not necessarily a board initiated. It was through the superintendent, and because it was something he felt we needed to discuss. So I appreciate him bringing it forward in all of the discussion, and we are going to now...
Madam Chair.
Oh, we need to take a 2-minute recess.
I didn't get to comment.
Oh, you didn't raise your hand. So, okay. All right. Yes, after your comments, we'll recess.
Chair, I'd like to comment too, please.
I can go ahead. I can go ahead. Okay. So I know that in the regular school board meeting, December 17th, we approve a recommended action to direct the superintendent of schools to initiate rulemaking for revisions to policy 1070 and their membership and all policies that create any and all committees currently in existence. And so while I'm going to respect the superintendent's decision regarding a task force and bringing this item back, I believe I came prepared, as many board members, to discuss the item. And I believe that this was a majority vote of the board to bring this back for rulemaking, and that's what I assume that we are doing. So there appears to be a change. So I have a couple of questions. When will this come back after the task force is created and input is gathered?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Sullivan.
I'm going to amend my original 90 days because I don't believe that would be, if we did the 90 days, it'd be really close to the start of next school year. So with the goal of it being implemented, if there are changes for next school year, I think it's going to have to be a 60-day task force.
Okay, so John, is 60 days the minimum number of days that we can move ahead? Because I believe we were trying to implement these changes in the upcoming school year, and many board members came prepared to provide their input to the revision of this policy that would go forward in the upcoming school year. We're inching close to the end of the school year, which will make it difficult to implement any changes, and this will push forward a year and a half down the road. So while I respect the superintendent's suggestion, I'm also concerned about time constraints. And like I said, many of us came very prepared to discuss this today and to provide our input, and this is being postponed. So, John, is there any way the time can be even less than the 60 days?
I think you would need the 60 days just due to the complexity scheduling of the meetings. I'm sure the board members, if they were to vote on this item, their appointees would have some scheduling challenges as well. So I would be concerned if it was less than the 60 days.
Okay, so
90 is too long because we definitely wouldn't make this upcoming school year. But I believe with the 60 days, we're in March now, so that would be we can do rulemaking in May for a vote in June.
Okay, so if there's a vote in June, part of these items are suggesting not only consolidating committees, but also there are parts of the suggestion that we brought forward in the prior board meeting in December to have certain limits on the time leadership can serve and so on and so forth. That it would be very difficult to transition into those changes when this occur in June, when usually the rotation of leadership for chairs and vice chairs is in June. That's when they're, so I'm just concerned about the things that we're proposing. Pushing this further down the road is going to put us a year beyond.
Dr. Hepburn.
I was actually going to mention, I think this is actually going to coincide with the June vote for the org chart. So it's actually good timing to bring that to the board at that time for a vote. Probably be on the same agenda if we look.
We can make it on the same, so we'll make sure the task force completes its work for the May workshop on the org chart, and it will correspond with the June board vote on the org chart, which would include any change to the committee structure.
In June.
Okay.
So the task force would be, their charge would be, one, to review our existing committee structure to ensure it aligns with best practices and the goal of the school board. Each, again, board member would get an appointee, so we imagine those appointees will honor the wishes and respects of the board member that appointed them, and also review policy 1070 for any changes.
Okay, so I'll just finalize my comments. I will respect the superintendent's recommendation with concerns because we had approved the initiation of a rulemaking process for policy 1070, and it came before us today as a part of that process that was approved prior in December. We are postponing it, adding another component to it, and I will respect that. But there are some unanswered concerns that I have. Thank you, John.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment.
2-minute recess.
I'm sorry.
Alan, and then 2 minutes.
I know. The board discussion can finish after public comment. They've been waiting a while. So first up is Felice Parada. Okay. Narnike Pierre Grant. You can do it from there.
My apologies. The public comment. So a couple of chairs mentioned they have elections coming up next month. So I know you're talking about the time frame, but there's elections around the corner. The other thing is I would have liked to hear the concerns from the board members about the 2-year limit or whatever, because there's a learning curve, and you want to limit the 4 years to 2, and then it's the 3 vice chair, chair, and corresponding secretary, and so there's no succession plan. And there is a learning curve, and I heard a couple of chairs talking about training. Like there's a lot going on, and I think that if you just leave the 1070 the way that it is, I understand you have concerns, but you all have 4-year limits, and don't try to say that there's no comparison or whatever, because at the end of the day, the people who are in these advisories are the ones that elected you to be here, to be a servant for the people. So while I appreciate the superintendent trying to be solution oriented, I would have liked to hear what the board members had to say in terms of how they feel about 1070 and why they feel that these changes need to be made. But moving forward, it's important you're making a task force. That's great. I'm not sure who's going to be on it, and I'm not volunteering to be on it either. Just saying that make sure that you do have input from chairs and the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jackie Luscombe.
Thank you. Gosh, I'm all over the place with all these different items and which bit fits into what item, but I did sign up to speak to this further. I'm so sorry. I'm still a little confused about the task force. I am all on board with the idea of a task force. I advocated for that because I think a step back was needed. I'm just unclear. So this could be 9 people of any, they're not 9 people drawn from the advisory community necessarily.
It'll be 11, 9 board member, 1 from each board member, and 2 superintendents. So it'll be 11-member task force.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to return to some of my, I'm still a little confused, but let's see. I did just want to go back to what I had prepared to talk about, though, the policy 1070. I think to go into this task force or whatever's now going to be proposed and whatever that looks like, understanding what we do and why policy 1070 went through an 18-month review process 2 years ago, or that were finalized 2 years ago. I think that's really important. None of that context and background and history has been taken into account in the proposal, and I know the proposal is now off the table, but I think there's some damage done in how this has all tumbled out, because it has betrayed to us a gross misunderstanding of that policy, why the pieces were in that policy that now you're trying to take out again, that you put, and when I say you, I mean board members who whenever they were on whichever board. That policy was drawn up for a reason. I think understanding it and understanding how it applies to our advisories, come along to our meetings, please have your appointees come and even make your appointees, some of you, so that there can be a better understanding of it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I believe, at least I tell myself I believe, that your intentions are good here. But this is beginning to feel like I'm stuck in the movie Tombstone, and I fear that Johnny Ringo and Curly Bill may have sold you the Brooklyn Bridge. So what was said here by all these advisory chairs is that they wanted to provide input into what advisories might look like. The solution that is being proposed does not at all guarantee that that will happen, because you're proposing a task force that is comprised of board appointees that does not guarantee at all that any of us sitting here would be on that. We've already established that there's been a complete ignorance demonstrated in terms of the policies governing, starting with the meta consent decree, which isn't even a policy, it's a lawsuit. Starting there, staff has already demonstrated complete disregard or lack of familiarity with any of the policies and the functions, the membership. Some of the assertions are just insane. And then we would then take it and have board members who probably mean well, But again, some might pick somebody random who, I think I have the solution. It requires people that know the advisories, that are going to read the policy, that have sat on the advisories. And that is not guaranteed to happen under this proposed structure. Not at all. There is no guarantee that this will not turn into an even bigger train wreck as we all have to form nominating committees and try to recruit people to take on leadership responsibilities. We already proved the math doesn't math. If you knock out the recording secretary, the vice chair, and the chair, you're left with no one.
Thank you.
Which might be the goal.
Alex Bogdanoff.
I'll waive it.
Okay, thank you. Need my glasses for the next one. Parsiri. Okay. Maria Jewell. Danielle Hoffman.
So I echo some of Dr. Lynch-Walsh's opinion. I do think that the task force does need to have chair representation. Those are the people that are doing the job the way, like, the best practices should include the chair, some chairs as well. I do have a concern with your timeline. As a new committee, we do have nominations in April, but Ms. Hickson, you said that you thought that maybe multilingual could go under academics. I'm not 100% in agreement with you there, but let's say that that's what you decide. I don't have the opportunity to run for a position under academics because that's already been selected before you guys have even made the decision. So now I have no voice at all and no seat at the table because you've eliminated my committee and elections have already happened. So I don't think that that's fair at all. And that's my comment.
Thank you so much. Amanda Amida. Did I say that right? I don't think she's here. Nancy Fry.
Every time this mic just really wants to get away from me. I want to issue a caution when I'm hearing all this. I do think we need to have a deeper dive, whether it's a task force or something else. We definitely need to have a bigger analysis. One of the reasons we struggle with getting volunteers and getting input from the public and getting parents and guardians on board with what we're doing is the immense levels of bureaucracy to cut through to understand what you're doing. It's taken me years to figure out a lot of this, and there's still a lot that I don't know. And I really want to caution us of applying this. I understand you have to have a lot of bureaucracy when you have a lot of students and you have a lot of staff, but we are ostracizing people with the amount that we have and the number of meetings that people have to attend. To Chair Dominique's point, that I came from a staff SAC meeting this morning before I came here. This is already my second school meeting of the day. And people are intimidated. People have to attend so many meetings. We can't come to everything. And there's either we have no representation from chairs, meaning that the task force is not getting the appropriate feedback that they need to know our side of what we do, or you're asking people that are already committing as much time as we've all discussed to then put in more time to fight for our positions, basically, or to fight for our committees. And I would just invite the board to be a little self-reflective. You know what advisories there are. You know what committees exist. This isn't something that's being thrust upon you in any way. To go back to my previous comments, we are your representation on these committees. And I just invite you all to just go through, make a list of the committees, figure out if you are getting something out of that committee or not. And if you're not, maybe evaluate why. And if that's a result of the committee or if it's a result of your representation there, and figure that out. And I think the board just needs to take a look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendelin Andrews. Okay. Tricia. Okay. Sarah Corral. Okay. Mary Fertig.
I was number 14, so I didn't think I'd be so fast here. Good job, multilingual, and getting people to come out. I have a handout summarizing a lot of conversations I've heard in the last few weeks, and it's very similar to what Dr. Hepburn is suggesting, that there be a group to discuss this. I would tell you this is why our task force was created, and you might consider that in addition to the 9 board appointees, we have a DAC appointee and a PTA appointee for a reason, as well as a teacher appointee and principal. And I'm saying that because I think it's a broader perspective of people. You can create it, but I think that what you're doing is to create a task force. Whether they can do it in 60 days, I am not sure, because I think that's a very ambitious goal. I'm going to pass this out to you later, but what I really want you to think about is the overall issue of parent community involvement and what it means, and the fact that we want to know what our community thinks as well. I think it's important to know what the existing advisories thinks. I think it's also important to be doing community outreach, and to that end, we will, I know Erin's here, be trying to do that more with our task force. We've seen several committees that were formed in the last year, and in fact, just in the last 10 days, you've gone from a PowerPoint that showed 5 advisories to one that showed 6 to one that showed 10, and that's not yet adding ESOL. So it may be that reconfiguring is not as much an issue as how can we create the most effective model possible. And I hope that whatever group you charge with doing this, that is what the goal is. We have a large community. We need to make sure everybody has a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Dominique.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm already at nighttime. While, again, I want to echo the sentiments that were already shared here, I do agree that potentially there's an opportunity to consolidate some advisories because the things that we do overlap. But I would say that, and I'm not against the formation of a task force. I do think that there should be representation from each area. Seeing as how we're probably the ones who have the most contact directly with the schools, since we have a parent that sits on our committee. I do think that potentially we should keep 1070 on, because I think that any changes that are made or not made just leads to ambiguity as to how we move forward, because we already have an extremely challenging time getting staff chairs elected at the schools, and oftentimes we're not getting the names of those elected chairs until maybe October for one reason or another, and it really affects us being able to have our own elections at the area and district advisory level. And also, depending on what happens with 1070 or when changes are made, will determine who can sit in a position at the area level if it still exists, because our membership is not just made of random people. It's made of parents who are elected at the school level, and they then serve on the area advisories, and then the membership at the area makes up some of the membership at district advisory. So I think that we need a clear direction moving forward as to what we're going to do so that we can know how to proceed, because if this goes to rulemaking in June, then I don't know how we move forward.
Thank you so much. Lorena Cagdigan? Okay. Kimberly Mohorn.
I have been stepping in and out because I had another meeting, but I just want to make sure that the review of the 1070 is going to be a discussion, another discussion.
Ms. Sullivan?
Through the chair, it would be part of the task force to review 1070 along with advisories.
Okay, and so the task force will have to be by the board members who can pick 2 people to be a part of the task force, or 1?
We're proposing
or 1, that's right. 1, and then the superintendent picks 2. And what is the
time frame?
Time frame, yes.
So the board would vote on it on March 11th, next week. We would hope to, doesn't fit perfectly with the 60 days, so we'll have to work on that. May 6th workshop for rulemaking for June 17 vote.
So then you will let us know who was chosen for this task force?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
If I can add to Chair, I'm hearing the concerns about the work that needs to be done in the current committees as far as voting and all those other things. This doesn't prevent you from not doing that. Right, so just to convey that information, because I've heard the...
It's not that, I know we can vote. I'm just saying if, for example, my committee is on the chopping block, right? You move me to another committee. I don't know where you're moving me. So how do I run in a committee that I don't know I'm going to be a part of?
Yep. Understood. I would act as normal as there are no changes, because even if this discussion continued for item 4, the vote wouldn't be till April to come back to the board. So I know there are some sequences of events that happen in every advisory and every committee. I just don't want what we're proposing to cause caution for you to stop what you're doing, because we don't know the outcome of what the task force will bring back to the board.
I'll just remind you, we're on public comment, so we don't typically go back and forth. So, Zyra Leches, sorry.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zyra Lenches from Deerfield Beach. I was a past ESOL chair. Thank you so much for coming. I did want you guys to know that the ESOL Leadership Council is established by the Maida Consent Decree. It is not an option. When we do come here to engage with you and give a report, I saw the presentation. It said 3 reports. It's really just to communicate with you and to work collaboratively with you and to sit on other advisory committees or Policy 6000.1, et cetera. But as I watch the school board meetings from home, usually, I don't like coming here, I do notice that it seems like you don't want to hear from parents, especially when you're talking, when I'm speaking. And as an ELL past representative, your acronyms, your policies, understanding how the district works takes well more than a year being a chair, more than 2 years, more than 3 possibly if there's a language barrier with that chair. I find it insulting and strange and bizarre that a presentation would be put out with staff not knowing it. So I don't really trust a task force and a decision made right here while you guys are still conversing while I'm speaking. This is why I don't come. This is why I don't sit on advisories. I appreciate Narnique and Natalie and all the people that I've seen walk in here, Lou Naylor, Janet, Bravo, all these people have been around for years and years because we know. But they don't want you here. And that's the truth.
Thank you. Maria Catalina Rubio. Okay, thank you. Vincente Thrower. He left. Aaron Gould.
I thought I had signed up for the next one, so I didn't realize I was going to be called. I want to echo a lot that's been said. So I'm really, really happy that we're kind of pausing and saying we're going to bring together a group of community members to provide input on how this is going forward. The timeline does worry me. I think that we really need to be looking very broadly. We need to be looking at people who are part of these processes. We also need to be reaching out to people who aren't right now and figuring out why and figuring out how we can get others involved, right? And so I think that adding that to this process would be very valuable. Again, 60 days, I'm not sure we can do that, but still, thank you for thinking and considering to pause. The one other thing I want to just kind of put out there is the presentation that I know has been pulled kind of was working under the assumption that having more advisories and committees was inherently a weakness of Broward. And I actually want to say, I think it might be a real strength. I'm not saying, I think everyone in this room agrees that we need to rethink the process. That's what healthy organizations do. We can improve this. We can improve the system. We can improve how things work. But I actually think it's pretty incredible that we as a school district have made it part of our structure, that we want community engagement in all of these different ways. It's really intimidating to come here to a meeting and stand at this microphone, right? But it's so much more accessible to go on an evening when you're talking with other parents and community members and you don't have to get, up at a microphone. These advisories are really, really critical to us getting parents involved, community members involved, and getting really important feedback to you board members and staff. So as we go forward with this process, let's just consider, let's do what's right for Broward. Maybe we can be the model, right, that others strive for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Dr. Trudy Jurvanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Jurvanovich, and I'm gobsmacked. I cannot believe this. I'm sorry. I wish you would have told these people sitting here what your proposal was before they gave all the information that they gave you, because that should have been what was discussed at this meeting. Why not wait till next year to do this? Why push this like this? You've got people here. Mary Fertig and I have been here since 1977 doing this. We know that this is the strength. This is why you pass bond issues. You don't pass bond issues without good community support, and you get it by having lots of committees, not shrinking them, because it's more convenient for staff. That's your job. I'm sorry. When I was on district advisory, I was one of the people that met with the superintendent once a month. That was the only thing that we had. We didn't have anything like this. And let me tell you, there was a lot less staff, and we had 250,000 students. So something's off here. If the staff can't work with the community, it's not the right staff. Sorry, I don't usually say stuff like that, because I know there are good people that work in this building. I know there are people that work in this building that have told me stories about how their kids did so well in these schools. And what you're doing here is wrong. Wait till next year. Do it next year. Just
Thank
keep it
you.
the way it is.
Next is Brooke Bordy. Brooke Bordy, is that right? Okay.
Okay, hi all. I have to change what I'm going to say because I spent hours criticizing, pulling apart that PowerPoint presentation that was provided just a couple weeks ago. I went page by page to critique it. I read the executive summary from the item 2B, which only centered around term limits. It had nothing to do.
Hold on one second, the time went off.
Oh, I'll just keep going. Please. All right. So anyways, I did read the executive summary.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay.
Anyone got a phone? Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Yes, I will. Hold on. Timer. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, fun. Okay, ready, go.
I'm going to talk fast. Don't.
Go ahead.
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
All right, we're good. Okay, so I read the executive summary. It had nothing to do with cutting down advisories. That did not come from the school board. It was about term limits, which we can take up. But that was the background. I also rewatched the December 17th board meeting. You all spoke for an hour about this item. I saw comments about building the bench. I saw that it was not my responsibility to police the volunteers. We're going to support free public elections for our leadership at these advisories. One board member voted to open rulemaking on 1070 just to give the advisories more support. So the context is really important as to why this item is here now. I did go through the PowerPoint. I found it curious that the superintendent's office wanted to point to other districts. I don't think that's particularly helpful, and as was said, I think it's a strength for us to have specialized advisories, and I want them to stay intact. Going to the community meeting for 1070 that happened last week, the feedback was excoriating. It was truly awful. It was painful to listen to, but that was available before today. And it's part of the agenda, the written comments, the summaries, things that people submitted. It was available before today, and all you heard today was repetition of that. So why it would be pulled in the middle of the school board meeting is very confusing. A lot of us put a lot of work into reviewing this policy and coming here prepared. We don't have staff to help us out. I sat at my computer double checking the statistics for all these other districts. It really does us a disservice. So the point is, why do you even have a task force? If you want to achieve a little bit of improved efficiency at the advisories, you don't need to have a task force to do that. You can have a conversation with us and then get back to your job of taking care of the kids. We don't need to pull apart the advisories. You need to focus on the kids.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes public comments, so we'll finish up. I think there were a few board members that had some more things to say, so Dr. Zeman and then Ms. Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Does our current policy 1070 allow the superintendent to establish a task force?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
I don't believe there's anything precluding it, especially since we're preparing an item for board consideration this upcoming school board meeting on the 11th, but I will defer to our amazing general counsel.
Ms. Batista.
There's nothing in 1070 prescribing either way whether the superintendent is able to do that.
Okay, terrific. Let me just share a couple comments then, which I think ought to help guide the work of this 11-person task force. Some of the comments we've heard today is about some people being on the cut block and some people being off the cut block, or people being included and excluded. I think what Broward County needs is a system and processes and governance and training and support that will allow us to get the most from advisors that live in Broward County. I'm not sure if it's 17 or 19 advisory or task force committee kind of things, but I think we have issues that we can improve on. Many we've heard about today, things that could get better. But I don't want to forget some of the other questions that we need to ask. How do we get the best advisors to sit on advisory committees? How do we get them to show up to meetings? How do we make sure they're informed of what's going on? Because too many times I hear an advisory group spinning around working on something and staff was working on something in parallel and they weren't talking to one another. What kind of guardrails do we need about participation at school board meetings so that the advice that we get from advisory groups is heard? How do staff liaisons do their job well? How do staff members who attend task force and advisory committee meetings get treated with respect and the dignity that they deserve? What are reasonable expectations the board should have about advisory groups and task force? And how do we take advantage of technology to cut through the bureaucracy that you talked about? How do we take a model of positive interaction with the community and advisors and create the governance system and the structure and the practices and the training so that what we end up with is something that actually contributes 100% for the energy that's put into it, into the strategic goals that this community has for its traditional public schools? That doesn't mean any one task force or advisory committee would get cut. It would mean we might go back to the drawing board and say how many is a great number for which the information can flow best. What would those look like? How do we always preserve the dignity to stand up a new one, whether it's for resilience or green or AI? I mean, I could argue very passionately about an AI task force because we don't know a lot about it, and actually no one knows a lot about it. We got a lot to learn, and we can learn that together. But I would prefer that we stop questioning each other's intentions I would prefer, whether you have facts to the contrary or not, that you try and take a positive outlook on what this task force might do. These are going to be public meetings, no doubt, Superintendent, so all of you are welcome to come. This is not going to be an exclusion group. We don't do that in Broward County. And so we need to get on with this. There are improvements that can be made. And I'm anxious to see what this task group comes up with. And I just want to make sure that we start with a blank sheet of paper. There is no kind of positive outcome that comes from people thinking about winners and losers. The winners in this group need to be the students of Broward County. How we get advice from key experts in their fields that can come and talk to us and give that advice without questioning people's intentions, without casting aspersions, is really important. And I think we need to look at all of those things so that when we get done and we adopt a new model for how we ingest advice from people, that we could do it in a way that's generally positive and generally contributory to what we're trying to do. This organization is too important for people to think about themselves as winners and losers. We are nothing compared to this system. All of us are just here trying to do their best, all in different roles. School board members, members of a CEO equivalent, members of the CEO staff. We've got to figure out how to work together to achieve the goals that Broward County has for our traditional schools. It's just too big to take this personally. It just doesn't work that way. We have to find out what's going to work for everybody, and then we have to move forward. It is the school board's prerogative to approve this policy and to set all this in motion. Advisory boards and task forces are created and sponsored by the school board, so it's a different role. But no school board member would be wise to think anybody is lesser than one of us. There is no lesser or greater than us. We have a role. Advisory boards have roles. Students have roles. Teachers have roles. How do we harmonize the symphony so that, in fact, we make great music? That's, to me, the challenge here. It isn't about one committee going or staying. It's about how do we make sure that we're getting the advice that we need to make the best decisions that we can. So I hope we can approach this with positivity and a blank sheet of paper. And I can't wait for the superintendent's task force to come back to us and say, hey, we looked at this, we looked at other models, not just public school models, but corporate models, other nonprofit models. We can look at municipalities. I served for 6 years on an advisory board for the city of Fort Lauderdale. They had 37. Some of them had 40 members. So we had over 1,000 advisors helping the city commission. And it was a system that was full of people that wanted to make a difference. And when you put somebody on a board, they didn't quit. They went to the board, they contributed, they felt heard. So there's lots of good models out there. We don't have to start with 1070. Maybe we throw that whole policy away and create another one, but one that's really designed for the outcomes in mind. And it ought to include governance practices, guardrails, communications, and the like. So I look forward to hearing from this group. I look forward to nominating somebody to serve on it. And I think we're going to end up in a better place. And I would really like us all to kind of look at each other as partners in trying to create a great school district and maybe dial back a little bit of the angst and anxiety. We're going to do our best. We trust that you'll do your best. Let's see what we come up with out of this task force. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just had some questions and then some comments. So if this task force is voted on next meeting, will it then, the recommendations come back as a workshop, or would it then come back as whatever we're going to vote on?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
It'd be on the May 6th workshop to ensure we're complying with rulemaking, and it'd be a final board vote on June 17th.
Okay. So I kind of think this is what we were doing with the task force. It's having the chairs here to give feedback. So I am a little confused. I wanted to clarify my statements. I didn't think hearing from you guys was a waste of time. I thought gathering everyone here to give our feedback on this proposal, whether it ended up being 6 committees or 20 committees or whatever, and then for that to be pulled was frustrating. So I just wanted that to be very clear that I value your guys' input. Narnik, your report was not trash. So stop being so hard on yourself. But it seems like there's consensus for a task force, so I guess that's how we'll move forward, and then I will save my comments for the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair.
So listening here as we're discussing forming a task force, I think that the committee chairs are making a good point. I'd just like to kind of understand the mechanics of how this is going to work if we are taking them out of the conversation. We're each appointing someone that could be totally random to this task force and then coming back with recommendations. It seems like that might not be the most effective way to accomplish our goal, which is ultimately to have a forum for community input to come to us to advise us about how to make decisions to have the best school district and have the best outcomes for our kids. So, Dr. Hepburn.
Sure. So we're not taking anyone out of the process. I'm sure some of these committee chairs will be appointed by the board to serve in the task force. And again, the task force would comply with all public notice and public speaking or participation. So it's not about boxing anybody out. Again, I'm pretty sure some of the chairs I'm looking at right now will be on this task force because board members will select some of them to serve in that capacity. And it's a perfect forum for them to make recommendations of what they think advisories and committees should look like. Most of the feedback I received in the community meeting wasn't how it should look like. It was just not to do it.
Right. So, okay. So I just want to make sure that we're getting those.
Yeah, so they're not being boxed out. Again, I would be shocked if some of them aren't serving at that task force.
Okay. Maybe there's a mechanism where we can make sure that, I don't.
I can tell you that the superintendent's recommendation will be members of current committees.
Okay.
I can't speak for other.
Well, that's, I just want to clarify that so that we know what it looks like going forward. Unless they just are on the task force, then if they want to give input or if they're invited to give the input, I just like to
They'll still
have a better idea of what we're looking
they'll
at.
still have an opportunity if they're not in the task force to provide feedback. The May 6th will be a public workshop. That'd be an opportunity. Doesn't stop anyone from emailing the board now or having conversations with the board. And again, I imagine a lot of the chairs that are sitting in this room will be on that task force.
Okay. And one thing that I think that we need to be focusing on, because it's something else that I'm hearing, is the need for support and resources so that the committees can do their jobs effectively. And I think we need to look at that in terms of our own resources too. That might dictate kind of what we're looking at in terms of composition going forward, because it is a disservice to everybody if they're not getting the resources that they need to effectively run their committees.
Yeah, so thanks for that, Ms. Bowman. So wholeheartedly heard everything they said about the plethora of gaps they discussed about communication, resources, personnel, support, all of that, plus the additional feedback, hence my desire to go in a different direction with the whole process. So I listened and reacting to the feedback that they were providing throughout the morning and up to now. So
I appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to mention for the record that, what the superintendent has brought to us regarding policy 1070 was not recommendations based upon his own accord. What was brought to us was based on directives from the board. And I appreciate him for doing that. I realized that based upon input today, that the superintendent would like to continue with actions to have added measure of input from the task force. But for anyone who's thinking that the superintendent brought before us today any sort of recommendations on his own, that is incorrect. Everything in this revision was directed by the board, including leadership rotation, including relevance of committees and so forth. So these were all recommendations brought to him by the board in December that he brought to us. So I am hoping that we are not thinking that the superintendent is bringing this item based upon what he feels or what his objectives are, but this is based upon board directive that we gave in December. and I look forward to the task force. But I commend the superintendent for responding continually to board directives, which he has done here. Thank you.
Mrs. Pham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need some clarification of exactly what we're looking for when we're saying a task force. If you would, through the chair, is this an individual that's they have input at committee meetings and on decisions? Is this a person that recaps the recommendations in lieu of the committee giving a decision and tells us their interpretation or what they recommend? Is this someone that oversees and assists in proctoring without input? I don't know where it starts and ends, and I don't know if you feel that way, but I'm very uncertain because it's just not clear. It's very cloudy where the roles begin and end with the committees and the task force. What specifically are their roles and limitations, if any? Thank
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
Sure. So it would work like any other a board appointed established committee. So they would select their chair that would manage that committee work, and then they would present their findings and work to the board to take action.
Maybe I wasn't clear. Let me re-say it differently. I know what the task force will do when they meet, but they're going into all these other committees and overseeing them. It sounds like they're
not
observing them, modeling them, and they're going to be either giving input from what was determined in these committees or they're not. Distinguish for me.
Yeah, they're not overseeing any committees or function of the district. They're looking at what we're currently doing and how we're structured as it relates to our advisories, and then presenting their findings and if they have any recommendations as it relates to streamlining those committees. But they have they wouldn't have any oversight over these committees. They wouldn't participate in these committees unless they're already a member of those committees. But that's not the intent of this task force.
So they're, excuse me, another question. Thank you, Madam Chair. So they're not having input on what the committee recommendations or decision-making is doing. They're only having input in observing how the committee is performing as a group?
They're not absorbing, they're only looking at how the committees have been functioning, but not in an oversight matter. It's just looking at how if there needs to be an adjustment of how committees are structured, but they're not providing oversight of our committees.
What does that mean, how a committee is structured? It means that certain committee members need to be replaced, or there's an imbalance?
Just a number. So right now we have 16 committees along with the areas. So they would look and compare. I'm assuming this is what they're going to do. They'll be up to them what to do, but they would look at other districts, perhaps seeing how they're structured, seeing if the current committee structure is aligned to the school board's goals and missions, but they're not overseeing or evaluating performance of committee members or anything like that.
But they are evaluating if the committee members' opinions align with the school board members.
No.
Isn't that what you just said? How did you say that?
No. So again, this task force will provide their recommendations, if they have any recommendations, of how we're structured as it relates to the 16 committees, but they're not providing oversight to these committees.
Okay. I hope that clears it up for other people. I'm still a little foggy, but thank you.
Thank you, and I will end this. First of all, I again want to say thank you all for coming today and engaging in this discussion. Again, sometimes government is messy, but we really do appreciate your input. I would like to ask the superintendent a question which may resolve some of the concerns. Once the task force meets and creates some recommendations, could we loop it through some specific, not all the committees, but maybe DAC, which has the area superintendent sitting on it? Maybe pick the ESE, a few of the committees to loop it through so that they could, kind of give back some feedback, and then we could hear from everyone, just in case not all the committee members are on the task force.
I know time is of the essence. Time is of the essence to try and get this to a vote by June. So we would loop at the direction of the board, but as far as me initiating the process of looping, I'm concerned about time. So I will let the task force do their work, provide the recommendations to myself and the board, and then we can take it from there as far as the discussion on next steps.
Okay, I personally would like to see it looped at least through ESC and DAC, and I think it's really important. So on a personal note, if it falls into waiting another year, I don't think it's of the utmost importance to have this done by June. I'm just one of 9. I understand the importance, but I think we want to do it right, and we want to make sure that it doesn't look as messy as it feels right now. So just as one board member, I would be okay if it didn't make the cut for the next school year, but the next school year, and I would like to see it looped.
If I may, through the superintendent, I believe that discussion, whether it should be looped or not, should take place in that May 6th workshop.
That's fine. I was just giving my input. Okay.
Chair, just a point of order. I just want to ask one more time about whether we need to wait a week to initiate this action. Is it possible for us to give consensus to the superintendent to move forward, or could we reread our current policy 1070, which to me seems to suggest the superintendent can make his own task force and do this on his own?
Ms. Batista?
So if there is a task force, a superintendent task force that does not have to go through the process of being voted upon by the board, if it's, you know, if your consensus that you are okay with putting nominees, your nominees or recommendations into that committee or that task force, that would be sufficient. If it is for the superintendent to hear the recommendations. So it's his task force, not the board's task force.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chair, which means we gain a week of extra time if we move forward as a superintendent's task force, if he's willing to do that. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, we can do that if that's the will of the board.
Okay, I think we need to, I was trying to land the plane here, but it's okay. So I'm a little confused. The suggestion by Dr. Zeman then is to just let the superintendent select the task force. Is that what I heard?
No.
No, okay, what, can you?
So if I may, so this would allow us to do it, to initiate it today versus taking to the board. It would be the superintendent's task force, but he would still take one recommendation for that task force for each board member.
Okay, so consensus around the board. Mrs. Pham, are you okay with the superintendent starting that task force today? Yes or no?
I would prefer to hold off at this point and not start today.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman. She's okay. Dr. Zeman's good. Ms. Leonardi? It's okay. I'm okay. Ms. Thompson, she's fine. Ms. Rupert? And Dr. Holness? Okay.
The old guard asking the newbie?
Yes, okay, so you have your direction?
roll.
I did. Dr. Holness said okay. All right, thank you so much. We're going to take a 5-minute recess to let the next group come. Thank you again so much for coming, and thanks for your input. Thank you, and welcome back again to the school board workshop. The last item is the Smart Bond Program Transition Plan. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm turning it over to Ms. Paul and her team.
Good afternoon. My name is Wanda Paul. I'm the Chief Operating and Facilities Officer for the district. I have with me Task Assigned Executive Director Sonia Coley, as well as our legal counsel, Tom Cooney. And so you have before you a copy of the capital program update. It's very high level to a certain extent in terms of the numbers on projects. We asked Atkins Realis to do the computation of projects completed. So at this time, we can go to questions.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. My mic's got moved around. Okay, so reviewing the presentation, I'm wondering, is there a recommendation that staff has? Because I know you presented multiple options. Is there a recommendation you all have?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
That's definitely going straight to the point. So I've said oftentimes in our previous meeting, we had one February 11th and one prior to that, that I believe the hybrid approach is my recommendation. But again, it's up to the board based on the information we provided to decide which way we go.
Okay, so when you say a hybrid approach, could you go into a little bit more detail?
So what I mean by hybrid approach, or called also staff augmentation, is that we would basically be able to work with our consultant to add the number of people we need at any point in time of the projects. So we would be able to staff up and staff down based on activity and the amount of need that we have. It gives us more flexibility.
Okay, so then would we be hiring we would obviously be hiring a firm or a consultant to manage that work. What is the plan for that then, if the board so chooses to go that way?
So we have several options. One of the things that we did not want to do is box the district in and not have any kind of flexibility going forward on our program. And so this is including the SMART program as well as the capital program, extensive capital program we have. So there is an existing contract in Duval County. We would piggyback off that contract, and then we would be able to renew with them annually if we so chose to do that. Also, we would still go forward with a RFQ for staff augmentation as well as a PMOR or owner representative. So it gives us a little bit more flexibility a lot more flexibility than we have now.
Okay. Have we looked at, I guess I'm wondering why specifically the piggyback in Duval, and if we've looked at other piggybacks that we could do?
So that is the piggyback that I know exists, or we know exists in Florida. And they have an accountability measure that we currently do not have in our current contract, whereby they renew annually. So if at any point we become dissatisfied with the contract, with the piggyback contract, we have the RFQ that we can execute.
Okay. Do we know, or has there been any research done about if there are other piggybacks in Florida that we could utilize?
I think that there may be, but it's a question of, do they form just for our work, or are they already existing? And so the one that I'm aware of that seems to be somewhat successful with Duval is the current one that they're using.
Got it. And forgive me if you've already said this, what is the firm that Duval is working with?
The firm they're working with is Jacobs.
Okay. And do we have a history of working with Jacobs as a district?
I think initially Jacobs did part of the 2014 facility condition assessment.
Okay.
But of course I wasn't here, but based on a historical
Okay.
perspective, I think it was.
All right. Given that was mentioned in a grand jury report, that's a bit concerning, but I know things change. If we do that piggyback, would we be bringing in, would that bring in new subs and new staff?
I would not advocate for bringing in new subs. I would advocate to work with the subs that we currently have.
Okay.
They are the most familiar with the projects, and so it would be my recommendation to keep the current subs in place.
And is that possible to do that with a piggyback?
It's part of the negotiation that would take place based on a consensus of the board today. We would start that conversation.
Okay.
And bring a contract back to the board for the April meeting.
Got it. And if we do a piggyback, what does that look like in terms of the contract? And we're kind of talking about that right now, but do we have to follow Duval's contract exactly? And specifically, I'm wondering about the hourly rates.
It's a negotiation, so we can definitely go lower. So we can, yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry.
We can definitely go lower, but not higher.
Okay.
My expectation is that we would go lower.
Okay. Have we looked at emergency procurement procedures? I know the previous superintendent mentioned this, I think, in the summer of 2023. Can someone tell me what that looks like, an emergency procurement procedure?
I'm not sure in what context, because we have, if the decision is made for consensus today, we can bring the contract back in April. So I'm not sure in what context we're.
So I guess my point is, if the board did not agree that we should do a piggyback, and we wanted to move forward with something else, would there be a way to do an emergency procurement for a consultant to do this work?
So given the time, I think that would be a question that I would have to go back to procurement and ask, or to Ms. Andreu. But if that is part of the board's consideration, then we also have the option of putting back the original content of AECOM's contract and extending it for 6 months. That will give us enough time to go the procurement route.
Okay. And if we were to go out for another bond in 2028, and we also had this piggyback going, what would that look like? Would we have like 2 separate consultants overseeing like the bond work and then the DEFP or these leftover projects? Like, could that be a scenario that would be happening?
I think it's a scenario, but I don't think it'll be this scenario. I think that with the accountability measures that we put in place, my expectation is that we would finish the majority, if not all, of the contracts before we go out for another bond.
Okay. And, okay. I suppose my concern, or my head is here. So what I don't want to see is that we, so say we do the piggyback and then we go out for an RFQ and we award it to a different consultant, like that lack of stability is concerning to me. So I don't want us to be in a position where we're going from one consultant to another consultant, given just the history of this bond and how challenged it's been.
I definitely understand your concern. The main reason that I chose this lane is so that we do have flexibility and that we wouldn't be boxed into one particular course of action. So we can do a RFQ. The intent was to do a RFQ to have that in our back pocket. We have accountability built into the Duval contract if we wanted to go that way. If the board decides, well, hey, I just want to do the extension of 6 months of AECOM and then see what the RFQ, or go with the RFQ, we have that option too.
Okay. And just one more comment, and I don't know if someone else can, clarify this, but it's my understanding that with piggyback contracts, very little can be negotiated. Like, I understand that the hourly rates can be negotiated lower, but the specific terms of the contract are rather rigid. So maybe I'm incorrect because I'm not the director of procurement, and I'm not an attorney and expert in piggyback contracts, but that's the way it's been explained to me. So I don't know if someone can provide some clarity about that, but I would have concerns around doing like a copy paste from a different county, especially given just the complicated nature of this program.
Ms. Batista, can you speak to that?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Cooney.
Thank you, Ms. Batista. Typically with a piggyback arrangement, all the material terms of the agreement must be followed. You are correct. You can negotiate the cost or the fees, what have you, downwards, never upwards. You do have a little flexibility with regards to tweaking the scope of work that's being assigned. But the material terms, you have to kind of fit your criteria and your your program going forward into the material terms of the agreement that you're piggybacking. So the true advantage to doing that is the time savings without having to go out and advertise, review, rank, and score, and enter into a new contract. But the trade-off would be you have to take that contract as you find it.
Got it. And one more question now that you mentioned that. If we were to extend the contract with AECOM, are we able to negotiate the terms of that contract at all?
Similar to the last two extensions, we did have some changes to the terms, which are a negotiated mutual negotiations. So in other words, they have an obligation to consider it, but they don't have an obligation to accept it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just will reiterate my concern about going from consultant to consultant. I have a little bit of a concern about being confined to a contract that was established in a different county. I know that we do piggybacks often, so I understand that, but this is just a very sensitive matter here in Broward. And I just have to say this, in Ms. Paul, you weren't around when a lot of this happened, but there is a history of the board being kind of boxed into making decisions at the last minute, and we don't really have any negotiating power because an item is being brought to us right before a renewal or a contract extension. So I just hope that we can avoid that, and I appreciate you having a longer-term vision for moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I inadvertently skipped public comment, so I'm going to go backwards, and then the next board member will be Dr. Holness. First public speaker is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. Okay, I think she left. And then our second speaker is Cynthia Dominique.
Cynthia Dominique, Coral Springs, Florida. The public doesn't have a lot of trust. And I think going after another referendum or another bond, the district is going to have to do a lot of work to rebuild the trust in the community. And I can tell you, unrelated to the bond, when the district makes certain decisions that disenfranchise certain communities or groups of students, it also makes it very difficult for those communities to trust decisions that are being made. But one of the questions that I want to ask, or I guess the board should ask themselves, is how are we prioritizing projects and funding? So whatever consultant or contractor that is secured, the board needs to give really clear directions to them as to what the priorities are, what their focus should be, as well as requiring frequent reporting as to what's being done, what's not being done, and what the setbacks are. For example, in the North area, we have several schools that have SMART projects that haven't even started active construction, or they've started active construction and they've been in active construction for 3-4 years. One example is Lloyd Estates Elementary that needs some supports in order to continue on with its HVAC projects, and they've just been stalled. And so there needs to be more accountability. Whatever you choose, whatever consultant, whatever contractor, there needs to be oversight. I've been at schools where I see the work that these contractors are doing, and it's not up to standards. So there needs to be supervision, there needs to be oversight, there needs to be accountability. And again, ensuring that schools that are in Black communities, assuring that schools that are in socioeconomically challenged communities. It's not about equity, it's not about diversity, it's about ensuring that every single school in Broward County looks the same as another school in another zip code. So we should be able to pick up that school, put it anywhere, and they should have facilities that are up to standards. They should have the same amenities as any other school across the district. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was listening keenly to the comments of Board Member Leonardi, and I seem to share similar concerns and have some questions as well. So I think that regarding piggybacking, that it is important that we continue to include the current local and MWBE firms. I also think that it is important that it is equal or less costly when we negotiate, or should we negotiate with this particular entity in Duval. But I also share some concerns because I wasn't here then, but I've heard while I've been here some of the concerns regarding the company mentioned by Ms. Paul, which is Jacobs. I know they've done the facilities assessment in 2014, and I believe there were some concerns regarding that. I'm not sure how relevant that is to piggyback in with such company, but it's concerning in the sense that the track record with us, as far as what I've heard, with the facilities assessment, wasn't near perfect. So I would be very cautious in how we engage a company that we've had past experience with and we weren't necessarily considered the job performance A-rated. And again, I will reiterate that if we move in that direction, that we're not paying more than we already are, that it is negotiated to be less costly, and that it includes our current local and MWBE firms. I also have another concern with the piggybacking, because I have inquired and I have been told that it would likely not be permissible to change the sub-consultants involved with a piggyback. So I want to know, has this been considered and has this been researched? And can we as a board get a definitive answer as to whether or not we can include or continue to include our current subs and local firms to maintain continuity of work as we try to finish out the bond projects? That's a question.
Mr. Azzarito.
Ms. Paul or Mr. Cooney?
Thank you, sir. Dr. Holness, yes, that's the same concern question that I had as well, whether or not you could supplement or replace the existing list of sub-consultants under the piggyback. We have not undertaken an independent analysis of that yet, but we've asked of Jacobs and their counsel to provide an opinion. The initial response that we received, not directly from their counsel, but from an officer with the corporation, was that they didn't have an issue. They did not take issue with doing that. So there has not been an independent review by us or any of our outside cadre. And if that's a concern, we definitely will do that.
Okay, so Mr. Cooney, if the board should direct staff to move in that direction, it appears that we don't have any definitive response as to whether or not we can guarantee including our current local firms and MWBE firms based on your response. And I thought I heard something different when Board Member Leonardi made the same inquiry or similar inquiry. So can you tell this board, because I think it's important that we understand clearly how we move forward. So can you tell this board definitively that we are able to include our current local and MWBE firms for continuity of the Smart Bond projects? Or should we move in this direction with this particular company in Duval, which is Jacobs, that we will now have to have their own sub-consultants, which means there's a learning curve that would probably create more time delays and so on and so forth, because I think it's important for this district to have a measure of continuity and no further disruption in terms of our construction projects.
If I may speak to that, so that would definitely be an essential part of negotiating with Jacobs, that we would remain with our local firms. And so that's a deal breaker for us.
Okay, and I thank you, Ms. Paul, but the other part of that question is it permissible, right, under piggyback contracts? I don't know the guidelines that govern these things, but I don't know if they've already had an existing contract, if part of their piggybacking guidelines or laws that govern that allow for them to change a greater portion of their sub-consultants, because currently I believe the work is being done by, 75% of the work is being done currently as it exists by our sub-consultants. So that's a significant change to their contract and the sub-consultants that they're using to assume the ones we have. So I just want to make sure there's no legal compliance issue that a piggyback contract would have in place where that can't take place, even if they said it's okay with them.
Then we would not do business with them. We would not move the contract forward. Our sub-consultants have been a key in accelerating the program over the time that I've been here. I can't speak prior to me getting here, but so they are our key players in trying to get the SMART program buttoned up and finished, as well as our capital program, the DEFP. So that would definitely be a deal breaker. One of the things that we want to have is just continuity moving forward and stability of the program. And so, as I said, that is my recommendation going forward, but of course it's the will of the board in terms of which direction we go.
Right. Okay, so I appreciate that response, Ms. Paul, and I would also just reiterate that outside of including our current local and MWBE firms, that it is equal or less costly should we do this piggyback with Duval, with Jacobs, and also on the record that I have concerns regarding Jacobs because of our prior experience with work that was done that we didn't necessarily consider A-rated in terms of our facilities assessment in 2014. So that's a concern for this board because I think that resulted in increased costs to the district the way assessments were done. So I just have concerns as to, based on someone's experience, as to the kind of work they will do in the future. I think part of me being a small business owner, resume is important when I hire someone, and their experience is important, and so on and so forth. So there's some concern there as well. So I'd like to ask some questions on staff augmentation that you mentioned, right? Because that was the next thing. So what type and how many positions are to be in-house in your view of staff augmentation?
I don't have an exact number. Part of it depends on how we move forward, but one thing I know, one of our vulnerabilities is just not having enough internal staff. Over the years, the staff has been depleted for various reasons, and I don't think we need to revisit that. But I think that one of the responsibilities that the superintendent has charged me with is to build a bench and to have capacity in our departments. And so when I look at and analyze the capital department, our construction department, our building department, our fire code department, and I've provided previous numbers to you about where they currently sit. We definitely need to build more capacity there. But the idea of having staff augmentation or having, let's call it a limited PMOR, gives us more capacity quickly. And so my intent as we go forward with the board's approval and, of course, Superintendent Hepburn's approval is to add additional internal staff, because I think that's one of our significant weaknesses. And so to hire these type people, we have to be selective and competitive at the same time.
Right. And Ms. Paul, I totally agree in terms of building capacity. However, I'm hoping that we're not looking at building a construction army as we did in the past, where we had major issues.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You know, I don't know if you remember, Ms. Paul, but in March last year, I had proposed an item. I don't know if you were here then, or were you here March of last year?
I started March 19th, so no. When did I start? May 19th, so no.
May.
I
Okay,
was
so
not
you
here.
weren't here. So before you came, Ms. Paul, I had proposed an item meant to direct the superintendent, and Dr. Hepburn, you were here, to expand the district capacity to conduct program controls and oversee capital programs. And because of what we're discussing today, I went and I pulled my item. And so when we talk about building capacity as far as construction, the item didn't necessarily make it, but the item was to direct the superintendent of schools to develop an organizational structure that establishes internal capacity for the district to plan, administer program controls, and oversee the district's capital program. And so within that item, it talks about basically recommending that it includes hiring full-time in-house program management professionals, not limited to program director, program controls director, planning director, and construction director. So that was an item I had at the time that was not supported at the time. But the question that I have for you, based on that item that I had last year in March, will your staff augmentation be similar in moving in that direction, or how are you planning to implement staff augmentation as far as in-house positions?
So if you look at page 8, you can see that we have the Office of Capital Programs. These are 90 active projects that we manage in-house. So we have some capacity to do in-house smaller projects, but really what I think we need to focus on is completing the SMART program and structuring our DEFP or a capital program similar to how you would run a bond or you would organize a bond, with completion dates and those sort of things. So the staff augmentation that I will ask for will, mainly focus on SMART as well as the DEFP, but I want to also build internal capacity to focus on, as you see on page 8, the 90 active projects, to actually bring that number up internally too, because that's also where our staff gets that learning ability to manage these projects. We have very experienced people in our capital projects office. We just don't have enough of them. So we have two fronts that we're fighting. The bigger, SMART, closeout, DFP, and then the ones that the current Office of Capital Programs manage. So we need improvement on both.
Okay, so I want to ask a couple of questions on, because you mentioned RFQ, right? So currently we have ACOM, and I also saw where there is a suggestion as far as a 6-month extension for ACOM. Is that correct?
So that's an option.
That's an option.
That's
right.
an option. Right now, as it stands, the ACOM contract is for 90 days, 90 additional days. But I think to be prudent, we need to have a successful transition if the board chooses to go with the piggyback contract. But we have a number of things in motion at the same time. We have the ability to, the board has the ability to extend the AECOM contract for 6 months, 180 days. We have the ability to execute the piggyback contract in 2 to 3 months. And then we have the longer lead time to do the RFQ for PMOR if we want to go back to the traditional PMOR model. So we have a number of options that to look at. Also to hire in-staff people to shore up our capital office. So, you know, again, I want to make sure that we are flexible, we're able to move and accelerate the program.
Okay, so at the current pace, when would the SMART projects be substantially completed? And I'll just say this, right? I think this board is concerned about getting the SMART projects completed, right? And in maintaining continuity to do so. So at the current pace that we're going, when would the SMART projects be substantially completed in your best?
So the SMART program ends October 31st, 2025. That was a board decision to end the SMART program that at that time. So they will all roll over. If we still have existing programs going on or projects going on, they will roll over. They will roll over into the capital program or the DEFP. So that is the mechanical aspect of it. One of the things that we did, the board voted on the last board meeting, and I thank them for that, is they gave us the ability to have Atkins Reales manage our master schedule. Mm-hmm. And so those are the dates that you see reflected based on history of the projects on page, let's see, on slide 6. And so what I have gathered and learned from the board is they want, you want real dates, and so that is what I've asked, that's how I've asked Atkins to manage our master schedule with real actual completion dates. Now, understanding that we have to have a really heavy push in some of our policies to update some of our policies because they haven't been updated in a while. So that is another layer. The intent is to accelerate the program, recover as much time as we can, where we can. But again, when the program started in 2014, we were flat-footed, didn't have a plan. And so each time you see the amount of projects that Huey completed in 5 years, and you see what AECOM has completed in 5 years. And I thank AECOM in terms of working collaboratively with me since I've been here. But I think, again, my concern is the district in our current contract does not have the flexibility we need to accelerate as we need to.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm almost finished. So in terms of the SMART projects that you mentioned that will possibly not be completed by October and will roll over, do we have a number on those?
If you will look at slide 6, and also this is a forecast through as of June 30th. So you see on slide 6, and I guess I could go to that if they'll put the presentation up.
We got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So if we keep our current pace, you see 127 projects, and I can ask Ashley Carpenter with Atkins to talk about the numbers if she would come up and speak to that. This is a snapshot on page 6 of the SMART program as it stands as of June 30th, or will stand as of June 30th.
Hi, Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. So for your question, Dr. Holness, again, these are projections, but as you said, based on the recent rate of, I guess, completing projects per month, on October 31st, 2025, there would be approximately 103 projects still remaining to be completed. Of course, if the pace increases, it would be less.
Okay. All right. So we have 103 projects that, unless there's an increase in the pace, that will be left to be completed. Madam Chair, I'm almost finished. We're providing an option for ACOM to get a 6-month extension. For me, I would love to see all of these projects completed. And if this means additional time for ACOM and the current sub-consultants that we're using, because this will maintain continuity for those projects to be done. If we change the driver in the middle of this and bring on new individuals, new folks, I just feel like we started a race, we're not finished, and we are now getting new people on board to do so in terms of an RFQ. So I appreciate the 6-month extension for ACOM, and the question that I have is, which is where I'm leaning, are we able to do a 6-month extension for ACOM with another 6-month option for ACOM to complete those projects?
No, we're not.
Okay, and what is the reason?
The reason is that the original contract is for 5.5 years. So the 6 months was an extension of the 5 years. So Tom Cooney can speak to that.
Yeah, that's correct. So the original terms of the agreement, we've already, we will expire naturally the 5 years in the end of June. And we have currently a 90-day extension available, which the board can revert back to the 180 days. And that's it, because that's what we advertised initially.
So it's still necessary to do an RFQ, period. So regardless of whether the board votes to add that additional 6 months, we still have to go out for another RFQ.
Okay, so if the board decides that it wants ACOM to continue for an additional 6 month with a 6-month option, what is the path that the board can take for that to happen?
So just, Dr. Holmes, if I can, the 6-month option and extension is a one-time extension. So once that 6 months occurs, that's it. You cannot no longer extend it beyond that 6 months. So the October extension would be it.
Okay, so and I understand that. So if the board decides that it wants to continue with ACOM and the current sub-consultants to finish up these projects that are existing, which is over 100, and that time period is up, what's the process to bring ACOM back?
They would have to be one of a pool of potential new vendors to come back and respond to an RFQ. So they would throw their hat back on the ring again for a new RFQ that would be advertised.
Okay, so
Dr. Holness, Dr. Zeman has to leave at 3, and you've gone well beyond your 10.
I'll come back for my I have a second round. Thank you.
I know. Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
And I'm not sure that you'll have to. I'm following Dr. Holness and Dr. Leonardi's lead here, but I want to kind of introduce a little Southern lore here. Chair, if you're really a Southern person and you hear someone say y'all, what's the plural of y'all? Thank you, Judy. All y'all. It's all y'all, right? Let's all y'all go to the picnic, right? That's what we need in construction in Broward County. We need all y'all. We don't need just a 6-month extension. We don't just need a P. Moore to help us do work. We need staff, internal, as you pointed out, Ms. Paul. We need staff that we can hire, that can come in and do some work. We have a critical need to increase spend, to close projects, to do ribbon cuttings, to put in HVACs, to do facade upgrades, to win back students. We're sitting on $800 million in our capital bank account. We need to spend it. Otherwise, what good is the money? It is there to improve facilities. It is there to do facade upgrades. It is there to do all the things we spend capital money on. And we're staring at this question, and the answer is all y'all. So yes, and I think we can just ask for a consensus, a 6-month extension to keep AECOM around. I think that's a great idea. I would propose, instead of a piggyback, which has some legal issues with it, and some negotiations that have to get done, is immediately going out for an RFP for a new PMOR after the 6-month extension is gone. Ms. Paul, I'm sorry to be so direct here, but in your calendar here, on page 14, if we today, as you say here in the calendar, March 4th, 6-month approval, which I think we just got consensus on, that starts July 21st. It goes 6 months, which I think is January 21st. Is it possible in 9 months to do a competitive solicitation for a new PMOR?
Yes. Dr. Hepburn.
Great. 9 months to get a new contract? Can we do that?
Ms. Paul?
Yes.
So an obvious solution is yes to ACOM, yes to staff augmentation, but you can't do staff augmentation if you don't have staff. And we need staff. We need more staff. Staff augmentation is contractors you have in that help government employees do work. And we need a lot of that as well. And I know you're working on a model. I don't want to wait for a 12 to 18-month window to hire people, though. I think there are ways for this board to make some decisions, like at our next board meeting, to say, hey, here are some positions, here is some money. You tell me what you want, let's get going. Because under the all y'all approach, if we really want to win a bond in 2028, we need a new PMOR that we competitively select, because that's how you get the best rates. Go out and let them compete, see who wins. A separate contract would be my proposal, but it's up to you, Ms. Paul, on how do you do staff augmentation. Do you want an IDIQ so you have 5 contractors and you can pick one of each, so that you have like this infinite variety that you're talking about in a hybrid model? But why can't we go out with the RFP now for a PMOR, RFP now for the staff augmentation, hire people into your staff so we can get things done, and then hold the system accountable for spend, for ribbon cuttings, for HVACs, for facade upgrades, for all the things that the students of Broward County deserve, and they need it. Because if we don't do ribbon cuttings, Chair, by 2028, one of our speakers is going to be unfortunately correct. The pessimism of Broward County, the economic conditions of 2028, we could be the first time in Broward County that we don't get a bond passed for schools. And I don't want to be on the board when that happens. I want to be on the board when we race to the finish line, we show them we can get stuff done, we win them back. But I think we need staff augmentation, as do you, Ms. Paul. You got to have staff to do staff augmentation. And I think that a competitive solicitation for a new PMOR, Mr. Holness, Dr. Holness, and to Ms. Leonardi's point, will get us the best rates and allow us to have a now, because one of the problems with piggybacks we all agree on is if the Jacobs piggyback or any other piggyback has 2 years left, that's all you get. And then you're right back into getting another PMOR. I'd rather go out with a PMOR and get a 5-year with a 6-month option again, or some long time, whatever the staff recommends. But I really know that we need an all y'all approach. We need staff aug, PMOR, Atkins to stay, people to figure out how to close projects. I love the stats that are in this presentation, but I will continue to advocate for an all y'all approach, because I think that's what we need. I think that's what the community deserves. We should be running as fast as we can to open new wings of buildings, to rebuild the things we can, to do facility renovations, and get things done to the extent possible. The question I have is, how do we do that? If what we want to do is dramatically improve the spend, what staff do you need? What augmentees do you need from contractors? How big does the PMOR contract look like, and the like? And yes, let's run for that 6 months. Chair, do you need anything else on the consensus for the 6 months?
We're going to have to come back to that. I'm going to have to recess for our school board meeting, because yes, we didn't take a consensus.
Can we just do that before the break, before I go?
No, we have to go to the school board meeting. I need to make sure I have quorum to do that. We'll do it.
You will lose a school board member if you don't do it now.
But I'm going to lose 2 of them if I don't do the school board meeting right now. So we're going to recess, get ready for the special school board meeting, and then we'll come back to the workshop to get consensus. Welcome to today's special school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with the School Board Policy 2010, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Second. Been moved by Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
The agenda is now closed. We're going to take all three items together. So the business on the agenda is items 1 through 3, which is a motion to adopt the provision providing an average 3.0% recurring salary increase to eligible BPAA, ESMAB, and BTU EP employees for the 24-25 school year. May I have a motion
moved.
and a second on items 1 through 3? Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by
Unknown
School Board Member
participant is now
Thompson. It is
exiting.
moved and seconded to adopt item 1. Is there any public comment on the items?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one registered speaker, Dr. Trudy Germanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. I'm heartened that this board has pushed to get bond monies through directly into teachers' pockets early in the school year. This agreement you're approving today has finally come to pass, so teachers will have a little bit more money in their paycheck. We all know it's not enough to cover rising costs in Broward, but the earlier these negotiations start, the earlier they can be finished. Something to work on for next year. I hope the board will also ask administrators to be cognizant of things which do not cost money. Find the very best principals and APs who do not overburden their teachers, but allow them to have flexibility in how they reach their students. Here's a story of why teachers are often frustrated with micromanagement. The term fidelity comes from the sciences and refers to the precise execution of a protocol in an experiment to ensure results are reliable. Teachers are often told to teach something with fidelity. However, a classroom is not a lab, and students are not experiments. As a result, teachers and teacher educators have long decried fidelity and the impact it has on them and their students. One participant in the study, a fourth grade public school teacher, described an oppressive environment at her school. They were really driving the curriculum down our throats. We need to meet this at this date, and everyone should be at this lesson on this date. This countered what she was taught in college. Every student is different, and every classroom is different, and every year is different. Not all teachers will be on the same lesson on the same day. You can't teach science that way because you don't have enough things to do any kinds of experiments with students. You have to share them. She said to in her new placement, my administrator is always saying is that if there's anything that you feel your students need, then do it. If it doesn't completely align with the expensive curriculum we've invested in, that's okay. She said, it's been a weight lifted off my shoulders. Our motto should be trust teachers. Trust teachers. Let them be seen as professionals and just let them teach.
Next week, we're going to have Anna Fusco, President of BTU, and then Lisa Maxwell, Executive Director of BPA.
Good afternoon, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. We waited a little bit longer than we thought to get this increase, but we appreciate the urgency with our new superintendent and some of our newly elected school board members that you are seeing the need to take care of all of our educators in our public schools. We have a wide variety of groups that represent in our teachers, from our social workers, guidance counselors, psychologists, family counselors, anybody that's in our ESC world, between support facilitators, ESC specialists, and of course our classroom teachers. So we know that there's trying times out there with financial piece, but there's also trying times out there that that there's an assault on our public education. We're going to get a speech later tonight to see what's going to happen with the Department of Education for our whole country. We're hoping that some special words of heart and wisdom are going to go through our elected president and do what's right for our public education and not cut funding. But we know that things may get harder if that happens, so we need you guys to be cognizant that what Dr. Trudy just said, that we know that there's a pressure to meet the needs of our students, and our teachers are amazing. They're building such great relationships with our students, but they're also building relationships with their colleagues in the schools along with their admin. We have great relationships with our principals and our assistant principals, but we know the pressure's real that comes from the super top. We've made this A, and we know that the need to keep it. We all know it's not a hidden secret, and everybody's out there doing their part. The first thing that they do is that they show up. And then while they're showing up, they're giving that extra piece. And then after they're giving that extra piece, they're going out there getting more to give that extra. So we have everybody that works the extra hours to meet the needs of our students in our schools. And then they go out and sometimes have to work that extra job to be able to meet the needs of their own family. So when we get this type of increase and we can continue to make sure that an increase happens, it's well deserved and needed. So we are asking you to make sure that you approve the increase. And I do believe, I think I'm not going to speak out of turn of saying that the superintendent has made a commitment for us to get to the table sooner than later to work on an increase in conversations about pieces in our contract to meet the needs of our educators, to have a better working environment and get an increase before the new year starts in our school year for next year. So if you guys keep those conversations open, talk together, bring it out, and then talk to the group that brings it to us to the table. We have a great across the table relationship with your HR department. I think they're getting it because everybody's impacted by everything that's happening in our public school system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Maxwell. I'm not sure if Mark Kaplan wants to speak, and then after him to close us up, we'll have Pete Tingham from ESMAP.
Thank you, Madam Chair, school board members, and staff. I just am here today to thank you. Basically, this is really such a step in the right direction. We've had some really tough years financially, and we know that. But this marks the point at which we're all kind of on the same page equitably with the raise amount. And this is a reoccurring raise. So I want to particularly thank the superintendent because I know he worked diligently on this, and this was a high priority for him, as well as our CFO, who spent, as I understand it, most of her winter break scratching and digging for additional funds to be able to provide raises across the board for all of our employees. This is really a triumphant time, and we're going to continue to get better. So I just appreciate every single one of you and your support for this. And I just want to introduce our president, Mark Kaplan. He is the principal at Coral Glades.
Ditto. Thank you on behalf of over 600 principals and assistant principals for a recurring raise. I cannot tell you how much that my colleagues and I really appreciate it. We know the tough financial times right now, but to find it meant a lot to us. So thank you.
Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Hepburn. My name is Pete Tingham, and I am the representative for SMAB. That's to support employees. I'm here to thank you for the 3% raise to all SMAB employees. I also want to thank you for being included in the second referendum dollars, which we were excluded from the first time around, and that certainly has helped us a great deal to be included in that as well. SMAB employees perform a number of functions with development and implementation of curriculum, maintenance of buildings, and even though we may be suffering with some declining enrollment, those programs, both federal, state, and school board policies, still have to be implemented, and the square footage and acreage that has to be maintained doesn't go down. So it's very difficult when employees are not rehired or there's a freeze on hiring to maintain those same services. It slows the amount of service that can be done both in curriculum as well as maintenance. Another issue that SMAB employees have is we are requesting some parity with respect to advanced degrees. It is different for each level. Obviously, there's a minimum level of education required, but currently there is disparity between that, and I hope that we could be able to correct that next year. One other point I would like to try to make is the fact that I think the school board, and this may be a personal opinion, is receiving significantly more accurate financial data now than they had previously. And I think it's helped you make wise decisions. Again, SMAB wants to thank you for your support, and we appreciate the raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any board debate on items 1 through 3?
Madam Chair, I just have a quick question.
Dr. Holness.
Okay, so Mr. Tingham mentioned that regarding advanced degrees that SMAB have different, I guess, stipend for advanced degrees. Is that true? And if so, why?
Dr. Hepburn.
I asked Mr. Azzarito to give some detail on that.
Yep. Good afternoon, David Azzarito, Chief People Officer. Yes, Dr. Holness, that's correct. So there is some disparity. For instance, I know teachers with PhD are at 8,000. Our principals are at 4,000. SMAB is lower than that. So we are working with the leaders of the meet and confer groups to put all of that together. There's a salary handbook that the meet and confer groups have that we want to bring to a workshop in May. So we're running the numbers right now to kind of put all that together. Why it's disparate, I don't know why, but we're looking to fix it.
Okay, great. I'm glad we're taking action, so we look forward to that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to say it was really important for us as a board to make sure that we were able to give increases and that they were equitable for all of our employees. So we're really glad to be here, although we wished we were here earlier. And we thank you all for everything that you do. Although the question is on the adoption of items 1 through 3. All those in favor of adopting items 1 through 3 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and it is passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting, and we will be having a press conference, and then we'll come back to our workshop.
We going this way?
I'll be there.
hug you. What a threat. They make me hug you. I know.
Hey, do you know, was it, I put you number one. Yeah. What do you think I should do with that? Think I should do anything with it? Or am I trying to ship
Yes, for the change order policy. I'm working on that deck right now.
I don't think there's anything to do with it, but I feel like there's something, they're like setting the stage for something like that.
Well, they're basically informing you that you got arrested. Normally, Margarita used to send them out, just to let us know.
Right.
And we didn't do anything, it's just an FYI.
Right.
That, it says in it, our school campus, like, grant that, you probably drive this one.
Yeah.
But it's not for you to do, just acknowledge that he was a student at one of your schools. I get them, they're at my school, like I just had to get arrested for burglary. And,
You think I should forward that to the EA office just so they have an awareness of it?
Someone send that to you.
No, that came from the student.
Yeah, but they already have like kids the same like you got. They know about it. It's just awareing us. They started about 3 years ago.
We discussed it in the monthly committee, so I was aware of it. We decided to propose it for email. But this is the same kid that just is not showing up to school either, so I told him, I said, you know, can you do an truancy charge?
Ray does that. Call him.
Well, so the local agencies do it.
Yeah, but it's not, and Ray's been doing it.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done it.
No, Ray's kind of been tasked with doing that follow-up.
Thank you, and welcome back one more time to our school board workshop. And next, we have Board Member Rupert.
Thank you so much. Well, that was a fun thing to do. It's great to go and celebrate our employees and how wonderful they are. Going back to the topic, which was about possibly doing a piggyback with Jacobs and doing a hybrid approach. As a board member that's been here for a second, maybe a minute, I can tell you that the hybrid approach with Jacobs and our staff from 2014 was a fiasco. At the very beginning of the bond, the pre-facility assessment was a mess, and we all know that because that's the basic plans that we had moving forward, and it was very hard to get back up and over again. It would be another fiasco at the end of the bond as we had in the beginning of the bond. I will not support a contract with Jacobs, and it would be like closing my eyes while putting the cruise control function on. Former superintendent wanted to staff up and staff down to augment the bond. That sounded good at the time, but in hindsight, it was a colossal mistake. So I say caution, caution, caution. There are many, many grand jury reports to look at, but as someone who lived through this and is still living through this, and my community is still going through with this, in Pompano and Deerfield Beach, Margate, those areas with predominantly black and brown children are still waiting for roofs. They are waiting for fixing things up and to be completely on par with every other school in the district. So for me, the hybrid approach, I don't think it's going to work. And I'm definitely not going to support the Jacobs decision with this. As for the superintendent, who we're going high, it'll be up to him to decide to move forward, and my colleagues, but I will not be supporting this. And it was a fiasco, and we know certain things now that we can't possibly go back and fix, but there were things that had alarm bells going off back then. And you need people to say, whoa, we need to take a step back because this is what happened, or this will happen, or this happened in Houston, and it'll happen here, and it did. So I'm not clairvoyant, but I've lived through this. So I caution, caution, caution you. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spolman.
Thank you, Chair. So I think we all are familiar with the fact that there have been a lot of problems with this bond from the beginning, and I just want to focus on the fact that we are now in charge of making sure that this goes forward in the best manner possible. So, given the the choices that we have, I with all due respect to Ms. Rupert, I do think that a hybrid approach in terms of having some capacity in-house and then also having the project manager, PMOR, also on board is probably the best way to go forward. I like that approach. It gives us flexibility, and I think, is that correct? That would give us the most flexibility for going forward, because then we're not married to having all in-house or having just a PMOR and relying totally on what they're telling us, because I think we can see historically that that's not something that we can 100% rely on. Like to have some accountability in-house as well, or advisability. So to that, but to Ms. Rupert's point, looking at the timelines and the best way to do this, and to what Dr. Holness and Ms. Leonardi said earlier, I think when we're looking at stability and continuity, hopping on board with Jacobs at this late hour doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think that if we can stay with ACOM for the 6-month extension and then do a RFQ, that seems to be the best option for us because then we have the ability to negotiate our own contract going forward instead of relying on a contract that was negotiated by Duval County, and it seems like we're not really 100% confident that our subcontractors can be used, or that about the legality of what that looks like for us using a Duval County contract. And I also definitely want to make sure that we are using our local service providers as much as possible, because we're having our local tax dollars should be going out to our local companies as much as possible. So that those would be the things that I want to look at. So I like the hybrid, extending the AECOM for 6 months and then starting with a new RFQ, so we have our own negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
I just want to echo my colleagues' concerns about Jacobs, and also I agree with Ms. Bowman about the hybrid method, so 6 months of AECOM, looking at that possibility, and then kind of building up our staff capacity.
So the hybrid, as it is detailed in the slides here, is staff augmentation. So AECOM, when we're talking about extending their contract, that's the current contract that we have now, and we can extend that if the board approves for 6 months, right? So that's one thing. The staff augmentation is until I have more capacity here, I can exercise the piggyback to add to internal staff until I can hire, and I can get out of that whenever I want to get out of it, right? The staff augmentation is an annual contract that Duval currently exercises, right? So each year it would come to the board to be approved. So that is kind of the staff aug. The RFQ process, we're going to do that anyway, right? So there are 3 lanes. So the board has the option to pick the 6-month lane with AECOM, the staff aug, piggyback, and the RFQ that we're going to do anyway. So those are the 3 lanes, and you can do all of them, or you can do 2 of them, or you could do, well, you have to do the RFQ.
Can I just clarify? So I just was looking at it in a short-term, long-term option. So I think short-term, the 6-month contract with AECOM, and then long-term, we should have a hybrid system.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Sorry.
I understand. Gotcha.
Thank you. So I have a few questions and thoughts. So to me, it's very confusing when you smush everything together. So the smart bond is separate than the capital projects. Is that correct?
It is separate until October, end of October, when the smart bond sunsets.
Right.
So whatever was classified as smart, that program, based on the board's vote, will end October.
Okay. And have we already approved AECOM to get us to that end, or that's what you're asking us also for today?
So what we have is a 90-day extension that the board voted on to extend AECOM's contract from July, when it was the last amendment was approved, for 90 days. And so the 180-day extension will get us to January. So it will go past the October date.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So I agree with all of my colleagues that continuity and consistency is important. So I would say definitely the 6 months continuation with AECOM, because it doesn't make sense to change that in the middle. I, along with my colleagues, have concerns about the piggyback, not piggyback in general, just that specific company, since we are living with the repercussions of not doing a great needs assessment at the beginning of the time. And, you know, perception is reality for a lot of people. And although you may have a different perception and experience with them. We do in Broward County live under the shadow of a grand jury report that called that out. So I think we have to be cognizant of that as we move forward in what we do with our decisions. I don't necessarily have a problem with piggyback. Is there a possibility of selecting someone different than Duval County?
That is the existing contract that I'm aware of. So, you know, if the board votes to extend ACOM in April for 6 months, then the RFQ will put that out, and then we'll see what happens, you know, what companies bid on the work.
Okay, so the suggestion on the piggyback is in lieu of extending AECOM for the 6 months.
It can be in lieu or in addition to, if we want to add more capacity. So we could have both.
Okay. So we'll take a consensus in a minute so we give you some clear direction, but I think you're seeing a theme as we move through here. I would be okay doing all three of them as was suggested by Dr. Zeman, because we have a lot of things going on, and the more people, the better. But I will just reiterate my concern with that particular piggyback. So I don't know if it's possible to do research to see if there's a different one, or if it just doesn't make sense, then just do the extension of AECOM and then the RFQ, and not do the piggyback if that's the only option for piggyback. So that would be my particular thoughts on that. So I'd like to go around real quick to give you kind of a consensus, and then we'll wrap this up. So Board Member Bowman, which lane?
All right. Well, please forgive me. Just to clarify what the lane is. It was
The RFQ.
what? Okay.
The piggyback.
Right.
And then extending AECOM for 6 months.
Okay. This is how I'm seeing it, and I don't know if this is correct, so correct me if I'm wrong. Extending the AECOM contract for 6 months and then pursuing the hybrid method moving forward. So we'd have to have an RFQ, and then we'd have some kind of staff augmentation as well. Now, I don't know, not necessarily from a piggyback contract, but just as a general.
So if I can explain,
is that something
so
that
if
we
I can
do?
explain again, so the most we can extend ACOM is 6 months. So my recommendation is that we do that, because we will need transition time at, you know, whatever the board desires, right? So extending ACOM for 6 months. Another option we have is to do the piggyback off of the existing Duval contract. And the way it works in Duval is they renew that contract every year. So the company brings it to the board, and the board votes on it every year. And based on their performance of the past year determines whether they go forward with that contract. So that's one option. That's the piggyback. And we can use it for staff augmentation. So until we hire, I can also exercise that contract to add additional bodies to move the projects faster. And then the overarching, let me do it this way, the overarching option is to do a RFQ to get a new PMOR or multiple PMORs, right? So we have to advertise anyway, because the AECOM contract extension is only good for 6 months. So that brings us to January. So between now and January, we have to put out an RFQ to get another PMOR, if we so choose, we need to, or staff aug contract, or however we present it to the board. That's what we have to do anyway, because the most we can extend AECOM's contract is 6 months. Does that clear it up a little bit?
I think, because are we just deciding what we want to do for the next 6 months and then get to the RFQ? Is that?
Well, yes, you can, you know, because definitely if the board reaches consensus, I will need to, and my staff will need to bring back to you a contract or amendment to the contract for an additional 6 months for AECOM that would put that date to January of next year, 2026.
And then meanwhile, you'd be preparing
the RFQ.
Right, and the plan going forward.
Yes.
Which could include a hybrid approach. Like even if you have a PMOR, we
So
could
we
be
have that
looking at having that as a less of a scope of work, and then also focusing on building our
Right, so I can, we can look at, that's like 2 to 3 months to put a staff aug in place if we do the piggyback off of Duval's contract. So if you look, I have it in the slide that kind of gives the timelines for each step. But we'll be doing 2 things at any one time anyway, because we have to, my recommendation is extend for 6 months with AECOM, and then we have to do the RFQ.
Right.
So those 2 actions, if the board approves, are kind of the choices. And then if we want to add a staff aug component, we can do that also.
And when you're saying staff aug, are you talking about solely about looking out to outsource
So
that,
what
or would we? Because I guess I'm
okay, so
confusing that,
what
'cause
the
I'm
way it
thinking
could
about
work,
actually hiring in-house.
the way it could work, and I know this is kind of how the sausage is made, but the way it can work is we have capital projects that Ms. Cooley handles over in her department. So I can exercise the Duval contract and say, hey, can I get 2 more project managers to help her over in that particular area for that specific purpose, right? To accelerate the projects, the 90 projects that she has. AECOM already has the projects that they're working on. And then I think they also have 10 DEFP projects that they're working on. So I can add additional capacity with a STAG or with a STAG augmentation contract if we wanted to do that.
It's sort of like, the piggyback is sort of like us having Kelly Services for subs. We don't have to find subs anymore. They take care of it. So
it's a la carte.
It's same idea, if that helps.
Yeah, it's like a la carte. I don't want a steak, but I want mashed potatoes.
But that's what you would suggest instead of actually hiring full-time staff eventually?
No, I definitely,
because that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
that
we do.
need to
That gives
have
us
full-time
us additional capacity until we can hire full-time staff, because just building that capacity takes time.
So that would be the goal. Okay. So I still, because of the concerns that have been brought up, I still support extending the AECOM contract for the 6 months and then doing the RFQ. That piggyback contract might still be available if we had to go back to it later anyway, right? Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Leonardi.
I'm for extending AECOM and then doing an RFQ.
Thank you. I'm for all 3 if there was a choice of a different company. So if not, then I would just be in favor of the RFQ and extending AECOM for right now. Ms. Thompson.
I'm for extending AECOM, not for the piggyback, and then an RFQ afterwards.
Mrs. Rupert.
No surprise. I'm for extending AECOM and for the 6 months and RFQ.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am for extending AECOM for 6 months, and then for the RFQ, I am absolutely not for piggybacking on the Duval contract.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you have everything that you need? Okay, great, thank you. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to the board or student successes to share? I would just like to wanted to bring this up when the North Area Chair was talking about suicide and things that they wanted to implement, and just give a huge shout out and kudos to our staff and our partner Community-Based Connections, along with my staff of 1, Jessica, we were able to host the Everyone Counts Healing Through the Arts, and it was a fantastic day on Saturday at Plantation Middle School. Students walked in, families walked in. It was like an art gallery. McFatter did the food, but it was a resource for parents to know how to deal with their students when they have stresses. Maybe instead of yelling at them when they have a bad grade, how is it that they approach them to reduce their stress? Students learned about resilience in terms of it's okay to fail because you learn by failing. They learned a little yoga. They were able to do some artwork to help release the stress. So the whole point of that event was to give our students and our families some skills and resources, and Community-Based Connection did a great job with the parent workshops. They did little skits like how you should react to things and things of that nature. They had a panel. Thank you to Dr. Holness for coming out and saying hello. But it was a great event, and I think that we should do more of those in maybe different areas so that we're highlighting our students, but we're also giving the families some of those mental health resources and tools that would help them to reduce the anxiety and stress that their students have. So it would be great to see that replicated in other places. And I just want to one more time give a plug to say that we are pleased to announce that nominations for the District Advisory and Committee Volunteer categories for the 2025 Community Involvement Awards to be held on Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. at the Lauderhill Performing Arts Center are now being accepted until March 21st. The public can nominate any member of an advisory for their work and service performed on the committee through December 2024. Visit Get Involved with Broward County Public Schools webpage for more details and to access nomination forms. And on a different note, we have 2 Broward County students that are up for the Eco Hero Channel 10 award. One goes to South Plantation, the other one goes to American Heritage, and you can vote for them daily until March 14th, and the winner gets a week trip to Australia. So it's pretty awesome. So if you go and help them to be successful, they win by people voting online. So Channel 10, local10.com. Thank you. The scheduled order of
Madam
business.
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, I just have one thing really. I'm so sorry. Okay, I forgot to mention this. So regarding artificial intelligence, recently I learned about 3 excellent events focused on artificial intelligence hosted by the Innovative Learning Department, which I wanted to share. The Teacher Voice, Teen Ties, and Interactive Engagement with Students, which I will be attending on Thursday, March 6th, Parent University on March 12th. As AI continues to be integrated into every aspect of our lives, especially in education, I wanted to inquire about the possibility of providing the board with training or a webinar on this topic. It is important for us to understand how AI is being implemented in schools and its impact on our educational system. So just wanted to mention that if the board would have interest in a board training or a webinar on AI as it impacts our students and in the classroom.
Okay. Anybody opposed to having some training on AI? Okay. Dr. Hepburn?
Certainly. We can work with the Innovative Learning Department to create some training, probably do it in a workshop, probably. And yeah, so, you know, it's ever advancing technology. We're leveraging it ourselves to make sure we're being as efficient as possible. So I think it's a great opportunity for the board and also the board secretaries as well. Yes.
Yes, we're all learning to use Copilot. It's a great tool. The scheduled order of business for this school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you all and have a great, great evening.